Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto can level up? Part 3. Go and check previous parts. Links are in description. Hope you enjoy this, hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. He had improved leaps and bounds during the Chunin exams, especially during the tournament part of it. Not only had he gained lots of EXP, but he had received more quests in the past week than he had for a month and a half. It was almost as if the system wanted him to be fighting and rewarded his fights with skills and little perks. The stronger the person he fought, the more EXP he received and more tantalizing the reward. Fighting Lee and Niji had only proved that suspicion. If I want to get better, I have to fight even more. The thought slightly daunted Naruto. Regardless, there's no stopping now. My goal is to become Hokage, but before that, I need to survive whatever is coming next. And to survive. His eyes lit up. I have to become stronger. Fu of Takigakure vs Sasuke Uchiha of Konoha. If the previous cheers Naruto had heard for any of the fights were loud, the present explosion of noise blew them all out of the water. The famed Uchiha, poster boy of the Hidden Leaf Village versus the clear favorite for the winner of the tournament fighting against each other in the semifinals was a match made in heaven. Good luck, Sasuke. Make sure to weaken her up a bit for the finals, eh? Naruto said humorously. Sasuke smirked. If I don't manage to win, what are the chances that you of all people do? More than you think. Sakura fidgeted with her fingers. Good luck, Sasuke. Thanks. The rest of the rookies wished him luck as well, with Sasuke being relatively perceptive to all of the wishes. He has changed somewhat. Naruto admitted internally. He isn't nearly as much of a douche, though he has his moments. Sasuke slowly walked down the stairs, his entire presence emitting a calm confidence that entranced the watching audience. Say what you want about his personality, but Sasuke Uchiha was a showman through and through. Fu was already at the center of the stage, impatiently tapping her foot on the ground. She, on the other hand, wasn't the greatest of entertainers. Before you ask, I think Fu is going to win, Naruto stated plainly. He cut off Sakura before she could retort with that annoyed expression on her face. Calm down. I obviously want Sasuke to win so I can face him in the finals, but I'm being truthful here. Sakura harumphed. Whatever. I think Sasuke is going to surprise us all. Fu hasn't actually fought anyone too strong yet, has she? That's right. They didn't watch her fight with Gaara with me, so they don't really know how much stronger Fu really is. Not that I know much either. She's clearly hiding something or she wouldn't be so high level. You'd be surprised, Naruto answered mirthfully. Not taking his cryptic answer seriously, Sakura returned her gaze to the upcoming fight. The two enemy genin eyed each other intensely as Sasuke finally made it next to the proctor. The crowd watched with hushed silence as they waited for the order to begin the fight to be yelled out. Begin! Shouts of excitement immediately surged from the stadium as the two rushed forward at each other. Sasuke was fast, equaling Fu's own speed in this particular case, which wasn't an easy task considering her own aptitude. They met in the middle, covering equal distance, and began trading blows. Naruto suddenly noticed exactly who Sasuke was fighting like. His neck swerved towards Lee, who also had a knowing look on his face. His Sharingan must have copied Lee's fighting style completely. The taijutsu wasn't what was copied, to be exact, it was more about the utilization of speed and how Sasuke was using random, sudden changes of speed to his advantage during the fight. He moved like Lee. The moment he reached Fu, however, it was Sasuke's fluid fighting style all over again. The Uchiha clan taijutsu was fluid, varied, powerful, and combined with Lee's speed only made it even more dangerous. Sasuke's kick flew over Fu's head, who went for a counterpunch only to see that her opponent was no longer there. Fast, she thought with a surprised glance. It took the Uchiha a half-second to get behind and launch another attack, one which she had to block or face severe repercussions, Jinchuriki or not. Sasuke's fist sailed towards Fu, who had her arms crossed in front of her chest in a blocking motion. His fist slammed her arms with pure power, resulting in her body being pushed backward from the force of the hit. She used the momentum of the punch to somersault backwards, landing on her feet before rushing forwards again. Fire-style Dragon Flame Jutsu, Sasuke intoned a second later. Those hand signs were fast. Naruto noted with an impressed look. Unlike Shikamaru, Sasuke had not hesitated even a millisecond to cast the jutsu. A ball of fire fabricated itself into thin air, before slowly turning and rotating itself into the distinct shape of a dragon. The fiery monstrosity seemed to roar with rage as it flew through the space between it and Fu with great velocity, illuminating the entire stadium with a bright red hue. But Fu was still faster. She managed to escape the creature with a well-timed jump to the right, which would have been enough if it weren't for the fact that the dragon roared once more before turning its head to follow the escaping Fu. The degree of the turn wasn't too high, but it was enough to direct itself towards its target, as she didn't expect the change of direction in the first place. That must be taking a lot of chakra, Naruto assumed with a contemplative look on his face. I'll have to ask Sasuke afterwards. Fu took a different approach this time. She wasn't sure whether or not the dragon could make another turn, but she wasn't willing to risk the chance. She dashed forward before jumping over the construct of fire near the body, willing to bet that it wouldn't follow her through its own fire. Unknowingly, Fu had walked right into Sasuke's trap. Is that ninja wire? Shino asked, looking for confirmation. No one answered him, clearly not seeing anything abnormal. Sasuke Uchiha grinned. His hands pulled at the wires surrounding Fu's general area, which quickly constricted her body, too small and numerous to immediately cut. Only something as fast as Niji's rotation may have been able to stop the attack in its entirety. His fingers twitched. Crack! Lightning sparked into life and followed the more than willing wires towards their target. Blue flashes of light reflected along everyone's eyes for a brief second before shocking Fu with all of their might, who gasped in pain before falling silent entirely. Why are you just taking the hits, Fu? The sound of crackling electricity eventually stopped, replaced by the sound of Fu's snickering. Ah. That actually hurt a bit, Fu admitted with a chuckle. I'm gonna have to end it here though. Wisps of chakra arose from her body, taking on an orange hue that blended into the bottom of the dirt stadium. An oppressive aura took its reign onto the atmosphere of the stadium, alerting Naruto, whose eyes widened in recognition. This is just like when she faced off against Gaara in the forest. Ding! Bloodlust detected. He was sure the others wouldn't be able to identify exactly what made Fu's chakra so immense in its presence, but he had a good reason why. As a Jinchuriki himself, it was almost as if his body was more receptive to her chakra than normal, but he wasn't sure if he was imagining things or not. Wind began to pick up in the stadium, either a complete coincidence or something caused by the sudden influx of chakra. Fu flexed her arms with a sudden movement, snapping the wires surrounding her with ease. She rolled her shoulder that took the brunt of the electrifying pain before bending her knees and jumping to test her lower body. Then she moved. In an instant, she was beside Sasuke, whose only saving grace was the Sharingan that managed to track her movements enough for him to raise his arms in an attempt to block. The incoming punch made contact with Sasuke's defense brutally, knocking him backwards 10 or so meters. She's even faster than Lee. Is this really the effect of a tailed beast's chakra? Naruto thought with surprise. She pushed forward again, this time even faster than before. Practically a blur to most of the audience's eyes, she launched herself towards Sasuke, who had the presence of mind to not allow a physical altercation to occur at this stage of the fight. His nimble hands reached into his pockets before throwing something onto the ground. A cloud of smoke flourished out of the bomb, covering 1/8 of the stadium in nearly opaque fog. Naruto couldn't see much anymore, trying to squint his eyes into the dome of fog to no avail. Fu, straight-headed as ever, didn't deter from her path. While no one could see what was happening, they could certainly hear. It was almost like the chirping of a bird. Chidori! Sasuke zoomed through the smoke with breakneck speed, one hand holding the other arm as electricity bundled around his hand with ferocity. The air around him crackled with energy as ground beneath him teased up due to his blinding speed. Lightning surged around his arm, arcing around the rest of his body with faint sparks as well. It was like he personified a bolt of lightning itself in that moment. As if it wasn't flashy already, the high-frequency wailing of the jutsu was screaming out a single word: danger. For a moment, it looked as if Sasuke Uchiha would win. But Nofa was an absolute lunatic. Her fist was coated with a thick, almost slime-like orange chakra. And without any hesitation whatsoever, she met Sasuke's technique in the middle. A loud explosion lit up in the center of the arena, as a blinding light flashed in everyone's eyes. Naruto closed his eyes instinctively, before opening them immediately after to see the result of the clash. Sakura looked like she was about to cry. Please. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke had fallen. Fu stood with a charred, scratched up right hand, a pained expression evident on her face. Winner Fu of Takigakure. This is awkward. Naruto sat down on a chair next to the patient bed in the hospital room, not saying anything as Sasuke remained silent. The blonde wasn't the best at feelings, to say the least. He especially didn't know how to handle the current situation. Sasuke Uchiha, one of the greatest prodigies Konoha has seen, lost in a fight. That meant the finals would consist of Naruto versus Fu. It had been an hour since Sasuke lost in the semifinals, meaning Naruto's fight would probably start soon. The reason for the rather extended delay was due to the injuries received by both parties, and more importantly Fu, who had to fight in the finals. Naruto hadn't seen exactly what happened, but her hand was more or less severely injured by the Chidori. He didn't worry too much, though. As a Jinchuriki himself, Naruto's self-regeneration wasn't anything to scoff at, and in unison with modern medical ninjutsu it would be healed swiftly. The more pressing issue at this point of time was Sasuke's mentality. The normally aloof, cold demeanor of Sasuke was gone, replaced by a scary emptiness of emotions. The Uchiha would just stare into the window that had a wonderful view of Konoha for abhorrent amounts of time, occasionally drinking the water that was beside him. His hand was mostly healed, having faced less backlash than Fu did from the clash. Sasuke. Naruto started, before wincing at the vacant look on his rival's eyes. Are you fine? Sasuke paused before responding. No. Not really. Do you want to talk? I was outclassed. From the very beginning. Speed, strength, experience. Everything. Chidori, my ace in the hole, was completely useless against her. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, that's what happens when you face someone stronger than you. Sasuke growled, anger finally showing on his face. You don't understand, do you? I guess I shouldn't have expected it. For me, every fight is life or death. Every time I practice, it's for a purpose. Every time I throw a shuriken, practice my ninjutsu, or even wake up in the morning, it's all for a reason, Naruto. If I can't beat a random girl from Takigakure, how will I beat them? Sasuke had cut himself off, but Naruto knew what he was talking about. Back when Kakashi had asked Team 7 to introduce themselves, the Uchiha had mentioned that he wanted to kill a certain person. At first, the more immature Naruto at the time had shelved it as another edgy comment by Sasuke. Yet the more time he spent with his teammate, it became blatant with how much conviction Sasuke trained with that he clearly had a greater goal in mind. Similar to how Naruto wanted to become Hokage. Whereas Naruto's aspirations were rooted in the desire for admiration and respect, as well as proving everyone wrong in their assumptions of him, Sasuke's goals for the future were puppets controlled by the strings of revenge. Everything Sasuke did was for killing that certain somebody. Naruto had always wanted to ask who that person was, but in the end was too scared to ask. He wasn't sure how he would respond to such a question. So you were just weaker than her in all possible ways? Naruto surmised in a sentence. A frustrated sigh was released. Yes. I was. Naruto crossed his arms. Then I know exactly how you feel, Dadabayo. To say Sasuke was flabbergasted was understating it. He knew Naruto wasn't the most normal of people, but to reach that conclusion was completely mind-boggling. How? How do you think I felt during the academy? Every time we fought, I could barely scratch you, Naruto said, scratching his head bashfully. You were the first in everything, except for maybe written exams. Sakura took the lead in that. But in everything that mattered for little me, you were better. Adding to that insult, you got the attention of everybody. And the worst part, it looked like you didn't care the slightest bit. You had everything I wanted in the palm of your hand. It's not like I wanted the attention. Naruto chuckled. Oh, I already knew that. I didn't want to admit it though. It was obvious for everyone who wasn't a fan of yours. Shikamaru saw it, so did Choji in a way. Looking back at it now, I think I really wanted to be your friend for the longest time. Of course, I didn't really know how to show it besides challenging you to a fight. So I trained my ass off. 1 week I didn't come to the academy for a week so that I could do nothing but exercise. When I came back and challenged you, it felt like nothing changed. I got hooped the exact same way as last time. Sasuke scoffed. I failed to see how this. Well, I really needed to get that out of my chest. Listen. If I, Naruto Uzumaki of all people, could manage to get on equal grounds with you, why can't you do the same with Fu? Is getting outclassed like that really a bad thing? If anything, it just prevents you from becoming overconfident and complacent with yourself, right? Sasuke remained still in complete silence. Then a small chuckle escaped from his mouth. It's funny how you make everything seem so trivial, Naruto. Yes, you are right. As much as I hate to admit it. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Aha! Uzumaki Naruto strikes again. I guess it's true that no one can resist my charisma, not even the cold-hearted Uchiha. Well, now that you're back to normal, I have a fight to win. His rival raised an eyebrow. Good luck with that. Naruto felt a sudden influx of information from a shadow clone that dispelled itself. Oh shit. The fight is starting right now. In about a minute, in fact. Make sure to keep the window open so that you'll hear the cheers when I win. Naruto exclaimed loudly before rushing to the exit. Sasuke just shook his head in disbelief. This guy. As Naruto rushed towards the stadium, he saw a notification appear. Ding! New title: The Shinobi Therapist achieved. Title: The Shinobi Therapist gives plus 40% efficiency of talk no jutsu when conversing with shinobi who have a reputation of 50 or higher with the user. The user will find it easier to connect with his patient and talk affluently. Wow! Is there anything this system can't do? He eyed the approaching coliseum and the number of people lined up at the entrance, looking for any last-minute entry that might be available, along with others who wanted to see the fight through any holes or angles. God damn it! Naruto tried to move through the scrambling crowd with no relative success. Excuse me. Coming through. I have a fight. Please move. He shouted as he pushed his way through the crowd. Someone began yelling in annoyance. Hey, you're taking my spot. Wait a second, is that Uzumaki? You better win this, brat. I put a shit ton of my savings on you. Or how about you just lie down and let her beat you this one time? He looks a lot shorter close up. The last one got on Naruto's nerves. As if they hadn't already seen him in the village before. The only reason he was even in this position was because he went outside of the stadium initially. The proctor had ordered that contestants weren't supposed to leave during the event, but Naruto had just wanted to visit Sasuke before the idiot could wallow forever in his own misery. His remaining shadow clone was probably stalling as much as it could right now, giving one excuse or the other as to why he wasn't descending onto the match. He finally made it through thanks to some guards who recognized him, thank Kami. I'm here! I'm here! Naruto suddenly shouted, panting heavily. He kept a finger up, his other hand on his bent knees. Just. Phew. Wait a second. Everyone stared at him in bewilderment before looking back at his shadow clone. His clone just winked before dispersing itself, leaving behind a curtain of smoke. The eyes were back on the original again. Naruto felt another surge of memories envelop his mind. Really? You told everyone that I had a headache from talking to Kakashi-sensei too much? Well, they did believe it. Hate looked unimpressed. You broke exam conduct and left the premises. Naruto smiled toothily. What are you gonna do? Disqualify me? Hee hee. It's the finals. Loosen up a bit, Mr. Proctor. Kids these days. Hate mumbled beneath his breath. Get in the middle, Uzumaki. He slowly made his way towards the middle of the stadium where Fu was also standing. She had a small, annoying grin on her face. How's the hand? Naruto asked casually. Fu looked at her own hand nonchalantly, before staring back into blue eyes. Good. Is your friend okay? Naruto shrugged. Pretty much. Anyways, just remember I won't be taking it easy on you. She crossed her arms, leaning forward. Oh yeah? Did you really not just see me beat up your so-called rival? We're not the same. And now will you two please stop flirting before I start the fight? Hate said, pinching his forehead in annoyance. Fu blushed pink and began to stutter incoherently. He's just. Hate ignored her completely. And now, for the finals of the Chunin exams, we have Fu of Takigakure versus Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. The crowd rumbled in excitement for the final to begin, eager to see who would take the victory home. Like always, the palpable energy from the crowd was grating against Naruto's nerves, pumping his adrenaline to the very limit. He felt his heart beating and his feet twitching automatically. Breathe. Begin. Watching from afar was one thing, but actually fighting against her was an entirely different experience. Fu was fast to look at, and even faster to fight. Activating. Skill Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL5 activated. Usage drains 8 MP points each minute. User can initially use this skill for 2 minutes without draining MP. Naruto ducked and weaved past most of her hits, and the few ones that managed to sneak past weren't too strong. The issue was that he wasn't able to strike back at all, and for someone whose entire fighting style depended on their offense, that wasn't good news. He felt a swerving roundhouse nearing his head, and unable to dodge it quick enough, he simply uttered a mental command. Iron Skin! Skill Iron Skin LVL4 activated. Usage takes 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. His head took on the properties of iron and didn't budge when Fu's leg landed, and Naruto used the moment of surprise to finally launch an attack of his own. He reached forward with his hands, trying to grasp hold of her for a better vantage in the fight, but to no avail. An orange chakra enveloped her body in an instant, boosting her senses to mask. She evaded before Naruto could administer any attack. Running away, Fu? Naruto asked somewhat desperately, trying to bait her in. Well, according to you, that's what I've always been doing, right? Fu responded sharply. Touché. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen clones ran towards the other Jinchuriki, eager to get some damage done against the enemy. Activate Iron Clones. Activating. Skill Iron Clones LVL1 activated. Usage takes 30 MP and lasts for a variable time before skill cooldown applies. The clones stood absolutely no chance. Fu, when boosted by Komiai's chakra, was simply out of their league. The fight was unfair from the beginning, actually. Even if he managed to outsmart her once or twice, it didn't matter in the end. The party tricks he used to win against Niji and Shikamaru were useless against someone of her caliber. The main issue was the chakra she was receiving if he could somehow manage to stop that form and land a hit on her. It doesn't matter. I don't have something like Chidori in my arsenal. Unless. It was risky, but also worth a shot. He stretched out his hand before beckoning Fu to come forward, who had just finished off the last of his clones with ease. Never one to back down from a challenge, Fu rushed forward. I'll have one shot at this. It won't work a second time against her. Her incoming punch was coated with the viscous chakra, threatening to end Naruto's tournament run with a single inch of contact. Instead of dodging to the side like normal, he leaned towards Fu to get closer into her guard. Activate Hyuga Clan Taijutsu. Activating. Skill Hyuga Clan Taijutsu LVL1 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points each minute. He had gained this style from the rewards of the quest regarding beating Niji, and hadn't been able to use it against Shikamaru. While he didn't have the Byakugan for seeing the chakra nodes directly, Naruto had an instinctive, broader sense of where to strike given to him by the system. It was a crude imitation of what was clearly a well-practiced and highly efficient style, but it would serve its purpose. He wouldn't be able to disrupt Fu's chakra entirely, but even a second of discourse would be enough for him. Memories of training that he never did, instincts that he never honed, and skills that he never learned rapidly entered his mind. The fist that was going for Fu's arm turned into an open palm. He drove the palm forward as hard as he could, ignoring the searing pain that he felt on his right rib that was just hit even through the iron skin. Fu gasped as she felt her chakra suddenly stop moving for a lack of a better statement. The orange chakra dimmed for a moment of time. Naruto closed his eyes before letting his chakra course through his body. Focus. Concentrate. It's all about timing. Black overcame his mind. He pushed his fist forward with purpose, with clear intent in his soul. Only 2 words rang in his mind. Black flash. The space around his fist warped black for a brief second before returning back to normal. His fist made direct contact with Fu's stomach, the sheer force surprising even Naruto, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. She was launched back with insane speed, saved only by the returning orange chakra. He had messed up. The timing was off. He wasn't sure what exactly Black Flash was, but he knew that whatever he did right now was a poor version of it. It's a lot harder than it sounds. Fu's eyes were wide. Wow. That actually hurt a shit ton. Back to the fight. But the fight never continued. Are those feathers? Naruto thought incredulously. Ding! 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 A sudden urge to sleep overtook his senses, and Naruto, already tired from the constant fighting of the day, complied to the command without much struggle. What is happening? Naruto woke up to the sound of screaming. Heavy rain pelted down onto the stadium as he drowsily shook his head in confusion. Water poured down his hair and body as he finally regained control of his body and mind. The fight. He looked around the stadium to find Fu, but she was nowhere to be seen. He tried to recognize the scent that was ruthlessly entering his nose. Ah, that's right. Blood. You're awake, a voice said from behind him. Naruto looked back to see a small dog not even reaching his knees. What? Hiruzen immediately felt that something was off. A pulse of energy emanated from somewhere in the stadium, alerting his own chakra system like a beacon of light in the middle of a dark forest. He stood up urgently, prepared to direct the umbu hidden in the shadows of the room he was in to identify the perpetrator. What's happening? Inoki asked gruffly, understanding the oddity for what it was as well. Then everything went to hell. People dropped to the floor in slumber, eyes closed and breathing slowly. One by one, the entire stadium was filled with asleep attendants who had no idea what was happening. He eyed some of the jonin who were able to identify the counter to the genjutsu. Good. They'll take care of the genin and civilians. For Violet Flame's formation. The combined voices of 4 unknown shinobi from around them suddenly became known. With it came a surge of chakra that manifested itself in the form of a blazing, translucent purple wall that surrounded the entire building they were on. The analytical side of Hiruzen came out as he began to inspect the jutsu they were encased in. A purple barrier? For Violet Flames? I can't risk trying to cross regardless of the chance the barrier wouldn't be able to stop me. I don't know the capabilities of the 4 who cast the barrier, but they must be rather proficient in Fuinjutsu or they wouldn't have attempted something like this in the first place. Needless to say, the fact that it required 4 members to cast means that this barrier isn't to be trifled with. He felt another surge of chakra from beside him as Inoki began floating midair, his eyes darting around for any sign of danger. It's clearly a trap. A trap to contain me, the Hokage, while the perpetrators rain havoc on the village. Think, old man. Who could possibly? His eyes widened in realization. Hiruzen suddenly felt the haunting sensation of cold steel on his neck. The sound of a familiar voice entered his ear. Sensei. The Hokage felt an urge to smile. My dear student. I didn't think you would have the guts to do something like this. Orochimaru chuckled. Ambushing Konoha? Child's play, master. No challenging me. The Sannin, practical as ever, swiped the kunai as quickly as he could. He almost couldn't believe it when he felt the metal piercing through his master's throat as blood burst perfectly over his face. It couldn't be that easy, could it? Of course not. Orochimaru looked upwards as he saw the menacing figure of the Hokage in his war attire standing on the roof above him. He looked down almost disappointedly at his once favorite student. The disappointment quickly faded away, revealing a much more dangerous look on the wrinkled face Hiruzen sported. Anger. The traitor of Konoha laughed loudly, spreading his hands wide. Let it be known. Today will be forever known as the day the 3rd Hokage died. Inoki floated in the air beside Hiruzen, arms crossed and a disapproving expression on his face. Orochimaru of the Sannin. I've heard of your exploits. And how all of them have failed. The impudence of youth. Do you really believe you will be enough for the both of us? Let alone me? I haven't been insulted in such a manner in ages. Orochimaru chuckled. No. I'm many things, esteemed Sasuke, but impudent is thankfully not one of them. I've always had respect for my predecessors, a bit too much, some would say. Hiruzen froze as an oppressive aura made its place known. Are those coffins? Large, upright coffins were summoned next to the snake Sannin, leaking out a vile aura that was telltale of the danger in front of them. The doors of the coffins opened to reveal. Hiruzen gritted his teeth in fury. The faces of the first and second stared back at him. Even after death, Hashirama Senju still had the ever-present twinkle in his eyes. You've aged, Sarutobi. I'm going to kill you, Orochimaru. Naruto finally realized what was next to him. What are you? Not only was the dog talking, it was dressed in shinobi attire. I'm Kakashi's partner, or summoned to be more specific, the dog responded dryly. My name is Pakin. Why are you here? He asked the dog curiously. Well, someone had to wake you up. You took a while though. Whatever, we have a mission to accomplish. A rank, according to Kakashi. That Gaara brat is completely missing. And it's our task to find him. Naruto felt a small headache from the whiplash of information that was pouring onto him. As if the quest wasn't radical enough. First, he finds out that the entirety of Konoha is in danger, and somehow he has to help save it. Then news about Gaaraho had forfeited against Fu. Wait, hold on. What the hell is happening right now? Why was I even asleep? Naruto asked incredulously. Pakin grumbled incoherently before answering. Follow me, I'll tell you along the way. We can't afford to delay. Naruto scooped up the dog in his hands before laying him on his back, ignoring his barks of protest. It's faster this way. Then he ran. Damn. I'm pretty fast right now. I guess leveling up DX does that. He balanced the flow of chakra in his feet as he dashed along the vertical wall of the arena. Pakin coughed. So, it's an ambush by Otogakure. Tsunade clearly allied with them without our knowing. A plan made by the mastermind of it all, Orochimaru. Naruto's eyes darkened when he heard that name. Some unidentifiable genjutsu was cast on the audience, putting the civilians and susceptible shinobi to sleep. That's when the ambush started. Orochimaru revealed himself to be the Kazekage disguised and now is fighting against the third along with Iwa's Kage. The blonde's eyes widened. The old man is fighting against Orochimaru? Is the fight still going on? Who else is there? You seem to have a misconception about how long you've been asleep. It has barely even been a few minutes. The area has been blocked by a sealed border, thus, no one is able to go in. We have to prioritize civilian safety and allow the village's strongest to fight his best. Someone of our caliber would only serve as a distraction. They made it through the stands of the stadium, with Naruto quickly noticing the groups of asleep civilians that were being awoken by other shinobi and escorted away. Blood was everywhere. On the chairs, on the walls, and on the bodies of mostly everyone. Naruto felt another surge of anger before he took a deep breath. What about Gaara? There have been sightings of the boy near some forest outskirts, and our job is to track him down. Kakashi had me get a whiff of him, and let me tell you, he's unforgettable. The faster we go, the better. Kakashi said you were right for the job, and here I am. And before you ask your friend Sasuke. He's already searching for Gaara as we speak. Kakashi had already prepared for such a situation by having his summons smell Gaara in case of a situation like this. It was moments like this when Naruto realized how smart his silver-haired teacher was. And Fu? Naruto asked, remembering about his opponent before the match had ended. Your opponent in the finals? He nodded in affirmation. No idea. I was summoned by Kakashi after the genjutsu was cast, and by then she was nowhere to be seen. It's alright. If anyone can handle themselves in this situation, it has to be Fu. Sakura and the others? Naruto found himself asking a second later. She was the first to awaken from the genjutsu, and is most likely helping the other jonin with tasks and such. Some of the others went with Sasuke. I need to get there as fast as possible, preferably before Sasuke. Naruto thought with a frown. Naruto could see a large purple barrier around the building where all the Kages were gathered. Is that wood? Entire trees were poking through the building inside the barrier, meaning they must have come from the inside. What the hell is Orochimaru trying to do? He shook his head back and was right. There was no point in worrying for the Hokage when he couldn't do anything right now. They quickly zoomed through the area, leaving the stadium and into the open streets as fast as possible. Naruto took in the absolute chaos that surrounded him. Smoke was rising from random buildings all over the village, giant snakes were moving somewhere further ahead, incessant shouting from every direction. Many civilians were being escorted to safety areas as well. They continued their path, focusing on their priority, the mission. Naruto listened to Pakin's directions to the utmost degree and was surprised to see that the dog knew about every shortcut in Konoha. The reason Naruto knew them was because of years of pranking and, more importantly, running away from the ones he pranked. The scent is getting stronger, Pakin remarked with a grim expression. Of Gaara? No death. They reached the forest outskirts soon after, with Naruto instantly on alert as he felt a wave of killing intent reach his mind. Ding! Bloodlust detected. Naruto ducked just in time for some kunai to pass by his head. They landed behind him, meaning Naruto was too slow to run away when he turned around and noticed the explosion tags on the end of the blades. He managed to take a few steps before, boom! The shockwave of the explosion launched him towards a nearby tree. Naruto managed to tuck Pakin into the folds of his jacket, absorbing most of the impact as he crashed into the touch wooden exterior. Shit. That hurts. He felt numerous cuts and burns on his skin, and also the burning sensation of his healing factor activating itself. He stood up to see 5 masked shinobi running towards him, wearing the attire of the Sound Village. So it's true. These are the people who tried to ambush us, risking everyone's lives in the process. They don't deserve any mercy, it's my life or theirs. A Hokage would do anything if it meant to protect their village. I'll do the same. If I were to leave them alive, they'd simply kill others in place of me. His thoughts were further proved by the dead bodies he saw near them. The unmistakable Konoha shinobi attire was visible among the bodies. Some of them didn't have the attire either. He kept Pakin on the ground. Stay here. A quick observe showed that the one in front of the running gang was a level 16 and a Chunin, meaning the others would be somewhere around that level if not less as well. There were no more words between any of them. One look at each other's headbands was enough. A simple thought ran through everyone's head. That's my enemy. This was the shinobi way. And so Naruto ran forward as well. He swirled a kunai in his hand, his hands ending up gripping the handle incredibly tightly. He felt chakra coursing through his body as he directed lightning to envelop his kunai. It was easier. Much easier, in fact. He owed it to the A Sorrowful Titan Dancing in the Rain title, which gave him even more chakra efficiency when using lightning or water-style jutsus. This also involved chakra control in general, it seemed. His muscles tensed, and with a heave, he threw the kunai as hard as he could. The crackling kunai of electricity flew through the rain like a blur, appearing like a bolt of lightning for the running sound shinobi. Arc! The kunai disappeared into the leading shinobi's throat, along with the lightning distributing itself over the man's body, finding another suitable conductor before finally dissipating into the ground. Blood endlessly spluttered from the man's throat as he relentlessly clawed at the kunai, falling to the ground soon after. Ding! New skill achieved Berserker LVL1. Info: if user draws first kill during a fight, activating this skill results in a 50% rise in all physical stats, but with certain drawbacks. Usage takes 20 MP and effect lasts temporarily. He was sure he could kill the rest of the Chunin with relative ease, but the issue was with how fast he could do so. Right now, Naruto needed to get to Gaara as fast as possible. Especially before Sasuke or some of the others got there. If they were to face Gaara on their own without any idea of his true capabilities, then fuck it! Activate Berserker! A red, malicious aura blazed from Naruto's body before disappearing into his body a second later. Then came the after effect. Naruto felt pure, unadulterated rage enter his body. His blood rushed through his body so quickly that the only thing he could hear was the sound of his wildly pumping heart. His mind felt focused on one thing only: anger. Anger at his enemies, anger at himself, and desperately looking for something to show his anger at. His body twitched in anticipation and eagerness as every single hair rose in response. His eyes locked onto the remaining shinobi, who had frozen while they clocked in the death of their comrade. Naruto's eyes weren't their normal, gentle blue. They were burning. His body begged him to move, begged him to get closer, begged him to kill those who dared look at him. Skill Bloodlust LVL1 activated. He gladly obliged. Naruto bent his knees, charging power and chakra into his feet as the ground beneath him trembled and groaned in agony at the pressure he administered. He launched forward without any hesitation, running with his arms moving wildly by his side. He ran like a desperate, hungry beast with no specific technique or skill in his movement, just sheer force in every step he took. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. One of the enemy shinobi shouted frantically after he made the hand signs for the jutsu faster than he had ever done in his life. Too slow. Naruto leaped over the emerging fireball with ease, looking at his next target over the ball of fire. Activate Iron Skin! He had already predicted his opponent's next, obvious move, which was to throw any projectiles they had at him as he was clearly stuck in midair. Activating. Skill Iron Skin LVL4 activated. Usage takes 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. The kunai and shuriken bounced off harmlessly with a series of thuds, much to the alarm and horror of the ones who threw them. Naruto caught a few of the shuriken while landing and threw them accurately at the torso of a tall, blue-haired man. Ugh! The man shouted in pain. Naruto ignored blue for now, instead focusing on a brown-haired man who was more on the shorter side and had a scraggly beard. He pounced forward and proceeded with a quick hook straight to the liver. He completely ignored the incoming right from the man, maybe due to his current mentality or confidence in Iron Skin. His attacks were simply too fast for Brown to respond to, and thus he toppled over with pain at the brutal hit. Without a second glance, Naruto plunged a kunai into the man's chest before driving it downwards through his body in a gory show of cruelty. Crimson liquid burst onto Naruto's face as the man's eyes and body slackened soon after. He ignored the gross sensation of someone else's blood on himself, and almost robotically turned towards the next person. 3 more to go. One of the 3 had shuriken partially through his chest. The other 2 were running at him right now. They looked strangely similar to each other, both having sharp noses and nearly identical looks and height. Twins? Kill! 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 Another surge of rage rammed his mind as Naruto gritted his teeth. Their hands moved in a complicated manner, making hand signs that Naruto had never seen. It seemed to be a long jutsu as well, considering how many signs they were making in the first place. He didn't care. Naruto wasn't going to let them complete the jutsu, after all. He grabbed the hand of the dead body beneath him with both hands, heaving the man towards the running shinobi. That didn't seem to deter them one bit, however, as they jumped over the body and continued their signs while in the air. Once they landed, things didn't quite go their way. A hand burst through the ground underneath one of the twins, grasping onto the leg of the one on the left. He was roughly pulled into the ground as he yelled in surprise. The other twin was instantly startled by his brother's cries, his hands taking a second to pause. 1 second was all Naruto needed. He grabbed onto the stunned man in front of him by the head, pushing with all his might as he drove the man's skull into the ground. The other twin somehow escaped from the grasp of Naruto's clone and was about to retaliate. Earth-style rising dirt jutsu. A column of earth began forming in front of Naruto. The dirt from the ground slowly coalesced together, getting thicker and thicker by the millisecond. Naruto drove his hand through the pillar of earth, grasping the twin's throat with a deadly grip and preventing the jutsu from getting any thicker. His enemy gasped and groaned in pain as he desperately clawed at Naruto's hands in a bid to escape. Naruto lifted his enemy into the air before slamming him back onto the ground next to his twin. One left. Clang! The blonde deflected an incoming kunai with a swipe of his hand, owing to the properties of iron his skin currently had. He walked towards the direction from which the kunai was thrown. What are you? The remaining sound shinobi spluttered out. Naruto laughed. Wood-style deep forest emergence. Hiruzen was in a state of confusion, bewilderment, anger, and sadness. All of which Orochimaru intended the moment he summoned the 2 Hokage before Hiruzen himself. Large roots arose randomly from the building underneath them, cracking and tearing the cement apart as they rose with a kind of their own. The wooden tentacles were moving relatively slowly, but the sheer scale of the jutsu was more than enough to compensate. Hiruzen felt a brief moment of triumph. Whatever technique Orochimaru had used to resurrect the 2 legends, it was imperfect. If the true Hashirama was here right now, the fight would have been going very differently right now. The wood-style jutsu of this shadow was not as graceful, quick, or even as immense. Regardless, it was still incredibly dangerous, especially with Hiruzen's student in the mix. Inoki couldn't believe his eyes. The first Hokage and the second as well? The short man shook out his disbelief before focusing on the incoming tendrils of wood reaching for them. He flew into the air, focusing on not hitting the roof of the purple box they were in. He focused his chakra into his hands, feeling the familiar embrace of the unique energy pumping through his fingers. He spread his hands apart, revealing a cube of blinding light that floated between his palms. Particle-style atomic dismantling jutsu. He spread apart the jutsu as far as he could, focusing more on a widespread effect rather than complete destruction of a small area. The wooden appendages disintegrated when they touched the sparkling light that looked so innocent but were secretly lasers of destruction. Hiruzen watched Inoki's jutsu with sheer respect. He knew just how destructive and strong that Satsuki's techniques were, but seeing them firsthand was more than surprising. Great that he's on my team. Particle style? Hashirama repeated with interest. You have some unique friends, Sarutobi. Tobirama looked almost proud. He is my student, after all. And as if the conversation didn't occur in the first place, they went back to fighting. Tobirama and Hashirama ran forward together, the 2 brothers looking inseparable in battle as they once were in life. They suddenly separated, with Hashirama gunning for Hiruzen whereas Tobirama ran straight towards the floating Inoki. He can handle himself. Hiruzen reasoned with himself. He noticed Orochimaru in the back with a big smirk and arms crossed. Your hubris will be your demise, Orochimaru. If you were to help one of these 2, the fight would long have scaled in your favor. Looking back at Hashirama, Hiruzen began his hand signs. Earth-style mud dragon jutsu. Mud twisted, churned, and rose into the air, forming an enormous serpentine dragon that was shimmering with energy. Its scales, each drop of liquid earth catching and reflecting the light, gave it a mesmerizing, almost hypnotic sheen. Go! Hiruzen commanded. The dragon roared as the colossal beast flew towards the running Hashirama. Hashirama didn't even bother with hand signs. Wood arose from around his feet, carrying him above the creature of destruction gracefully, allowing him to continue running without any difficulty. The wood continued to grow outward from beneath him, circling the dragon and lodging itself into the floor, thereby trapping the mud structure without any chance of escape. The 3rd Hokage ducked an overhead hook but wasn't fast enough to avoid the kick that was sneakily placed in the dead zone of his eyes. Hiruzen's eyes bulged with pain as he was thrown into the side of the building, caving into the structure with his imprint embedded into the cracks of the wall. He's still strong, regardless of whether or not he's the real first. Taijutsu may not be the best option here. He heard an explosion to his right, with debris and shattered wood scattered everywhere. He looked to see Inoki holding out his own against Tobirama, which was a good matchup for the old geezer considering his flight made it very hard for most shinobi to deal with. Flight was one of those fantastical ideas that someone only dreams about, never really assuming to see it in real life. Combined with his highly destructive techniques, that Sasuke was doing fine against the second Hokage, who was a fragment of his real self. Hiruzen bit the tip of his finger, allowing the blood to flow before placing his palm on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A circle of ink forming intricate designs flowed around his hand before a curtain of smoke surrounded him. Come forth, Monkey King Enma! A muscular, bearded monkey with tiger-striped clothes appeared through the smoke with a passive expression on his face, his voice gruff as ever. Orochimaru. He has become a bigger problem than ever. Failing to kill him was your biggest mistake, Sarutobi. Among my many, I'm sure. We have no time for this argument, Enma. Transformation Adamantine Staff. Enma was replaced by a large, black staff that exuded a strong presence, and landed right in the hands of the waiting Hiruzen. He had one hand carrying the staff by tucking it into his armpit, meaning he could no longer cast jutsus, which required two hands. One-handed hand signs were relatively harder and expensive in terms of chakra, but worth the degree of surprise they had when used by an experienced individual such as Hiruzen himself. Wood grew from beneath the third Hokage, who used the sudden change near his feet to boost him into the air. He eyed Hashirama, who stood still as he controlled the movement of the trees still chasing him. Hiruzen's left hand blurred through their hand signs while he was in midair. Earth-style serpentine hand. Thousands of small, narrow vipers made of earthly material formed around his hand, before launching themselves forward in the shape of an arm. The makeshift appendage created by the snakes grasped onto a large tree near Hashirama, who began backing away from the technique the moment he saw it. The snakes then constricted, pulling Hiruzen away from the desperate trees that carved themselves into the place he was just in. His earth hand wasn't just for escaping, however. His real hand had begun another set of hand signs the moment the technique was successful. Wind-style unlimited gale. An enormous torrent of wind propelled Hiruzen forward, acting like his personal propulsion system. Using his earth hand, he twirled around the tree with blinding speeds, using centripetal force to his advantage as he at last let go of his hold and flew towards Hashirama. The first Hokage raised a shield of wood before jumping backward. Of course, Hiruzen had expected something of that nature to occur and landed a few meters away from Hashirama's position on purpose. He aimed his staff at the first Hokage. Extend. The pole of nearly indestructible steel magically extended forward, carving a hole right where Hashirama's should have been. The hole could have been bigger if he had made the staff enlarge slightly, but that would have sacrificed the speed he required to hit the first. Sarutobi! Inoki yelled from somewhere beside him. These creations of his do not die from regular hits. They have a slow type of regeneration. True to his words, Hashirama had begun healing himself. Dark, paper-like fragments began forming back around his body every second that passed. The only boon they had was that the regeneration was relatively not too quick, meaning they had time to maneuver before any full regeneration could take place. Not one to take the opportunity for granted, Hiruzen quickly retracted his staff before extending again, striking Hashirama in the chest once more. He repeated the process several more times, only stopping once the first was lying prone on the ground. I need to team up with Inoki and discuss the best method of action. If their regeneration is truly limitless, then the only way to win would be to interrupt the jutsu by attacking Orochimaru directly. Inoki! Hiruzen shouted as he made his way near his comrade. The old man was floating in the air, sweat pouring all down his face as he panted heavily. There were cuts all over his body as he stared at the second Hokage. Or rather, what remained of the second Hokage. Tobirama Senju had several gaping holes through his body, yet his expression remained as impassive as ever. He wasn't healing as fast as Hashirama, which could be due to the particle style being proficient at complete disintegration. We have to take care of Orochimaru to end the jutsu, or else we end up fighting these two until fatigue takes over, Hiruzen said calmly. Our best bet is to tag them all with your particle style. You think they will stay still long enough for me to use my jutsu? Inoki asked disbelievingly. I'll think of something. Whatever you do, do not hesitate to use your technique. Even if it means my life. Inoki raised an eyebrow. You're telling me to not hesitate? Hiruzen chuckled despite the harrowing situation. I should have known. He dashed towards Orochimaru, stood still even as his master got closer and closer. The almost alien smile on his face that struck fear into his enemies did nothing to Hiruzen. Because he had seen that smile his entire life. Hiruzen threw a single shuriken at his pupil, keeping his hand in a particular hand sign that allowed the shuriken to multiply into 1,000. The projectiles flew true, but Orochimaru was too quick. The Sannin was fast, even faster than the time Hiruzen had seen him last. He's been getting stronger, while I've been rotting in my office. He thought bitterly. He was going to change that once he got out of here. Orochimaru lifted his hand, the limb turning into a huge snake that hissed dangerously as it got closer. Hiruzen rotated his staff with a twirl of his wrist and arm, breaking the snake in half. The front half of the snake bloomed into numerous, smaller snakes that were too close for comfort. Hiruzen let out a tiny but concentrated amount of fire from his mouth, burning the serpents straight to their skeletons. He felt a familiar presence nearby. Hashirama is back. This is it. Hiruzen dashed for the traitor, keeping track of the running Hashirama from the opposite side of the building in his mind. Orochimaru was in the middle as two Hokage ran towards him, each with completely different reasons. He jumped over a bulging tree that was soaring at him, immediately sending chakra to his feet so that his feet could stick. He moved around the tree such that he was running upside down to dodge another incoming vine of death. He let go of the chakra so that he could start running back to the ground, not trusting the tree he was on considering who had sent it. Hiruzen was now only a few meters away from his once prized student. Hashirama was even closer. This time even Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't dodge. Numerous wooden fragments pierced through his left arm as he felt pain envelop his mind like a blanket made of knives. Tendrils of wood had erupted from underneath him and straight into his arm, poking through the other side of his appendage as well. I can't stop here, he thought, gritting his teeth. He brought his knee through the wooden end, freeing his arm as much as he could. The overall arm's mobility was more or less gone, but his fingers were still moving. All he needed were two hand signs. Earth-style mud hold. The simplest jutsu that he knew for this specific moment. The ground transformed into a sticky, mud-like material that clung to Orochimaru's and Hashirama's legs. His student, in his hubris, had believed that Hashirama's technique would have killed Hiruzen, or at least immobilized him completely. That would have been true if this Hashirama hadn't been a shadow of his former self. It felt like Orochimaru had a bit too much faith in whatever jutsu he was using. The mud didn't last long, not that it needed to. The second Hiruzen got a hold of Orochimaru in his grasp, he pulsed his chakra in his hands so that they would stick together, preventing the elusive Sannin from escaping immediately. Hashirama moved forward, slower than usual due to the somewhat remnant effect of the third's jutsu. Now! Hiruzen commanded. At that moment, he was no longer the retired scholar who was known for his grandfatherly presence and benevolent attitude. No, the one who issued that command was Hiruzen Sarutobi, student of Tobirama Senju, and one of the most feared shinobi of all time. Inoki was already in the air before Hiruzen had spoken. Blood was coming out from one side of his face, which had a long cut that carved into his eye and ran to the side of his lip. His vision was completely disoriented, having never been accustomed to one eye. But the sheer focus he kept in his technique was enough to make up for it. His face glowed from the light that emanated from his hands. Particle-style atomic dismantling jutsu. A piercing white light enveloped Hiruzen's vision. Naruto looked at Gaara appraisingly. Finding him wasn't very tough at all. The numerous dead shinobi he left behind was more than an easy trail for a summon whose purpose was tracking. Pakken had disappeared after they had found the red-haired Jinchuriki, saying his mission contract was over. He had shown some regret in leaving, but Naruto had also pushed for the dog to leave, saying it would be too dangerous for him anyway. Gaara didn't look normal, to say the least. His arm was replaced by a weird, bulky sand appendage that ended with claws. The cocoon on his back was cracked and more sand-like, and Naruto could have sworn he saw it moving slightly. Half of Gaara's face was covered with sand, and one of his eyes was completely black with an eerie yellow pupil. And that wasn't even the worst part. The manic look in his eyes was screaming psychotic killer vibes. Drip. 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 The torrential rain continued to pour down, nature uncaring as ever of the disputes between the minuscule humans. Naruto stretched his arms. All right. I guess it's time that I go all out, eh? Summoned Shadow Zabuza. A familiar dark, smoky matter coalesced onto itself, swirling and turning with grace as it formed the shapes of a man who was long dead in the waking world. An impossibility brought to real life. It's about time, brat. Zabuza growled. Pass the sword, will ya? Naruto asked, not in the mood for his normally petty conversations with the swordsman. Kubikuribocho, in its shadow form, glistened dangerously in the rain. Naruto slammed the sword into the ground with two hands around the handle and began pumping lightning chakra into the vessel of destruction. Electricity crackled around him and the sword erratically, the blue sparks of light fanning Gaara's irritation. The sand Jinchuriki roared into the air with rage, a scream filled with pain, sadness, and frustration. Let's go! Gaara, or what was remaining of him, screamed maniacally as he swung his hand towards his blonde enemy. A tower of sand erupted from the ground underneath them, gaining a life of its own as it tumbled towards Naruto, eager to squash the bug to their master's liking. Naruto stood his ground, his eyes steady even if his mind's instincts were screaming at him to move. He slashed the gigantic sword in his hand through the middle of the sand, electricity following the swing of the blade as he did so. The column of sand was split into two, seemingly losing their connection to their previous master. Sand bellowed out from either side of him, but he was unharmed. Naruto passed Kubikuribocho back to its rightful owner, who looked rightfully confused. What the hell are we facing? Zabuza asked a second later. Naruto grimaced, a boy that has a crazy demon of sand inside of him and is somewhat insane at this moment. We want to capture him. Capture? What are his abilities? Absolute control over sand. Nothing else, really? Unless you count the transformation he's in. Sounds easy enough. Humph. Of course you say that. Naruto swung to the side as another explosion of sand erupted towards him. Whatever transformation the boy was going through, it seemed as if his control over sand was weakening, no longer as precise or calculating in nature. That came with greater power, however, which was just as concerning. One hit and Naruto wasn't sure whether he would be able to get back up or not. Then Gaara moved. 1 second he was 10 meters away, and the next, he was right beside Naruto. A large sand arm swung at Naruto's head, threatening to chop it off entirely with its clawed fingers if Naruto hadn't brought his arms to guard immediately. The blunt force concentrated on his left hand, which caved into the force of the attack without much struggle. Naruto felt the wind leave his stomach as he was thrown backward. His mind was a fuzzy mess along with his thoughts that were a garbled mess with no meaning whatsoever. In the middle of his flight path, Naruto was able to bring himself back to the waking world. He twisted his body midair, his feet landing on the side of a tree as he pushed chakra through the soles of his sandals and thrust himself back into the fight. A massive black sword continuously swung with grace and effortless speed, carving its way through the sand that never seemed to stop. Zabuza did not seem happy with his current position, forced to play defense with all of his might when he most certainly wasn't a defensive type of fighter. Zabuza seemed to finally catch a break as he managed to evade another attack before retreating backward. What do you think? Naruto asked as they eyed the Jinchuriki who walked menacingly towards them. Zabuza sneered. He's a fucking nut job, that's for sure. His defense is nearly impenetrable, and getting near him is like a death wish. Where do you find these people? Same way I found you, Naruto answered cheekily. Whatever, just look for any openings. An enormous, sandy hand extended from Gaara, looking to envelop both the enemy shinobi into its welcoming embrace. Naruto wasn't too pleased with that, obviously. Neither was Zabuza. The swordsman released a torrent of water from his lungs, wetting the incoming sand and slowing its movement to a much more manageable speed. Interesting. Along with the pouring rain that didn't want to stop for some reason, not that Naruto was complaining, of course, the water released by Zabuza was acting as a sort of mush agent that turned the particles of sand into a mixture that wasn't nearly as dangerous. Water! Throw as much water as you can at him! Naruto yelled as he ran aggressively at his fellow Jinchuriki. Fighting against a half-demon shinobi wasn't on Naruto's bucket list of things to do in his life, but when has life ever been forthcoming with things like this? Gaara swung his hand towards Naruto, who ducked with his hands in position for his favorite jutsu. An opening! Clones appeared on either side of them, kicking Gaara with all of their might into the air. Naruto leaped into the sky following the trajectory of the airborne boy, eager to continue his combo. I'm gonna kill you! Gaara screamed ear-piercingly as he was falling, his voice cracking as he spoke. It was like two voices were speaking at once, the implications worrying Naruto more than he would like to admit. Gaara reached his hands downwards, willing the sand from several meters below him to rise. Dozens of strands of sand twisting upon themselves formed tendrils that flew toward Naruto, who had no way to defend himself in midair. Naruto wasn't too afraid, had support, after all. A cackle of water crashed into the deadly sand from the side, crucially slowing their approach and velocity. Zabuza appeared in the air with his sword by his side, slicing through the wet sand with ease. Naruto continued his descent towards Gaara, sliding his fist across the uncovered portion of his enemy's face with as much force as he could muster. Gaara slammed into the ground with a loud thud, making a small, but noticeable crater into the soft, wet ground underneath them. Is it over? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer himself, but still willing to hope. The air suddenly changed. Naruto felt his hair rising as his body began noticing the immediate change in the atmosphere. Bow formed in his throat. His mouth went dry. His eyes widened. What? Ding! Intense bloodlust detected. Immense pressure leveled itself onto Naruto, who didn't fall to his knees despite his legs wanting him to do so. And a second later, almost as if the presence was never there, to begin with, the bloodlust was gone. What? What was that? Gaara rose from the crater, his back to Naruto. He slowly turned. And what Naruto was looking at right now was definitely no longer Gaara. His face was now completely covered with sand. His eyes were a dark black with yellow, glowing pupils, and he now had a tail of sand from his back. Worst of all was the crazy smile lined by canine-sharp teeth that spread across its face. This was no longer the apathetic, battle-hungry boy he had faced off against. Not his was the tailed beast taking near complete control. The beast roared. A shockwave of energy erupted from the monster, pushing Naruto several feet back, but he managed to pulse his chakra through his legs fast enough to keep his ground. Shards of sand exploded from the abomination in all directions, their speed near impossible to track. Naruto was able to dodge a few but was unable to escape completely unharmed. His shoulder, the side of his stomach, and the upper cheekbone of his face, scarily close to his right eye, were bleeding from the attack. There was no pain, however. That would come after the adrenaline rushing through his body finally left. Gaara ran towards Naruto, and every step of his imprinting cracks into the ground. The blonde braced himself. Yet, any attack never came. Where is he headed? Naruto thought confusedly. Oh. Zabuza found himself confined in a hand of sand, not at all expecting the sudden rush of speed towards him of all people. If he had been in his prime, he surely would have been able to dodge the attack, but alas, that wasn't the situation at hand. He was confused what would happen if he died while in shadow form. He never got to know. Retreat, Shadow Zabuza, Naruto intoned in his head. The swordsman lost his physical form, transforming into a sludge of shadows that disappeared into thin air. Naruto couldn't help but grin. Summon him back. A mass of shadows formed from beside Naruto. This beast is annoying. Naruto smirked. Not even a thank you? You did your job. I ain't thankful for shit, Zabuza replied with a scoff. Fair enough. Naruto summoned clones as fast as he could, as well as activating iron clones at the same time. The MP consumption rate he was running right now was relatively high, but he wasn't too concerned considering the fact that not much time had been spent as of now. His clones ran forward without any fear of death, as they knew that they were mere clones, a fragment of chakra that would serve a greater purpose. They surrounded the sand beast in a tight circle, not giving any room for an escape. Naruto made his way forward along with Zabuza, who held his sword hanging on his shoulder, both of them leisurely walking together, as if they were teammates of years. Zabuza nodded, as if affirming something in his head. I must admit your clones are useful. Yeah, they are, Naruto said. He watched without any expression as the iron clones slowly died one by one due to the sand flowing through them. The blonde grinned. Let's go, Zabuza. HN. They dashed forward as the enemy Jinchuriki took notice of them and finished off the last clone by piercing him with a hooked tail. Gaara began running as well, extending his hands as sand propelled forward with immense momentum. The sand reached for Naruto without mercy. Naruto ducked his head. A spinning, abyss-black blade rotated into the fray, missing Naruto's head by an inch, cutting off a few strands of bright yellow hair in the process. The sword tore through the approaching sand with ease, clearing the way for Naruto in the process. Gaara knocked away the sword with a swipe of his hand. Gaara swung his fist with a snarl, the strike aiming straight for his neck. Images of himself with a torn-out head filled Naruto's mind. Urgency and determination to survive filled his body with energy, making Naruto twist his waists in ways he didn't know was possible. In the middle of his maneuver, Naruto activated a certain technique. Activate Hyuga Clan Taijutsu. Activating. Skill Hyuga Clan Taijutsu LVL1 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points each minute. Naruto struck a palm at the closest part of Gaara's body, feeling his chakra distribute at Gaara's sand armor. The particles of sand vibrated as foreign chakra interrupted their function, seeping further around and causing the sand to lose all ability. The sand broke near Gaara's shoulder, revealing regular human skin once again. Naruto felt a grin. That's it. Shadow Zabuza, ever the assassin, silently appeared behind the slightly weakened Gaara. He pushed his sword straight through the opening, continuing even as blood burst from the puncture. Naruto could have sworn he saw Zabuza grin through the bandages that surrounded his face. He continued to hack and slash through the gap of armor, ignoring the sand that tried to seep back into the empty spot. Gaara shouted in agony, his voice reflecting pure pain. It made sense for someone like Gaara who had such a perfect defense and killed most of his enemies with a glance. He most likely hadn't been hit that many times. Therefore, he couldn't have had that much of a pain tolerance system. Naruto continued his palm attacks, disrupting Gaara's chakra as much as he could. It wasn't too hard. The fellow Jinchuriki's chakra was bright as a beacon. It was like throwing a rock into the sea in some ways. It was harder to miss than make the throw. In tandem with his palm strikes, Zabuza sliced away at Gaara's body with inhuman hand-eye coordination. The attacks continued for a solid 10 seconds before something strange happened. Gaara brought his hands nearer to his face and cried. A tsunami of sand erupted outwards from the boy's body, throwing both Naruto and Zabuza backward. Naruto got back his bearings and looked to where Gaara once was. Then he looked up. What the fuck? Gaara was getting bigger. With every second that passed, the sand poured into his body, building onto his armor as he got stronger and stronger. Naruto was an insect in comparison, meaningless, and in some ways, inconsequential. However, it didn't matter. He was a shinobi, and was given a mission. Lives were on the line. It didn't matter whether someone else was more appropriate for the current fight. He was the only one here. Along with Zabuza, of course. Zabuza grinned, pointing his sword at the monster's eyes. The bigger you are, the harder you fall. It seemed as if Gaara was slightly confused with his state, looking at himself continuously. Was his transformation supposed to be different? Maybe even bigger? The sand monster opened its mouth and spat forward a giant ball of condensed sand. There were no hand signs or mention of jutsu, just pure mounting of chakra from within. Somewhat similar to how Gaara would use his sand. Naruto had always wondered what gave the boy such control over nature in such a manner without any use of jutsu. But right now wasn't the time to question the nature of chakra. Zabuza responded with a ball of water of his own, both calamities of nature meeting in the middle. The ball of sand was slower but was still a large, speeding bull of earth that threatened to ground him into the grass below. With Kubikuribocho passed onto him, Naruto bled his lightning chakra into the blade, enjoying the satisfying sound of cracking electricity running through the infamous sword. His control over his chakra had never been greater, owing to the Stormbringer title he currently held. He thanked Kami for allowing the rain to fall on this particular day, and even more so for the rather dark, angry clouds that refused to leave any time soon. He struck his blade through the sand when he noticed something strange. The lighting seemed to have some sort of reaction with the wet sand, as the once soft, bright sand transformed into an almost tubular, brown rock of some kind that followed the trajectory of the lightning that followed through the sand. Half of the ball was now a strange or that cracked easily under the pressure of his sword. Observe. Observing. Observation successful. Item name Fulgurite. Item details: when lightning strikes wet sand, it may create a natural phenomenon commonly known as a fulgurite. Fulgurites are hollow, glassy tubes formed due to the intense heat from the lightning, and are found in varying shapes and sizes. Naruto didn't care too much about the science portion of the explanation. What was more important right now was that he had found a weakness. Fulgurite, or whatever it was a crucial factor in him winning. Zabuza, I'm keeping the sword for a little while longer, Naruto said calmly. Do me a favor and continue using water jutsus on Gaara. Zabuza didn't respond, but Naruto knew he got the gist of the situation. The old swordsman was intuitive in that way, he was able to quickly understand Naruto's knack for strategy in the middle of battle and help to execute them as efficiently as possible. Gaara was slowly getting larger and larger. His body would have normally formed a huge shadow across the ground if it weren't for the absence of the sun. The fight is going to end soon, Naruto thought with a grimace. He wasn't sure whether it would end in his victory or not, but that thought didn't matter in the slightest. He brought his fingers into position and intoned Shadow Clone Jutsu. He took a deep breath and ran forward, surrounded by tens of clones around himself. They evaded the incoming bullets of sand as best as they could, every attack from the beast in front of them taking a clone in the process. Eventually, Naruto was the last one left. As always, activate Iron Skin. The final bullet of sand struck him directly in the chest, and Naruto tumbled into a roll to prevent himself from losing any more momentum. Taking a ball of sand to the dome was more painful than one would have expected. Naruto ignored the pain and was only helped by Iron Skin. He was close now. Wind-style drilling air bullet. Gaara bellowed out. There was no way to avoid the incoming attack. Not only could no one have expected the giant monstrosity in front of them to suddenly use a jutsu, but no one would expect a wind jutsu either. Water-style surging sea. Naruto shouted as he launched as much water as he could along Gaara's body. A wave of water threw itself at the sand abomination, but it didn't care one bit, because the thorn in its side would finally be dead after a grueling sequence of battle. Naruto erupted into smoke a second later. Another clone. Or more specifically, an iron clone. Naruto had summoned an extra clone in advance, and used his skill iron clones so that only that clone would receive the boon, making the rest that he summoned regular clones. By now, Naruto was ready. Zabuza chuckled. I've never seen someone use my sword in this way, kid. You're making the mockery of the seven swordsmen. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sure I am. I never said it was a bad thing. Zabuza grunted as he threw his sword with as much force as he could, gathering chakra into the tense muscles of his arms. He was helped by a few clones of Naruto who looked equally drained. The blade sailed through the humid air with striking speed, appearing like a spear that pierced through the sky. The dark, gloomy clouds above the fighters were an opposite background for the glowing, electricity-conducting sword that appeared to be piercing through the heavens themselves. And on top of the sword was a grinning Naruto Uzumaki who stuck his feet to the sword using ample amounts of chakra. His hands were connected to the hilt of the blade, pouring out copious quantities of lighting through Kubikirabocho. Like a bolt from the god of storms himself, the sword struck true right at the chest of Gaara's current form. Electricity traveled through the body of sand, with fulgurites taking the place of the armor, and preventing any further movement of sand as the weight and shape of rocks slowed down the giant beast entirely. Naruto leaped from where the blade was, ignoring the piece of fulgurite that was embedded in his right knee. His eyes stared into bright yellow ones that were covered with dark highlights. He cocked his left hand backward and focused. His entire plan depended on the moment before him. Only two words took over his soul. Black flash. He felt as if the world itself had become anew. His chakra was reborn, now something new entirely. It was a travesty that whatever parlor tricks he had performed before with the primal energy flowing through him was called chakra. This was chakra in its purest form. An indomitable force. Black Flash LVL1 activated. A phenomenon where space warps when chakra is applied within 1/1,000,000th of a second of a physical blow. When the user manages this feat, their chakra appears black, and the force of their attack is raised to the power of 2.5. The entire world sparked black. Black sparkles of energy with red highlights manifested into the world as Naruto struck Gaara in the face, signifying the difference from a regular attack. The sand blew away from the monster's face, as if it wasn't there in the first place, revealing the startled face of a familiar red-haired Jinchuriki. A second later, the entire armor of sand broke away as Gaara made to escape the horrible situation he was in. Gaara, for the first time in his life, felt true fear. In some ways, Gaara was still a newborn baby. He had yet to encounter many human emotions, relying on his mother and his anger to fuel his reason for existence for the longest time. No. And not knowing what to do in response to the brand new emotion, he ran. He scrambled away from Naruto, never having felt his control over the sand tremble. Gaara frantically collected sand from the ground, throwing it towards the approaching blonde. Naruto was feeling new emotions as well. It was almost like he was high. Not on drugs, of course. He was high on chakra. Having touched the essence of chakra to its core, he was now operating at a different capacity from ever before. A maniacal grin spread along his face. Oh, how the roles switch, eh? He dashed forward, evading the attack easily before grabbing Gaara's hair and pushing his face into the wet ground. Gaara's eyes were vacant, the look of defeat evident. Naruto had won. Ding! You leveled up. Ding! Skill tree unlock used. Huh. Choose between the two skills shown. Reinforcement LVL1, water breathing style LVL1. What's so cool about breathing underwater? Naruto asked cluelessly. It's good that I'm getting more skills, but I don't have the time to seriously think this through right now. Naruto thought with a frown. I shouldn't rush into decisions amid battle. Choosing the correct skill is the difference between life and death, after all. If I hadn't chosen Black Flash that day, then I wouldn't have been able to defeat Gaara. He looked down at the defeated Gaara who was lying still near the ground. Naruto had gotten some rope from his utility belt and tied his hands, though that wouldn't really do much against someone like him. It was more of a statement of power than anything, just to show that Gaara was at his mercy right now. Regardless of the rope or not, the sand shinobi was in no state to fight. Wait! What's that sound? Naruto swerved his head to the side where he heard a rustling sound from the trees across the clearing. The rain had likely pulled up near the outgrowth, as he could also hear the sound of splashing puddles. Sasuke burst through a bundle of falling leaves, with Shikamaru, Kiba, and Akamaru trailing behind him. They reached Naruto a few seconds later, not sure what to make of the situation. Late as always, Sasuke? Naruto asked while laughing. Sasuke grunted, looking peeved as he realized Naruto had gotten to the target before him. The Uchiha glared at the sand shinobi beneath them. They made us. How did you get here so fast? I had Akamaru work harder than ever before. Kiba exclaimed, bewildered by the blonde's presence. He had come here expecting a huge, bloody fight against Gaara, who was a brute force of strength that he was scared to oppose, to begin with. But regardless of his fright, Kiba had come. He was prepared to fight against imminent death for the village. So to find his great enemy on the floor, not presenting any threat whatsoever, was more than a bit anticlimactic. I had Kakashi's dog, Pakin, lead me here. Let's see. You guys are here anyways, we not take Sandboy here back to some Jonin? And what are you going to do? Shikamaru questioned. Naruto sighed heavily. I'm gonna rest for a while. This guy wasn't easy to fight, you know. The others looked at the injuries that marred Naruto. Scratches, dried blood, and crystals of some type were embedded into his skin. He looked horrible. Naruto felt horrible as well. The adrenaline had slowly worn off, leaving him in a constant state of aching pain that slowly withered away due to his regeneration factor. But that didn't mean he wasn't in a state to fight. No, it was quite the opposite. The after effect of a successful Black Flash was simply amazing. Naruto hadn't ever felt something like that before. A focus had filled his mind. An earthly calm took over his body, and the unrealized potential rooted in his soul was temporarily torn out. He had never fought in such a manner. No hesitation in any action, no fear of losing, and no doubt whatsoever. Supreme confidence in his own ability, and what he could do with it. I want to land another Black Flash. He looked around the clearing, his eyes darting everywhere. Then he ran. Shikamaru looked at the escaping blonde. So much for resting. Sasuke had a small smirk on his face, still eyeing Gaara religiously. You get used to it. Kiba lifted an eyebrow. What do we do with this guy? Sometime later. Phew. 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 Fa panted continuously, feeling her heart pounding. This man. He's on another level entirely. Her chakra wings fluttered desperately as she dodged another strike of his massive sword. It was completely bandaged from head to toe, which was counterproductive to the entire function of a sword. Fu could have sworn she saw whatever was under the bandages wiggle around. Even more frightening than the sword, however, was the monster wielding it. She wasn't sure exactly what he was, with his blue-tinted skin and irregularly sharp teeth. Don't get me started on his weird eyes. He had eerie, pale pupils that reminded her of a predator in the wild. Does that mean I'm the prey? The red clouds in his black cloak brought back memories she would rather forget. One thing was sure. Akatsuki? He's from the Akatsuki. She threw her hands forward, trying to catch him in her webs, but to no avail. He was simply too fast for the projectiles to take hold, leaving them dangling in the air to catch nothing. The man laughed. You're fast, little bug. How about I cut apart those legs so you can't move anymore? Yes, that'll do it. Or better yet, I'll tear those wings from your back. She couldn't evade forever. Fu needed to fight back somehow, but her mind wasn't able to think of anything. Take as much chakra as you need, Fu! Komiai's voice boomed in her head. Fu immediately felt a boost of chakra rushing through her veins as she eyed the approaching man who had his sword on his shoulder. Her wings fluttered energetically in anticipation as the Akatsuki member blurred through hand signs. Water-style water shark bullet. He's a water specialist, and of course, it has to be raining dogs. Fu grumbled internally. Water swirled around the man's body, rising into the air while it proceeded to take the form of its master's desire. The rain from the sky joined the technique, conserving his chakra at the same time. The water finally manifested into the shape of a water creature Fu recognized but couldn't particularly name. Wait, he did say shark earlier. The shark grew in size until it was towering over everything in the vicinity. He didn't stop there, however. Bursts of water flew forward from behind the shark, reaching for Fu with immense speed. She carefully dodged the water missiles, noticing how they were placed precisely in order to force her into a corner where she wouldn't be able to evade the main jutsu. While Fu was rather goofy and carefree normally, She was much more analytic and reserved in a fight than people assumed, especially against someone like the Akatsuki member in front of her. She gathered the potent chakra of the tailed beast inside of her into the soles of her feet and the wings in her back. The latter glowed a deep orange and grew in size. Her wings flapped, the resulting force whipping the air behind her backward into a rough breeze. The man in front of her thrust his hands forward. The shark opened its jaws wide and rushed forward, supported by a large beam of water that pushed it. Fu flew towards the creature of water, noticing just how large it was once she got even closer. Just how much chakra does he have? It's comparable to a Jinchuriki at the very least. She wasn't used to fighting against other Jinchuriki, she had only fought against Gaara once in the forest. Right after, the same Jinchuriki had forfeited for some reason. However, with the information she had now and the state of affairs in Konoha, it made much more sense. She wouldn't even get started with her fight against Naruto. The fight she was the most hyped for ended up being a mockery of a battle. Neither of them had been able to go all out, and in the process of the fight finally heating up, the invasion took place. She flew straight into the open jaws of the beast in front of her, not allowing the shark to close its mouth and trap her inside the cocoon of water as she continued her flight. Her legs were extended forward into the position of a flying kick, literally, in this case, as she burst through the other side of the shark, creating a large hole with sheer force. Water exploded in all directions as the predator of the ocean died in the glory of battle, drenching Fu completely. She ignored the unsettling sensation of the cold water on her skin, continuing her path toward the man in front of her. Chakra burned near her feet vigorously, but not in an unpleasant way. The Akatsuki man only raised his sword in response with a wide grin on his face, not even trying to defend the incoming attack. Fu internally bristled. Let's see where that gets you. She made contact with the bandaged sword, expecting to break through the sword a second later. That didn't happen. While she did make contact, the blade hadn't broken. The bandages came off, revealing an oval-like mass of black scales that almost sucked on the chakra gathered around her feet. Fu could feel the pressure of her attack diminish gradually as chakra left her body, feeding the gluttonous sword without stopping. Realizing that this was quickly going south, she used the blade as a platform to push herself backward. At the same time, however, the swordsman thrust his blade forward. The unusual weapon tagged her body but didn't manage to strike too deeply for concern. Fu eyed the bleeding line across her knee with some concern before forgetting it altogether. That sword reminds me of Naruto's shadowy sword. Not in terms of function, but just in presence. Both of the weapons seemed to exude the same type of feelings. Fu thought with a frown. She would have to ask the boy later. If they did end up meeting anyway. You. Which tailed beast do you have? The man asked calmly as if he was starting a daily conversation with a neighborhood friend. Fu bristled. I don't know what you're talking about. He smiled. Oh, come on. It's more than obvious. A normal kunoichi would never have that much chakra, would they? Whatever, if you aren't willing to talk, I don't blame you. I don't come off as a charismatic person, do I? You're about as charismatic as a toad drenched in mud. A rough chuckle came out, sounding awkward from the man's mouth. I guess we did start off on the wrong foot. My name is Kisame. Imagine our surprise when one of our sensors detected Jinchuriki-level chakra near Konoha. We were already patrolling around the area due to the Chunin exams taking place here, but couldn't come inside due to the barrier techniques placed around this place. So how are you here now? Orochimaru owed me a small favor, you see. He pulled a few strings and got me inside. I have to say, you're lucky Itachi said not to make too much of a mess, or else I'd have killed you by now. Well, not kill, exactly. Itachi? Oh, just a man with a bit too many secrets. He said it was too early for him to come here, whatever that means. Fu was somewhat confused. How come you're telling me all this so openly? Kisame looked amused. You'll be dead soon. Why not answer your questions? But you're right, maybe I am being too merciful now. Itachi has truly softened me up. Whether on purpose or not, he just gave me information on the Akatsuki. As the leader said, every single thing we hear of them is valuable at this point in time, especially from a member's own mouth. I've got 3 names: Orochimaru, Kisame, and Itachi. I need to get out of here alive and relay. Without warning, the ground underneath Fu erupted as a fountain of water poured upwards through the seams in the soil. High-pressure water tore at her left knee, leaving her lower body disoriented and bruised. Kisame took charge, swinging his giant sword through the water and straight toward Fu, who was depending on her strained, relentlessly fluttering wings to get her out of the sticky situation as fast as possible. Kisame wasn't going to let her escape this time, however. He leaped towards the rapidly escaping girl once more, this time accelerating much faster than Fu was. His eyes were exorbitantly wide, hyper-focused on delivering a killing blow on the elusive girl in front of him, ignoring everything and anything occurring in his surroundings. His scaly sword was getting closer and closer to Fu's throat. Fu didn't know what to think. It had been a long time since she had faced death. She knew that she would eventually die, everyone did after a while, right? But she never thought it would be so soon. They said one's life would flash through their eyes when they were about to die. Fu didn't go through any of that. Her early life was a monotonous mess. Ignoring the villagers, training every day, eating by herself. There wasn't any purpose to the things she did, she just followed everyone else. What instead came into mind before her imminent death was the people she had recently met. The people who gave her purpose. The people who served as beacons in the void that she lived in. What would the other Jinchuriki think once they found out she died? Would they be sad, angry, or frustrated? Was it selfish to hope that they would feel empty for a while? Was she a horrible person for feeling that way? I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't good enough. The tip of the blade began its contact with her throat. Black flash. Fu's vision bloomed into a cacophony of black and red. A loud boom echoed in the battlefield as Kisame was suddenly thrown to the other side of the area with great speed, bouncing on the ground now and then before his momentum finally concluded. What was that? Finally! You have no idea how long it took for that to land. She recognized that voice. Naruto stood in the place Kisame was, his hand outstretched while he breathed exhaustively. He looked objectively horrible. Cuts were all over his body, and his clothes were torn everywhere, replaced by bleeding lines that were slowly recovering. His blonde hair was damp and flat, covering the headband that rested on his forehead. He looked like he was about to fall over any second. And despite it all, an infectious grin was spread across his face. His eyes widened as he seemed to finally notice her. You okay? Fu found herself smiling widely. Never better. The immediate rush of landing a black flash was pulling through Naruto's body. He wasn't sure how many attempts it had taken ever since he had beaten Gaara 10 minutes ago, but someone could surely count all of the enemy shinobi he had defeated in the forest to find the correct amount. Landing a successful black flash was much harder than he thought it would be, meaning he couldn't rely on this technique too often. He was going through the forest and outskirts looking for bandits to defeat, going through a seemingly endless cycle of failed attempts at the ability, when he heard the sound of running water near an isolated enclosure somewhere around him. The second he peeked through the leaves and saw a giant shark man running towards a familiar mid-haired girl, he darted forward without any hesitation. And he managed to land a black flash. I'll get the hang of it eventually, Naruto thought with a determined expression. He noticed with a frown that Fu was littered with injuries, which came with certain insinuations about the enemy. There was blood coming from her throat, though thankfully the cut wasn't too deep. Whoever could injure Fu so one-sidedly was sure to be abnormally strong. Naruto was sure that his hit wasn't strong enough to deal with him. He's from the Akatsuki, Fu murmured, her voice abnormally serious. Naruto's eyes widened ever so slightly before narrowing. I see. It was one thing to hear about the Akatsuki through the words of Fu and B, and a completely different matter when fighting against them in person. He felt his fists tighten in anticipation. Kisame slowly stood up, gauging the new arrival. That punch. That actually managed to hurt me, brat. Naruto noted the red and black cloak carefully. So that's what they look like. His sword can absorb chakra, Fu said with a frown. He's faster than I am without my wings, and much stronger as well. He uses mostly water-style jutsus, but I wouldn't put it past him to know more. His chakra capacity is comparable to ours. That alone means he's in another class. How the hell do we beat him? Naruto thought desperately. There has to be a way. The only attack he had that could damage the man would be Black Flash, but there was no telling when he would land his next one. Zabuza's sword was the other option, though that would mean revealing his shadows to an Akatsuki member as well as Fu. No. I don't have time for secrets if it means risking my life. I can just say it's a side effect of being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If Fu can get wings and fly, then why can't I get shadowy remnants of foes that are now dead? Ugh, it sounds weird just thinking about it. He kept his hands in a cross-cross pose. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto summoned nearly 30 clones that immediately began running towards the enemy. He looked towards his friend. We need to stall this fight for as long as possible, until some sort of help arrives. She nodded. Figured. Running away would be useless against someone like him. Naruto went through a couple of hand signs before looking upward. Fire-style fireball jutsu. He launched a steady stream of fire high into the air, focusing less on power and more on quantity, as he pumped chakra into the technique to get the flames as high as possible. Who knew a jutsu he forced Sasuke to teach him way before would be so useful now? Kisame looked almost amused at the sight of the numerous blondes gunning for him. For a second it looked like he wasn't going to move at all as the clones got closer and closer, to the point where one of his clones was within striking distance of the man. The Akatsuki member then swiped his sword with a single hand, bursting 10 of his clones into smoke with a single stroke of the weapon. He kicked through one of the clones, before grabbing another and shoving him into the blade. A moment later, a giant shark of water circled his body before going forward and enveloping the rest of his clones in its predatory grasp. The chakra construction then blasted open with an explosion of water, destroying the remaining clones at the same time. Naruto continued to form more clones as Fu flew forward, throwing thick, chakra webs at the same time at Kisame. The target cut through the webs with ease and stood his ground against the charging Jinchuriki. A clone that was underneath Kisame suddenly burst a hand through the ground, attempting to cling onto the large man's legs and hold him down. Kisame stamped his other foot down, the force enough to upheave the damp ground underneath them. The clone's position in its entirety was revealed, but it continued to grasp tightly onto Kisame's leg, refusing to let go despite the impending death it would inevitably be subjected to. More clones trudged forward at the same time, climbing onto the original clone's feet. One by one they made a human centipede that weighed down the Akatsuki member. Activate Iron Clones. Activating. Skill Iron Clones LVL1 activated. Usage takes 30 MP and lasts for a variable time before skill cooldown applies. The 20 or so clones that were attached to Kisame received the properties of iron, which happened to increase the weight that the shark man was carrying unwillingly. Kisame heaved his leg upward with a grunt, throwing the line of clones into the air, but they remained attached to one another despite the excruciating circumstances. Meanwhile, Fu was in the striking zone. Kisame, having noticed this, realized he had two options. Either allow Fu to get a hit on him, or deal with the clones right now. So he picked both. They had severely underestimated exactly how strong Kisame was. He twirled his body, along with the leg carrying the multitude of clones. The centipede of clones was sent hurling towards the approaching Fu, who had no option but to stop her attack and take care of the obstacle in front of her. She launched forward and stabbed her tailed beast chakra-enhanced hand through one of the iron clones, giving her an opening to continue her attack. Kisame didn't stop just yet, however. He was already in front of Fu, grabbing a hold of her throat with one of his strangely large hands. Fu struggled against his grip, kicking harshly against his body but to no avail. Summon Shadow Zabuza. A shadowy mass appeared near the swordsman, Kubikurabocho flashing towards Kisame's head. Kisame, using his free hand, raised his sword to defend. The two legendary weapons met in the middle with sparks flying as a battle of strength commenced. Of course, Zabuza would have lost if it weren't for the complete look of bewilderment that enveloped Kisame's face. A look of recognition passed along his blue-gray face. How? Naruto made his presence known then, using Kisame's momentary confusion to his advantage as the Sharkman released his hold on the struggling Fu to address the blonde. Kisame didn't know that Black Flash wouldn't work on his command, so most probably assumed Naruto to be the biggest threat currently considering his attack had done the most damage. Fu wasn't just let go normally, however, and was thrown into the ground with merciless force. She rolled backward and began coughing violently as air rapidly poured into her lungs. Her throat was a painful red with the faint markings of a hand across the pale skin. She found it somewhat hard to breathe as she began to regain her bearings for the fight, and coupled with the blinding lights that were now her vision. It wasn't looking good. She tried to shout in warning before realizing her voice wasn't coming out. Are my vocal cords broken? Kisame kicked Zabuza with all of his might, and the apparition, whose purpose was to simply distract the Akatsuki member or him to release Fu, was launched away from the fight. Naruto's approaching fist made contact with Kisame and his punch sank into the man's body. Kisame burst into a puddle of water. A water clone. Naruto's vision spun when he felt a spinning kick to his temple from behind him. His body spun and was thrown backward without any argument, simply succumbing to the juggernaut of power that was Kisame. His vision cleared up to find a towering Akatsuki member over him. So, Kisame drawled casually. Do you want to lose an arm or a leg? Naruto blinked rapidly, trying to focus on the situation before him. His eyes widened in sudden realization. Fuck. You, Kisame chuckled. Arm it is. The massive sword swung downwards. Activate Iron Skin. Activating. Skill Iron Skin LVL4 activated. Usage takes 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. The sword was halfway there to its target. So Naruto decided to activate his next skill, the one he had chosen while in the forest before finding Fu. Activate Reinforcement. Skill Reinforcement LVL1 activated. A bright blue sheen overcame Naruto's hands as the skill made its presence known. Clang! Naruto caught Kisame's blade in his hands, the edge of the weapon resting a single millimeter from his shoulder blade. The force had pushed him deeper into the ground, forming a small crater with the outline of his body. His hands trembled from the force that it was absorbing, but they had done the job. They could rest for now. Because, for once, Naruto was the one being rescued. Dynamic Entry. A green blur slammed against Kisame, thankfully having the side effect of freeing the pressure on Naruto's struggling arms. Guy looked down at Naruto with a bright, dazzling smile. A splendid move, young Naruto. A second later, and you would have been an arm short. Naruto didn't know what to say. The spandex Jonin looked towards his enemy, eyes narrowing. Now. Where were we? Now. Where were we? Naruto involuntarily released a sigh of relief, as his mind slowly came to understand what was occurring around him. One moment he was resisting with all his might against Kisame's sword, and the next he was kneeling on the ground with Might Guy standing protectively in front of him. He tried to budge his arms but stopped when pain and tiredness racked his entire body. Fatigue took over his physical and mental state, a slight, albeit not too uncomfortable ache that persisted in his muscles. He couldn't remember ever being this tired before. He had been fighting the entire day, and it was only thanks to his seemingly boundless amounts of energy that pushed him through. The 2 black flashes that he had landed somewhat assisted him as well. Regardless of his lack of ability to properly move, he strained his neck upwards to watch the impending showdown. Might Guy was staring down Kisame of the Akatsuki. Guy was in his usual taijutsu stance, the Goken, which Naruto had some decent knowledge of thanks to the system copying Lee during the Chunin exams. From what he knew from his surface-level experience of the style, Guy was using a more balanced stance, which would swerve between offense and defense to his liking and was adjustable to the situation at hand. That made sense. After all, Guy had mainly 2 objectives. His main objective was to keep Naruto and any other bystanders safe. His second objective was to apprehend Kisame. To do so, he had to keep track of Kisame's movements with respect to Naruto and Fu, who were the clear targets of the assault from the Sharkman. Kisame kept his sword forward. Naruto didn't need knowledge of any sword forms to guess what he was thinking. His eyes were screaming only one thing: attack. Kisame also had 2 objectives. 1. Capture the Jinchuriki. 2. Kill anyone else in the way. And thus, the fight began. Guy made the first move. Gate of Opening. A furious green chakra emanated continuously from the taijutsu master, as he immediately rushed forward to meet Kisame. Finally! A worthy opponent. The Akatsuki member grinned widely, a row of his teeth showing as a result. It will be all the more worth it when I tear you in hell. Guy's punch struck true, landing straight on Kisame's jaw as his head snapped back with a crunching sound. It appeared as if Kisame hadn't expected such speed from the Konoha Jonin. Naruto thought that maybe because Kisame had been fighting against kids for the past few minutes he wasn't accustomed to the speed he was facing yet. However, he was still quick to respond soon after. The massive sword flashed like lightning through the spot where Guy once was. Kisame nodded, as if realizing something. Oh. You're actually strong, aren't you? His hands began flashing through science. Water-style exploding water-colliding wave. Naruto had never seen something like it. He had acknowledged Fu when she said that Kisame had Jinchuriki levels of chakra, but those were just words and could have been an exaggeration for all he knew. But right now, he had physical proof that it was the case. Kisame's chest expanded as he took a deep breath in before releasing a literal tsunami of water from his mouth. The mammoth of water released from him like 1,000 hoses, bringing him upward due to the propulsion. The water never ceased flowing, however, bringing Kisame higher and higher to the heavens on a tower of his creation. The humongous column of the liquid stared down at them all fearlessly. For a moment, time itself stood still in awe of the structure as the water refused to leave its master's embrace. Then he let go. A defeating roar shook through the clearing as the water hit the ground with a sudden impact, denting the already damp ground deeper toward the core of the earth. The water rolled forward with unforgiving intensity in the form of giant waves, each a dangerous calamity in its own right. Naruto could already hear the tearing down of trees in the other direction. Naruto brought himself to his feet, although with a clear struggle. He looked over at Fu, who was similarly struggling. The blonde remembered that while he was fighting Gaara and the other bandits, Fu had somehow survived Kisame for that long. While he wasn't sure if she was fighting that entire time or not, it was still infinitely more dangerous for her. He looked at the meager amount of MP he had left. He had been spamming skills the entire day, faster than it could regenerate, leaving him with 40 MP left. That was the lowest he had ever gotten. Naruto was used to fights that lasted less than 5 or so minutes, and thus the limited amount of MP that he had never played too much of a factor in his battles. Activating. Skill Iron Skin of L4 activated. Usage takes 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. The water struck his body forcefully, forcing Naruto multiple steps backward. However, Iron Skin did allow him to leave the water on either side of his body, preventing any further damage. He looked over at Guy, who easily kicked through the wave. He wasn't sure what Fu did, but he could hear her yelp of surprise. Then there was Kisame, who was surfing on one of the waves heading straight towards Guy. Gate of Healing open. Another surge of energy released from Guy's figure. But the Taijutsu master didn't stop there. Gate of Life open. Gate of Pain open. Gate of Limit open. Gate of View open. Guy was radiating a green energy that shined so bright that Naruto's eyes couldn't help but slightly squint. His skin was burning red, as heat discharged from his body. A bright red glow emitted from his eyes, giving him a slightly demonic feel. The water around Guy was pushed away from the resulting pressure, leaving an empty circle of grass where he stood. Steam arose from all around him, forming curtains of smoke that began to hide his body. What am I watching? Naruto asked himself in awe and an equal amount of shock. Kisame wasn't one to stop either. He briefly closed his eyes, before bringing his hands back into a single hand sign that Naruto couldn't recognize. The water pillar he stood on grew even larger, and the waves that ushered out from it were now miniature tsunamis of their own, moving with even greater speed and urgency than before. The waves that moved towards the group of 3 began to coalesce. The water churned together, achieving a darker color than before as the liquid tightened in on itself. Massive water sharks with wide open jaws ruptured through the waves, using the water source as their own personal ocean to roam in Konoha's forest. A swarm of hungry sharks was coming right for them. Their number wasn't small either. Naruto wasn't sure how many there were, but they still continued to form even as his mind raced for any idea on how to stop the storm heading for them. Then Guy moved. Naruto's eyes couldn't even track him. His mind knew that Guy was gone, but his eyes were simply too slow to keep their gaze locked onto the Jonin. In an instant, Guy leaped towards the pillar of water that held Kisame, acting as the man's throne. The sharks raised their snouts into the air, finding their new target flying in the air. The continuously forming predators of the ocean now flew towards the fully green-clad man, their tails swinging from left to right vigorously. Naruto couldn't do anything but watch as one man took on a massive swarm of sharks that weren't going to stop. How will he? Morning Peacock! Guy drew his fist forward. And with his punch came fire. A burst of flame erupted from the hit, incinerating the water shark that he hit to nothingness. Then he continued to punch. It was like watching an artist painting an abstract drawing. At first, you have no idea what they're doing, but somehow they manage to make it a masterpiece by the end. Guy was the same, his punches looked to have no coordination whatsoever. However, the sharks were being driven back. Bursts of fire bloomed from every strike, enveloping the air and atmosphere with steam as the orange flames turned water into steam. It was a battle of the elements. Naruto had never seen a fight of this scale in his entire life. There was a man in the air with a hideous skin-tight green bodysuit that transformed the entire visible sky into a canvas of red and orange and brought out more fire than a jutsu with only his strikes. The other man on the opposite side merely stood on his pillar while directing an army of sharks of his creation to attack. Is this Hokage fight? Naruto mumbled to himself in disbelief. He and Fu had moved numerous meters back to avoid the backlash of any of the techniques. The sharks were as vicious as ever, eager to get revenge on their fallen kin by making sure to end the green man's life. But they weren't getting any closer to that now seemingly unattainable dream. The fire continued to spew from every fist, and soon enough, the number of sharks was dwindling. Guy's technique was getting dangerously close to Kisame. With the rate at which things were going, Naruto was sure that Guy would win the bout that was about to occur. It seemed as if Kisame knew the same thing. The pillar dropped to the ground with an incredibly loud bang as the heavy tons of water took the force of gravity and made contact with the surface of the earth. The sharks that were in midair also turned into a formless mass of plain water as well. Kisame stood like a helpless duck in the middle of a storm as he faced down Guy on his own, with his sword as his only weapon. The Taijutsu King, according to his system, was there in an instant. His speed was simply something Naruto had never seen before. If he thought Fu's speed with her wings activated was fast, this was on another level. Guy's hand plunged itself deep into Kisame's head, only for Kisame to dissolve into water. Naruto's eyebrows raised. A water clone. When did he switch? Guy moved back to Naruto and Fu in an instant, vigilant for any signs of attack on either Jinchuriki. Of course, he knew that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, though it was obvious Fu was a target as well of some kind. The blonde heard a groan from behind all of them. Kisame looked regretful. TSK. I guess Itachi was right. It's a bit too soon. Shame, I thought I could get higher in the rankings by combing back with a Jinchuriki. Let alone Toa. That blonde bastard is gonna make a fucking fool of me. We don't even need to mention that cultist freak. Are you leaving? Fu asked confusedly. Kisame showed his triangular teeth using a wide, creepy smile. I hope to. Listen here, you have two options. Either continue fighting me, risking the life of those precious Jinchuriki over there. Or let me go and everyone goes their way nicely. Naruto thought over the decision. Realistically speaking, Guy was going to win this fight. Why would he agree to a draw? There was a small chance that something could happen to the completely exhausted Naruto and Fu. They then noticed how Kisame was getting further and further away, not so secretly, taking steps backward with his long gait. The man seriously didn't want to fight right now. Might Guy was never one to doubt his own decisions. The gate of view was taking a heavy toll on his body, and thus he needed to act fast. He rushed forward, his leg extending towards Guy with a coating of fire running around the foot that begged to be released towards his enemies. Kisame smirked. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Guy's vision blurred and warped as his kick went through nothing. No, it wasn't his vision that was twisted. The space itself around Kisame was moving and curling onto itself, pulling the shark man into its deepest embrace. Kisame was no more. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. Wait. Who is that? Warning. Immense bloodlust detected. The system recommends the user to find safety immediately. Black cloak and red clouds. Dark hair. Orange mask. A glowing red eye. A lone man stood in the rain. Naruto felt apprehension pierce his soul as his hair stood up on its end. He had never felt such a sinister aura coming from someone before, and the genin had met Orochimaru. The man with the orange mask appeared quite literally from nowhere, standing casually against a tree at the edge of the clearing. His sheer presence was sending goosebumps around Naruto's body. His instincts were begging him to either fight the man or, preferably, leave the area as fast as possible. Then, suddenly, the pressure vanished. Hey! I'm Toby. I'm sorry for my teammate's aggressiveness, he's a bit of a nutcase, actually. I guess you can't expect more from a shark on land, ha ha ha. Naruto couldn't believe that the man in front of him could have such a childish voice. Nor could he believe that he would be acting so polite. Toby shook his hands frantically as Guy tightened his legs in anticipation of any potential attack. I'm not here to fight, really. Fighting you right now. Let's see. I'd like to think I'd win, but who knows what risks you're willing to take to beat me. Not to mention the hordes of shinobi coming here right now. Hee hee. While it would be nice to capture these two, it really isn't the time to do so. It comes with a few complications, you see. Revealing ourselves this early was never the plan. Ding! 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 Naruto did his best to ignore the notifications that entered the side of his vision. His voice has gradually gotten deeper as he continued his monologue. Naruto just couldn't get a read of the man in front of him. Anyways. I'm really busy, but it was nice meeting you all. Toby exclaimed excitedly, once again with his high-pitched, almost cartoonish voice. He casually raised a peace sign with one of his hands. CYA. Toby waved his hand in front of his body, starting from his legs all the way to his head. As his hand passed by, he also disappeared slowly but surely into the invisible vacuum of space. Naruto released a breath he didn't know he was holding. Guy released his techniques immediately, though that was after a couple of seconds of waiting to make sure the enemies were truly gone. That encounter was terrifying. For the first time in a while, Naruto felt completely hopeless in a fight. He couldn't assist Guy in any way, and he was sure that even if he tried it would have been useless. Naruto found himself looking towards Fu, who had her head cast downwards. Her fists were starch white as she gripped her hands into fists. Blood slowly leaked out of her palms, her nails being too sharp for the gentle skin they were poking into. Her eyes had an equally defeated expression, because they both knew how weak they were now. Sure, compared to the other genin, they were strong. Not only that, they were really strong. It wasn't fair to compare themselves to seasoned shinobi like Guy and Kisame who were already a cut above the rest. But it was also their lives at risk for the coming years. They were the ones who were being targeted by the Akatsuki, not the others. And yet we were nothing but deadweight for Guy-sensei. Naruto grit his teeth in frustration. He opened his system, looking for anything to get his mind out of the humiliating void that it was shoved into. What he needed at the bottom of the hole was for someone to throw in a long, sturdy rope to reel him back into the real world. An objective. A goal that would require his blood, tears, and soul. Ding! Special quest: The Hunt for the Crimson Clouds created. Quest details: eliminate every member of the Akatsuki. Quest rewards EXP 200,000? Naruto felt his hope ignite into a forest of flames. He looked up into the sky, noticing how the dark clouds were slowly retreating back into their dens. With it, the oppressive rain that had begun ever since the invasion of Konoha slowly dissipated, leaving behind a serene, orange sun that looked like the healthiest of egg yolks painted into the sky. I'll get stronger. He raised his fist. And I'll beat all of you. They made their way back to the familiar streets of Konoha, where civilians were rushing here and there, distress lined across everyone's faces. The invasion was over, but the feelings of despair and fear that plagued their minds would stay for a while. Especially for a village like Konoha, which still had remnant effects of the Kyuubi attack many years back. There were many destroyed buildings, cracked roads, and smoke rising out of certain areas as well. The giant summons that Orochimaru had summoned were clearly used to distract the shinobi populace, and had done a good job at that. Civilians had surely died before all the shinobi could arrive. And he wasn't even getting to the shinobi deaths that were surely going to add up to a significant number. Naruto felt a wave of anger go through his body at the thought of innocent lives dying due to Orochimaru's plans. He was still a child, and couldn't truly believe that someone could be so fully evil in their lives. Arg! Fu grunted as she accidentally tripped over a cement fragment. Naruto held onto her tightly, wincing at the injuries she received. They had mostly healed, but the ones that didn't were clearly painful. Her long fight against Kisame had consisted of her running, or flying, in her case, away for the majority of the time, able to evade due to the dexterity her wings gave her. He let her lean against him as she snaked a slender hand over his shoulders for extra support. Why is her face red? Is she embarrassed? They walked for a minute, each of them stuck in their own thoughts before the conversation started once more. So, what did you think of the Akatsuki? Fu asked with a grin. There's the Fu I know. Naruto chuckled before his expression became somewhat serious. They're the real deal, all right. The Akatsuki is their name? An organization looking for the Jinchuriki? Truly terrifying. I must inform the Hokage as soon as possible, Guy said with a concerned look on his face. Fu suddenly brightened up. That's right. Mr. Green Man, you're crazy strong. How did you do that fire thing? It was all like BM, and you were totally winning that fight. Guy beamed brightly, his sparkly white teeth blinding Naruto's eyes. Ha! Taijutsu is an art with many mysteries to still be uncovered. I want you to figure it out for yourself. That was only taijutsu? Fu asked, her face reflecting the shock in her mind. You're saying I can get that strong by just punching and kicking? Guy laughed loudly. Well, there is much more to it, of course. But that is the spirit. As long as your fighting spirit and youth burn brightly within you, anything is possible with taijutsu. Fu laughed along with Guy, the both of them beacons of optimistic energy that made Naruto want to look away. I should have known Fu's and Guy's personalities would mix so well. Naruto internalized. He looked around, noticing a strange number of people gathered in one spot. Why are there so many people there? Guy seemed to notice it too. We might as well go, shall we? They made their way to the assembled crowd, noticing a couple of familiar faces. Sakura, for one, ran towards Naruto before giving him a big smile, her expression relieved. Where were you, Naruto? Naruto sheepishly rubbed his head. It's a big story, that's for sure. I'll tell you once we're out of this whole mess. Shikamaru and the rest of his team were there as well, each of them coming to greet Naruto. Hinata's team was a bit further along the crowd, so they settled for nods and waves instead, not wanting to go through the hassle of pushing everyone out of the crowd. Guy smiled widely as he noticed his team somewhere along the edges of the group. Ah. I believe our time together has ended. I must attend to my annoyed students for now. Thank you, Naruto and Fu, for being good company. Naruto nodded in deep respect. No, thank you, sensei. You saved us. Fu agreed with a quick shake of her head. Exactly. Put more faith in yourselves. You may not have defeated him, but you lasted long enough for someone to come and help. That too by sending a signal of fire to alert anyone nearby. Good job, students. I will most likely meet you both again when I have to report to the Hokage, so see you then. They bid their goodbyes before looking forward. Where's Sasuke? Naruto asked at once when he noticed his rival was missing. He technically is still a ward of the hospital. He managed to sneak out during all the chaos of the invasion, but the nurse was able to drag him back in again once she caught sight of him, Sakura responded with an amused smile. Naruto couldn't help but laugh when he heard the reasoning. Sasuke was an arrogant kid, but even he couldn't refuse the nagging of the old woman who ran the hospital. Why is everyone over here? Fu inquired a second later. Naruto frowned. Why hadn't I thought of that? Sakura's eyebrows creased. Kakashi-sensei said something about, may we have everyone's full attention? A deep voice from the balcony of the Hokage's office rang through everyone's ears. Naruto was surprised he could hear the clearly old man from all the way down here. He assumed it must have been some jutsu. That could be pretty useful in giving intel over large distances. He looked up impatiently, eager to see what was happening. Two figures slowly walked up to the front of the balcony. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized who it was. That's the Hokage and the Tsuchikage, Sakura mumbled quietly. A third figure was there as well, though much further to the back. Her dark, obsidian hair was recognizable even from here. What's Kuratsuchi doing over there? Naruto still couldn't figure out what was happening. He was sure someone like Shikamaru had 100 different predictions and had chosen the most probable outcome. Wait. He squinted his eyes, noticing something strange with the old man's frame. Why does he feel different somehow? That's when he noticed. Sarutobi's left arm was gone. Gasps began rolling through the convened mass. Each of them got the information through the person proximal to them, and immediately told the next individual. What the hell happened for the Hokage to lose an arm? Naruto asked himself with a sense of dread. The Hokage stood with a neutral smile on his wrinkled face and began speaking. The invasion has occurred, and yes, it was most definitely real. You can say that again. Today was a day of great struggle and hardship for Konoha. Today was a day of great surprise and fear for the people of our village. Today was a day of death and grief. But more importantly, today was the day we won. We stand on the very ground where courage triumphed over despair, where the will of fire of our people burned through the chains they attempted to put on us. We have faced the storm, endured the unthinkable, and emerged as victors. Look around you. What you see is more than just bricks and bricks of buildings. It is a testament to our unity, our resilience, and our unwavering belief in a better tomorrow. Each and every one of you, whether you were on the battlefield or within your homes, played a role in the defense against our foes. I applaud everyone's efforts with the greatest respect. Sarutobi took a deep breath. But it will not end here. Konoha will continue to fight against its enemies, and they will continue to come forward. And for that, there will have to be some changes made. Huh! Naruto thought in bewilderment. The esteemed Tsuchikage and I have fought tooth and nail against Orochimaru, the perpetrator of this crime. The one who tricked Tsunade against us. We both sacrificed many things, in more than one way. The Hokage trailed, looking at his arm. Regardless, we both came to the same conclusion with knowledge of further events to come. If we do not act now, when do we? After thousands have died? No! We must be proactive. The Tsuchikage slowly rose up next to the Hokage, flying up to an equal height to Sarutobi. Naruto blinked. Hold up, he can fucking fly? The Hokage used his good arm to raise Tsuchikage's own. Konoha and Iwa officially raise a treaty of alliance. Naruto couldn't help but gape. His eyes turned to Kuratsuchi, whose expression looked troubled with the news. Their eyes eventually met, before the princess looked away with a huff. Today has certainly been more than eventful. Naruto couldn't help but rub his temples with the headache that was stuck in his brain. Fu walked slowly behind him, kicking along a circular rock that she had found as she did so. Today was crazy, eh? Fu asked. Naruto nodded. Yep. A bit too much for my tastes. But it was fun. The Chunin exams, I mean, not the invasion, she hastily corrected herself. That part was depressing. But the Chunin exams were fun while they lasted. I managed to make so many friends. He rolled his eyes. You made one friend. Fu coughed. Do your clones count? You're willing to count a literal clone of me as a new friend? Naruto asked incredulously. You know what, go for it. She pouted cutely. At least I made a friend. The other Jinchuriki are there, but they're much older. Naruto mellowed at the mention of the other Jinchuriki. I guess that's true. Good job, then. Fu stopped in her tracks. Naruto did too, looking at her curiously. Her cheeks were flushed pink, and she almost looked nervous? He had to be imagining it. She started. Hey! Naruto, old dobe. Naruto looked past her to see Sasuke jogging forward. Fu looked angrily at the Uchiha, her eyes blazing with fury. Sasuke, being his usual self, ignored her completely. What? Naruto asked. They're calling us to the Hokage's office. We have to be there in 10 minutes. You too, Fu, Sasuke said, looking at the girl, slightly confused as to why she was glaring daggers at him. Naruto raised his eyebrows. For what? Sasuke crossed his arms. Isn't it obvious? We're going to be promoted to Chunin. Naruto froze. Wait, I'm going to get promoted? What's happening? Is it loading or something? Naruto thought with a frown. Whatever, it's not like I have the time to choose something right now. He couldn't do anything but follow Sasuke as he led both him and Fu to the Hokage's office. The Uchiha was as quiet as usual, ignoring the gawking civilians who stood by to watch the famous boy go by. Not to say Naruto and Fu weren't getting their fair share of stares, they were widely known as the finalists of the interrupted Chunin exams. Obviously, Naruto was used to the looks of the people of Konoha, but for once, they weren't completely filled with contempt. If he could explain in 2 words, it was more of a begrudging respect. I could get used to this. Naruto thought with a grin. Fu just walked by his side, not even bothering to look at the outsiders. She didn't view the others as worthy of her attention, though maybe that was exaggerating a little. To put it simply, Fu was the type of person who placed nearly all of her value on strength. If you could fight, you had her interest. Naruto wasn't one to judge, but he didn't particularly like her style of thinking too much. I think the old man is going senile, Sasuke, Naruto said with a thoughtful expression. Why's that? Naruto grinned. Who in their right mind would promote you to Chunin? Sasuke gritted his teeth. Getting promoted to Chunin isn't just about punching through every problem, Naruto. Yeah, I guess. But you didn't win the exams, did you? No one won, idiot, the blonde scoffed. Please, I would have hooped Fu if the fight hadn't been stopped. Yeah, I know that I'm completely lying. Fu laughed loudly. Did Kisame hit you on the head? You might want to go and get that checked up, blondie. Naruto sulked. Next time I'll use my shadows and we'll have a proper fight. His eyes brightened when he saw his favorite noodle shop around the corner. Hey, does anyone want to stop for a quick bite of ramen? I do. Fu excitedly agreed. Sasuke didn't even entertain the question and continued walking. They made it to the Hokage office a bit later. The multi-layered dome-like building never seemed to not impress Naruto. It was one of the largest constructions in the town, and would pop out from a mile away with its deep red walls. The place was heavily guarded, and that was an understatement. 6 or so shinobi that Naruto had never seen in his entire life were at the gates of the building, preventing people passing by from even getting a look into the premises. 6 ninja for just the entrance? They must all be Chunin at the very least, too. I wonder how many people are going to be in his office. Sasuke made it to the couple of shinobi that were guarding the door with a look of cool indifference on his face. A rugged man with a beard that reached his shoulders stepped forward and spoke up, clearly the leader of the small group of guards. Code? A tornado woven by a single leaf, Sasuke responded calmly. Enter. They made their way through the main entrance, with Fu clearly impressed with how the inside looked. One of the guards had followed them inside and signaled for the group of 3 to in turn follow him. They went upstairs and near the door of the Hokage's office. Naruto, who had been here plenty of times, was extremely comfortable with how things were going. The guard knocked 3 times on the door with an oddly specific pattern, and a second later the door opened. Fu smiled. Thanks, Mr. Guard. He was already gone. Naruto entered the room with a big grin, which suddenly mellowed out once he noticed the state of the Hokage. Sure, he had noticed before during the assembly, but seeing it firsthand, pun not intended, was disconcerting, to say the least. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, stood with a grandfatherly presence and a serene smile on his face. It wasn't too easy to tell that his left arm was missing with how baggy his clothes were, but a second look was enough to confirm the suspicion. Next to him was Kakashi-sensei as well. Kakashi winked at Naruto, eliciting a smile from the Jinchuriki. That's when he noticed someone else. Naruto blinked. Shikamaru? Shikamaru looked back from the corner of the room where he was leaning. Yo. So the total count of Chunin was me, Sasuke, Fu, and Shikamaru. I guess that makes sense. Even if he didn't win against me, Shikamaru showed that he was more than capable of being a Chunin, and whatever that entails. Naruto's mind was urging him to ask the Hokage how the hell he managed to lose an arm, but he knew that right now wasn't the time. Hiruzen motioned with his hand, getting everyone's attention. With the conclusion of the Chunin exams, the judges have decided on who to promote to the rank of Chunin. Regardless of the fact that there was no proper conclusion to the finals, we took the multitude of matches that occurred before into account. Shikamaru Nara of Konoha, for your quick thinking and pragmatic approach to a battle. Sasuke Uchiha of Konoha, for your raw fighting ability and sense of confidence during a fight. Fu of Takigakure, for your overwhelming strength and efficient counterattack ability. Naruto Uzumaki, for your unconventional methods of attack and prodigious adaptation to your opponent. All four of you have been unanimously chosen to proceed to the next rank of Chunin. Congratulations, all of you. Unconventional and prodigious adaptability? Getting praise from the Hokage feels good. Wait, as a Chunin, does that mean I'm off Team 10? So what happens to Team 7 now? Naruto asked confusedly. Kakashi coughed. Team 7 will still operate. But as a Chunin, you have more missions within the rank and crank territory, and in some rare special cases, a rank as well. Some border patrol missions, and maybe even training other genin as substitutes for the jonin. You have a higher payroll as well. Furthermore, with 2 Chunin in our team, Team 7 will be getting higher rank missions as well. However, the team definitely won't be meeting as much compared to before. And how do we become jonin? Naruto asked a second later. The third Hokage chuckled. You haven't been a Chunin for a minute and you're already asking about being a jonin? Why don't you ask your sensei? Kakashi grimaced underneath his mask. About that. I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. Normally one is recommended by another jonins and goes through a series of tests, along with a minimum number of ranked missions completed successfully. There are some cases with prodigies where they skip a few steps, but I wholly advocate that you remain a Chunin for much longer. Sasuke grunted. Why? Being a jonin comes with a few responsibilities that none of you are going to be comfortable handling at your age. Trust me, I've been there myself. You were a jonin at 12? Naruto asked incredulously. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Yes. Hiruzen made a tapping noise with a staff that randomly appeared in his hands. Naruto noticed the crimson pole that was nestled in the crook of Hiruzen's shoulder where the arm was missing. The staff was different. It was not a regular object and exuded a strange pressure. Observe. Observing. Observation successful. Item name Monkey King Staff. Item details the transformed Monkey King Enma served as a staff with immense durability, and the ability to elongate and thicken at the will of the user. Hiruzen saw Naruto looking at his staff and smirked knowingly. The old man clapped his hands. Again, congratulations on your promotion. Dismissed. They went downstairs and back into the streets of Konoha. Kakashi tapped Naruto on the shoulder. At noon tomorrow, there will be a Team 7 meeting in the same area as your genin exam. Don't be late. Don't be late. Shouldn't you have some amount of shame before saying something like that? I'll be there, sensei. Just because you're a Chunin doesn't mean you're not my student, Naruto, Kakashi said with a hidden smirk, knowing his words would annoy the blonde. Even if you become Hokage in the future, I'll always be your sensei in the end. Of course, sensei, Naruto said, plastering on a smile. Once I become Hokage, I'll send you on an S-rank mission to Suna. It's gonna be a one-way trip. Kakashi gasped mockingly. I didn't know my student could be so cruel. Naruto couldn't help but smile at Kakashi's antics. He bid his farewell to his teammate and Kakashi, who were going for a brief training session together. Most likely to do with the Sharingan, or maybe even the Chidori. Naruto looked at the other newly promoted Konoha Chunin. CYA Shikamaru. The Nara nodded and turned away, before looking back once more. Choji said something about celebrating our promotions. Make sure to keep your schedule free in case we have a party or something. Party? Knowing him, it's going to be a buffet of food, Shikamaru answered with a roll of his eyes. You'll come? Naruto grinned. Who am I to deny free food? Great. Bye. And with that, Shikamaru left his own way, probably going to some bright green hill to watch the clouds roll by in the sky. Well, that all went well. Things have been going pretty smoothly after the dust settled down, eh? Naruto thought with a serene smile. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Behind him was the serious expression of Fu. Naruto, we need to have a talk. Oh no. Naruto scarfed down on the third bowl of ramen with ravenous intensity. If he had to sit down for a talk with Fu, with the topic of discussion being something he knew was bound to come back every time they saw each other, he would first have some food in his belly. Aside from him, Fu was similarly eating noodles, only a single bowl behind Naruto, though she didn't order the extra miso and pork as he did. Naruto decided to be chivalrous for the day and decided that if he was the one who wanted to eat before the conversation, he might as well treat her as well with a few bowls. But he definitely didn't expect her to eat as much as him. He looked at the slowly emptying frog wallet that resided in his right pocket. Despite the fact that it was an inanimate object and couldn't project any emotions, Naruto could tell that the wallet was feeling immense sadness. Or maybe those are my own emotions reflecting back at me. He just hoped that his new Chunin salary would make up for his eating habits. "Thush is so good," Fu exclaimed with her mouth full of food. Naruto beamed. It was always nice to see someone else having the same opinion on his favorite food place. "Thank you? I've never seen you in these parts. Where are you from?" I am asked from behind the counter. Fu thankfully swallowed before speaking. "I'm Fu from Takigakure." I am's face lit up in realization. "Oh, the one Naruto was fighting in the finals? You two are friends?" Fu nodded enthusiastically. "Best friends." The ramen maker smirked mischievously, looking at Naruto with a new curiosity. "Best friends and Naruto? You have something to tell me?" "What do you mean?" the mint-haired Jinchuriki asked confusedly. Naruto shook his head with exasperation. "Just don't listen to her. It's nothing like that." Fu blinked. "Like what?" I am grinned like a cat. "You're right. There's no way you could have such a cute girlfriend like that without anyone knowing." Naruto coughed in embarrassment, whereas Fu went bright red in understanding, sputtering out a response that never came out. He reached into his pocket and brought out the correct amount of money in record speed, placing it on the counter without another word spoken. They decided to meet up at the roof they usually did. Fu was there before Naruto was, looking at the gradually darkening sky with her back to him. "You already know what I'm going to ask, don't you?" Fu questioned. Naruto nodded, even though she couldn't see it. "Yeah, and my answer is going to be the same. Recently, I have put more thought into it. And while I'm going to have to leave Konoha eventually, it's much too early right now." Fu sighed. "Well, I guess that's the best I could hope for. You're fiercely loyal to Konoha. You feel like this is your home despite how they treated you, and I admire that. Well, I guess we should just focus on the good part. You're going to leave eventually, that could be a year, 2, 3, or even more. I just hope you don't delay it too much. We need all the help that we can get." "I understand," Naruto said solemnly. "No, you don't. Not fully, anyway. The situation is a lot more complex outside of Konoha, though I suspect this village will face similar problems soon if the invasion is any sign. I can't tell you everything until you join us, but please, stay safe, Naruto." Naruto blinked. "You're leaving?" "Yeah, my team is probably waiting for me right now." "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Remember these names for the eventual meeting you have with your Hokage about the Akatsuki. Kisame's shark guy, Itachi, and Orochimaru. The Orochimaru guy apparently helped the Akatsuki with something, owed them a favor if I remember correctly." An ugly feeling went across Naruto's skin. Orochimaru has ties with the Akatsuki? The crazy snake man who wants my body for something? Could he possibly be a member? Naruto shivered at the implications of everything. Just how deep did the Akatsuki run? How much power did they have if people like Orochimaru owed them a favor? Did they have spies all over the shinobi nations? Were there Akatsuki spies right here in Konoha? Naruto was finally realizing that the quest to eliminate all the Akatsuki was giving out so much experience because it was a near impossible task. He noticed some movement from the corner of his eye, seeing Fu's fingers trembling together. She looked almost nervous. No, to be more specific, it was like she was mustering up the courage to do something. Fu, Naruto felt a pair of lips on his cheek before it was gone half a second later. He found himself completely frozen from head to toe, not able to compute what happened. What? Fu was blushing the color of the freshest tomato. "Goodbye for now, Naruto. I'll see you later." And then she was gone. "Bye." Naruto could do nothing but stare at her retreating form, wondering whether or not that just happened for real. He made his way to his apartment with the same dazzled expression and robotic movements, before plopping himself onto his bed. Sleep came fast after a busy day filled with immense ordeals. Naruto couldn't help but feel like that was somehow the longest day of his life, even if he was technically sleeping in early. He felt his face heat up when his mind wandered back to the events of the latter part of the day, before slapping himself on the cheek, trying to tell his body to go to sleep. The morning of the next day, Hiruzen sat down at the end of the table, his staff settling down by his left shoulder with a loud clicking noise as the adamantine construct made contact with the wooden floors of the meeting room. He looked up at the members of the civilian council who looked incredibly stressed. Each of them had dark bags underneath their eyes and some even were fidgeting continuously as they waited for their Hokage to speak up. He had called the council early considering the state of current affairs. In reality, there was still a week left until the next session. The meeting was completely impromptu, meaning none of them were technically prepared. Which was good, for Hiruzen hated having to talk politically and being careful with every single word he said, or else he would rub one of these men wrong. Not that it mattered, of course, but one annoyed member of the council would soon become two, and then three until the discourse settled a year later. Hiruzen knew that as the Hokage, he had the power to simply end these meetings forever. However, the meetings did have a purpose. With how busy he was in his own office, he couldn't go around all of Konoha asking for any grievances the citizens were facing had to depend on the councilors who were voted on by each district of Konoha. Sure, there were moments where he wished he could just reprimand someone or just kick them out of his office instantly, but he understood the importance of having them around. If Hiruzen was just in his office all day, making every single decision by himself, he was sure he would be losing the perspectives of the people of Konoha, the people he was working for, to begin with. Doesn't mean I like it though, he thought with a bitter smile. The meeting will begin now, Hiruzen stated sternly, looking at the scribe next to him who nodded back. She held a bright red pen in her hand with thick glasses and a resolute expression. He sighed. I must start with the fact that I have absolutely nothing to say. You may voice any opinions. Hand the ball to them. The others looked shocked, but gradually mustered up the courage to speak up. Ito Watanabe, an original member of the council nearly 50 years ago, spoke first. The people of Konoha have mixed opinions of the alliance with IWA. Some are grateful that there wouldn't be any more fighting with that village, and others are angered that we truce with a village that killed so many of our own, and forced them to give it back. Hiruzen stared down at the elderly man. And what do you think, Ito? A heavy silence made its way known in the room. Ito paused. I think it was a wise decision, Lord Hokage. The alliance is a necessary one, with how things are becoming recently. Orochimaru's attack is a major sign of future events, and I dare say a message to us directly. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Ito was a reasonable sort and always fought for what he thought was correct. It didn't matter how small or big the issue was, he would put his heart and soul into every argument to make sure justice would prosper. The former judge in Konoha's main court was now retired and putting his experienced mind into helping the council. Orochimaru will remain an issue for the Shinobi Council to deal with. Though I will agree that his brazen actions have a further meaning behind them, the Hokage murmured at the end, but it didn't matter considering how quiet the room was whenever he spoke. Siko Hararashi, a woman in her 40s who represented the traders' portion of Konoha, spoke up tentatively. If I may ask, Lord Hokage, what is the current situation with Tsunade? Hiruzen sighed. It's a mess, but will be dealt with. Tsunade were in fact tricked by the machinations of Orochimaru, and I for one cannot blame them, especially considering how he was my former student and a gem of Konoha at a point in time. A fragile alliance will be made with Tsunade in the next couple of days, so your trades don't need to worry too much, Siko. The woman nodded in respect, clearly happy with the news if the bright light in her eyes was any sign. They appreciated that we didn't kill the Gaara boy, who is clearly a Jinchuriki, though they weren't really trying to hide it. With the death of their Kazekage, who will be the replacement? Another issue to worry about. Any other questions? Hiruzen asked calmly, looking each of the 10 members in the eyes. Genji Tanaka, the youngest member of the council by far, raised his hand. What happened to your arm? There was the question that everyone was begging to know the answer to. Hiruzen knew that even Naruto was wanting to ask, but didn't do so due to the situation of the meeting. The answer was simple, he had sacrificed it to stop Orochimaru. Right now, both Orochimaru and Hiruzen were missing an arm each. The fight in the purple borders yesterday was the hardest he had ever fought since the Kyuubi's rampage so many years ago. He was harshly reminded just how weak he had gotten from sitting in his office all day long, and had paid for the lack of vigilance in the form of an entire arm. The only positive of the whole fight was that Orochimaru had received an equal output from Inoki's technique. Though Hiruzen could only wonder what deprived methods his former student was going through to regain his arm. Sure, one-handed jutsus were possible, but the range of jutsus that could be casted were highly dependent on the user's capability and the difficulty of the jutsu itself. An unfortunate consequence of fighting Orochimaru. And something I'll have to live with for the remainder of my life. Genji gulped. A very few number, but a vocal few, are using the opportunity to push for a new Hokage, stating your capability as a shinobi has surely decreased. A cold pressure went through everyone's body as they immediately felt an urge to run away. It was a viscous, almost tangible feeling that they couldn't quite explain as civilians themselves. For a seasoned shinobi, it was clearly a fraction of Hiruzen's presence. A very small fraction at that. It wasn't quite killing intent, no, he wasn't that far gone into his depravity. He was simply marking his place into the world. The pressure left after a second. What remained was Hiruzen's icy glare. Genji wasn't sure which was worse. Tell them, Genji, that they are sorely mistaken. One arm is all I need. As for their concerns about the new Hokage, they have no jurisdiction or power over that decision, and the ability to decide who wears this auspicious mantle lies within me and me alone. Yais, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen scoffed. Council dismissed. The next meeting will occur as usual. While they left, the Hokage could do nothing but sigh. Umbu dismissed. The Umbu guards left without a sound, but Hiruzen knew that they were gone by just pulsing his chakra once. Not that he didn't trust his Umbu, obviously, but it was always safe to check just in case. He looked over to the far side of the room. You can come out now, Jiraiya. The tall, white-haired man with his eye-startling clothes looked like he appeared out of thin air. He had a wide grin on his face with his arms crossed. I never did figure out how you were able to spot us like that, Jiraiya admitted as he took a seat next to his master. Hiruzen smirked. There are some secrets a teacher never shares with their student. Of course there are, Jiraiya said, eyeing Hiruzen's missing arm with a wince. When I first heard the news I thought they were just rumors. How did Orochimaru manage that when you had the Tsuchikage beside you? His eyes darkened. A new technique. An abhorrent, cruel, and utterly evil jutsu that carves through the line splitting life and death, leaving behind a puppet for his use. To bring the living back to the dead regardless of their approval, is truly an evil thing. Jiraiya's eyes were widened. He can revive people? It's limited for now. I'm not sure how many conditions are required for such a revival, but it's hard enough that he had to stick to only 2 revivals for now. The first and second Hokages, though they were merely fragments of their true strength. He has not yet perfected the jutsu, though I fear that the time may be coming soon. Jiraiya calmed down slightly, but there was still apprehension in his eyes. Regardless, as much as I hate dampening the mood even more, there may be something worse than the danger of Orochimaru. Hiruzen merely raised an eyebrow. The Toad Sage eyes hardened. The Akatsuki? The Hokage rubbed his fingers into his temples. I'm getting too old for this shit. Naruto woke up after the best sleep of his life, second to only the night he fought Mizuki. He yawned loudly and began his daily routine. A few stretches here and there and a hearty bowl of milk and oatmeal. He gazed into the serene morning of Konoha, reveling in the morning sunlight that slightly warmed his skin. The air smelled wonderful, an after effect of the incessant raining that had occurred yesterday. Maybe things will be peaceful for a while now, Naruto thought with a hopeful feeling churning in his gut. I can just lie down, train, and eat without worrying about whether I survive. Naruto wasn't sure for how long he was staring at the screen. There was simply too much information for him to process at once. He was bombarded with paragraphs of text for a decision that would quite literally cost him his life if he happened to choose wrong. An imaginary light bulb brightened above his head as he suddenly got an idea, something that would either end in complete disaster or be a major success. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 8 clones appeared next to Naruto, each of them looking confused as to what the original's idea was. Naruto took a seat on his sofa, resting backward on the reclined seat with a satisfied groan. I want each of you to pick a class and convince me to pick it. Whoever manages to make the best argument gets a bowl of ramen as a reward. Sweet. Easy enough. I'm way smarter than all of these copycats. We're all equally smart, dumbass. Ha! Why are you laughing? If you called him a dumbass, doesn't that make you one as well? Naruto sighed. That was one issue, summoning a plethora of clones that each had his own brazen personality. An argument was continuously brewing. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention back to him. I've read all of the descriptions and have them mostly memorized, so it should be easy for you to argue for them. The clones immediately began arguing about who got which class. Seeing that this argument would likely never end, Naruto simply chose the classes for them at random using a number system. Phew, we can finally start. He dramatically flourished a fork and a cup, acting as his gavel and block. The first session of Naruto Uzumaki's courtroom of clones begins now. Let's start with Ranger. A clone walked forward from the line that was assembled across from Naruto, sending a cocky grin toward his brothers before bowing respectfully in front of the original. His hair was somehow combed straight, giving him a dignified look that looked comical on the normally wild-looking boy. Your Honor, I would like to begin with the fact that the Ranger class is evidently the most adaptable class available in the lineup given by the system. With a focus on environmental adaptability, we would be able to strive in any ecosystem we find ourselves in. Naruto hummed. And why is that so important? His clone smirked. You said it yourself, leaving Konoha is an inevitability. Picking Ranger would in fact prepare us for the future as well as serve as a powerful toolset. Leaving our hometown, you would feel out of place and unable to adjust to any changes in the climate. Survival will be our number one priority. Good points. Anything else? Of course. Our grandest mission will have to be the hunt for the Crimson Clouds. We all know what that means, killing every Akatsuki member. The system tries to sugarcoat it by saying eliminate them. But we aren't idiots. How will that be possible whenever we don't know where they are, who they are, or what their objective even is? I'd like Your Honor to focus on the first and second lines of the description of the Ranger, where it states that Rangers have a keen sense of danger and, more importantly, are capable trackers and hunters. Isn't that exactly what we're looking for? How else are we supposed to find those bastards? I rest my case. Naruto noted how the clone had conveniently skipped the line where it stated he would require range skills such as archery, knowing Naruto wasn't a big fan of those. Regardless, he had made some good points. The next three lawyers came next, each of them supporting Druid, Bard, and Cleric respectively. Naruto wasn't too interested if he was being honest. While the clones did make good cases about the use of being a support type, he and they both knew that he wasn't that type of shinobi. Not that he was dismissing those who did have support roles, it just didn't match his own current skill set. Druid was the most interesting out of those three, but Naruto found the specifics somewhat troubling. Manipulate elements was something he could already do with his jutsu, and transforming into animals wasn't really up his alley. Monk was looking good. It was mostly aligned with his fighting style, but not as much with his personal preferences. Meditation and enlightenment weren't what he was aiming for, but it might have to be something he had to deal with if he did end up choosing this class. Rogue sounded amazing, but Naruto couldn't help but compare it to a regular shinobi. It was insane just how similar Rogue was to a regular ninja in Konoha. He was sure there would be other useful perks that separated it somewhat from the standard shinobi that he knew, but he wasn't willing to bet on that fact. So for that reason alone, Rogue was gone. And thus, that only left two viable options. Two classes that felt equally worth a chance. Both had given good arguments that Naruto couldn't refute, leading to only one conclusion. A debate. Naruto struck his cup with the fork twice. Trickster and Knight. Both of you showed the most promise in your arguments, and I hope you can continue that passion in the debate. Lawyer Knight, you first. Lawyer Knight sent a cocky look to the onlooking, defeated lawyers that sat against the wall with defeated expressions, before settling an icy one to his opponent. I'm glad they're taking this so seriously, but damn. Naruto thought amusedly. I'd like to begin with a brief summary of the points I made before. The Knight subclass, Your Honor, is quite literally perfect for our current fighting style. Being heavily armored for maximum defense would pair perfectly with the reinforcement skill as well as the iron skills that we have. Do I even have to explain the strength aspect further? Furthermore, any code of chivalry may be troublesome for others, but wouldn't be too difficult for someone like you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Complimenting me won't get you any points. Lawyer Knight grinned widely. I wouldn't need them. Complimenting you is the same as complimenting myself, after all. Your argument is over, please go back to your station. Thank you, Your Honor. Lawyer Trickster stepped forward, not even sparing his rival a glance. Phew, thank God that ended. I couldn't have survived another second of all that bootlicking. He pointed at his own feet. Hey, Mr. Knight, since you're so good at it, how about you lick mine as well? Oh, and Naruto, are you sure he's your clone? Naruto stifled a laugh, but that didn't mean the defeated lawyers did. Lawyer Knight glowered at his enemy, before sweeping his gaze over the other clones who stopped laughing the moment they felt his glare. Lawyer Trickster smiled. The Trickster class is the clear winner, and it's not even close. I'd like to begin with why I personally wouldn't pick Knight. Wearing heavy armor during a fight, while it may sound like a perfect defense, is only there to slow us down. With iron skin and reinforcement already available, shouldn't we branch out from defensive skills? You saw how fast Guy and Kisame were. We need to be even faster. The Trickster subclass is evidently high dexterity focused. Naruto nodded in agreement. Furthermore, deception and manipulation of reality itself. There's a clear reference to some sort of spells that would be given. Turning the tides of battle and the usage of unexpected strategies. Not only does this match your battle style quite accurately, it's the type of battle style that we will require when we face down stronger opponents in the future. Are you done? Naruto asked a moment later. One more thing, Lawyer Trickster said. I'd like to focus on the lifestyle aspect of these classes. What I mean by that is how each subclass comes with a way of life that you would expect from choosing it. The Trickster sounds perfect for Konoha's #1 prankster, doesn't it? I rest my case. The spectating clones went into applause for the finale of the debate, before the sound of claps slowly settled down into a silent anxiety, as they waited for the boss's decision. Naruto calmly stood up, facing each of the clones with a serious expression on his face. Taking into account your arguments, Lawyers Knight and Trickster, I've come to a decision. He pointed his spoon at one of the lawyers. Trickster wins. Lawyer Trickster grinned cheekily. Was there ever a doubt? Ramen, here I come. He bowed like a showman would, before sending a glance at Lawyer Knight. Good try. But the deck was in my hands the entire time. Lawyer Knight bristled, his mind preparing some sort of retort, but he left it and just sighed. Whatever. The other lawyers went up to console the loser of the debate. Naruto couldn't believe how well the roleplay had worked. Sure, acting like a stone-cold judge was hard at times, but for the best result, he needed to be completely unbiased, or at least didn't show any bias toward any of the lawyers. He was impressed by how well the other lawyers took their subclasses to heart, especially Lawyer Knight and Trickster, both having channeled the essence of their subclasses. Well, the decision was to be made now. I choose the subclass Trickster. That's it. Aren't I supposed to get additional skills that come with the subclass? Ding! Subclass-specific skills will be revealed as the user continues to develop. Oh well, I guess it all comes down to fighting in the end. He looked towards his clones. Where's Lawyer Trickster? Lawyer Druid frowned. He went to get some ramen. Naruto nodded in understanding. Did he get any money? They burst into laughter. Naruto looked at the time on a small pocket watch. Noon exactly. I should be there in 10 minutes. Kakashi had mentioned that Team 7 would be meeting today at noon, and even though Naruto knew the exact timing, his makeshift court session had taken more time than he had expected it would. They all knew that Kakashi would be late by 30 minutes or so getting there 10 or so minutes after the given time wasn't anything to be sad about. I wonder what makes Sensei so late all the time. Naruto thought curiously. In fact, I don't really know much about Kakashi to begin with. On the top of my hand, all I know about him is that he has a Sharingan and is really strong. Naruto then promised to himself that he would strive to understand his sensei better. He finally made it to the location, finding Sasuke and Sakura already waiting there. Finally! Just because Kakashi-sensei is late doesn't mean you can be too, Naruto. Sakura exclaimed, clearly annoyed. Naruto shrugged. It was just 10 minutes. Sasuke doesn't seem to care, does he? And yet I still came here on time, didn't I? Sasuke mentioned offhandedly, not really focusing on the conversation. The blonde came closer and noticed what Sasuke was working on. His hand was tightened and was clutching thin air as if there was an invisible ball in his grasp. Suddenly, a crackling noise filled the air as his hand began to glow blue. Light blue chakra emanated from his palm and then took the shape of a ball or a close enough shape. Then came the lightning. Lightning sparked here and there in the cloud, signifying the nature of the jutsu. Sasuke had a troubled expression on his face as his eyes were scrunched in concentration. Naruto looked on in confusion. Why are you struggling so hard? Don't you know how to do the Chidori already? The Uchiha's hand began trembling and shaking as the unstable source of chakra quickly became more and more erratic, before completely disappearing entirely. Sasuke grimaced. I'm trying to do it with one hand without having to use the other as support as well as reduce the time for charging it. Why? Naruto asked. He had a few reasons why that would be preferable but wanted to know from Sasuke's mouth why he thought so. I'm completely defenseless while I'm activating my jutsu. Using it with one hand is going to be a must. The need for a shorter charging time is a necessity. Naruto crossed his arms. Well, you don't seem to be making much progress. Sasuke gritted his teeth but didn't say anything. How about a spar then? Naruto said casually, inspecting his nails. What? How about a spar? His rival shook his head as if he didn't believe what he was hearing. A spar here? Only taijutsu and weapons allowed. We wouldn't want to make too much of a mess, would we? Unless. Wait, it can't be. Sasuke Uchiha, Rookie of the Year, is scared to fight against the dead last? Sasuke scoffed. Alright, Naruto. You asked for it. Naruto grinned. It's so easy to rile him up. Anyways, that's two birds with one stone, isn't that so? I get my practice and hopefully a skill from the trickster class at the same time. Furthermore, we get to pass the time while Kakashi is saving a kitten in some random alley somewhere on the outskirts of Konoha. So, 3 birds? Sakura rolled her eyes. Boys will be boys. Though I guess these two were always like this. She thought with a fond smile. She looked over at the infamous tree stump that Naruto was currently sitting down on. To think that only a few months ago he was tied against it. Oh, let's see. Before I fight I should probably use my attribute points. How about dexterity and wisdom? Naruto thought with a hand on his chin. I barely put points in wisdom anymore. Fuck it, let's go with those two. He looked at his stats with a brief smile before gesturing for Sasuke to start the fight. 3, 2, 1. Go! Sasuke rushed forward, his hands already in the position to take Naruto out of the spar with a single strike. Naruto had forgotten how fast Sasuke was now after he had somehow copied Lee's approach to fighting with his Sharingan. The Uchiha was faster than Naruto, not to the same margin it was between Naruto and Fu, but still evident to anyone watching from the outside, especially Naruto himself. But Naruto was stronger. Instead of equipping any of the clan's taijutsu styles that Naruto had stolen over the past few months, he decided to surprise Sasuke. His own personal battle style, Naruto Uzumaki's ultimate brawling technique. The secret of his infamous technique was to just react to everything with a fully powered punch or kick. Naruto swung his fist towards Sasuke, his chakra pumping through his veins and boosting the overall speed of the strike. Sasuke hadn't expected the bold attack outright, considering how it left Naruto without a guard. He had expected Naruto to use the Uchiha clan taijutsu that he had somehow copied from Sasuke himself, as he usually did. With no other option, Sasuke moved his shoulder forward to intercept the fist going straight for his ribs. It hurt. A lot. If finesse and nimbleness were more of Sasuke's forte, pure and unadulterated strength was Naruto's. Sasuke was launched into the air from the punch, his right arm tingling with pain from the impact. He was proactive enough to immediately cover his shoulder with an extra layer of chakra before blocking, thus preventing most of the damage. He also had the state of mind to use his other hand to throw some lightning-charged shuriken at the advancing blonde, who had no other option but to evade to the right. Sasuke wasn't sure if using his lightning release was considered cheating with how the rules were constructed, but Naruto didn't seem to care. The Uchiha shook his right arm, trying to bring it back into the fight with some movement. Naruto smirked. Did that hurt? Do you want to give up before you end up in the hospital? Again? Sasuke rushed forward with a kunai twirling in his hand, letting out an annoyed snarl. Activate Hyuga Clan Taijutsu. Activating. Skill Hyuga Clan Taijutsu LVL1 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points each minute. His skills may seem like some type of jutsu, but they didn't even use chakra. So Naruto presumed it would make sense to use them, specifically the taijutsu-focused ones. He would be considerate, and avoid using iron skin and or even attempt to land a black flash. He shivered at having to explain what exactly black flash was to his ever-curious teammates and teacher. Naruto parried the first strike. The second strike was avoided with a tilt of his head. The spinning kick aiming for his liver was somehow ducked. And then the blonde went on the offensive, thrusting his open palm into an opening that he managed to find after the rather aggressive kick that Sasuke had gone for. That was the advantage of having an enraged opponent. They were faster and stronger, fueled by their anger and adrenaline that seemed to take over their minds. However, they were more susceptible to quick counters and were prone to leaving openings they normally wouldn't. So Naruto thought it was safe to counter right then. But Sasuke Uchiha was a pragmatic individual. Sure, he was annoyed. Who isn't annoyed at Naruto? But he was also used to his teammates' banter by this point, and he did secretly enjoy arguing with the blonde. His third kick was purposefully wide. The second Naruto was using his palm instead of his fist. Sasuke knew that he was using the Hyuga clan taijutsu, or at least his version of it. No matter how the boisterous blonde had managed to somehow copy the illustrious and well-guarded secrets of the taijutsu style, it didn't matter. He couldn't have just spawned the ideas of the gentle fist from the inner depths of his mind. Naruto must have used a Hyuga as a reference to copy the style to begin with. Sasuke didn't need to know how Naruto would react in that instant. He just needed to know how Neji would react. Sasuke may or may not have already scanned the arrogant white-eyed boy with his Sharingan. Naruto's attack found nothing but air as Sasuke twirled past the outstretched palm as if he knew where it was going from the beginning. Sasuke planted his foot onto the ground and pulsed his chakra once before letting his other foot that was flying past Naruto, due to his missed kick, backward and straight into the blonde's face. Naruto reeled from the contact, his body spinning to the left. He used his hands to push himself away from the secondary punch that was released from Sasuke a second later. His mind raced to find out what exactly just happened. His blue eyes widened in realization before his lips slowly morphed into a grin. Tricking me like that, huh? So we're gonna play dirty? Alright, Sasuke. Let's play your game. Never stoop low with a street boy, they'll go to places you didn't think were possible to one-up you. He clutched the right side of his face, which was now sporting a red implant of a sandal, as well as some dirt. Ugh, that actually hurt a bit. Naruto tapped the ground underneath him. It's still somewhat damp from the rain yesterday. Did it rain again last night? I'm not too sure, maybe. Sasuke ran into the fray, his previous success giving him more confidence than before. Disable Hyuga clan taijutsu. Naruto kicked the ground below them with a heave of his foot, uprooting all of the grass and leaving a bunch of dirt flying into the air. The wetness of the soil made it easy to bring up as much as he could into the air, completely blocking the vision of Sasuke without the need for any jutsu. The unfortunate after effect, however, was that Sasuke was partially covered in still muddy soil. Sasuke threw a blind fist forward, hoping that he would make contact. Naruto caught the fist and pulled it towards him, using his rival's momentum to throw him over his shoulder. The Rookie of the Year slammed into the ground with an uncomfortable grunt, and immediately rolled to the side as a fist went through the ground where he once was. Sasuke's dexterous hands swiped forward with a kunai while he was rolling, scratching Naruto's legs with their sharp edge. The blonde winced in pain but ignored the sensation that went through his lower body. Sasuke was already on his feet and surging forward once more, but Naruto could tell he was slightly winded this time. Naruto's hands began weaving through signs. Water-style water bullet. However, nothing came forward. A bluff. The moment of surprise from Sasuke was enough to disable his attack. Naruto, however, didn't use the break in Sasuke's stride to his advantage. Ding! Trickster-type skill has been unlocked. Perfect. Naruto grinned. Let's do this, Sasuke. Naruto read the passage at light speed, his eyes looking back and forth between the charging Sasuke and the blue box. The second he was done reading, he leaped backward. The Uchiha pulled out a kunai that was sparkling with lightning that ran across its edges. I guess now is the best time to test it out. Like they say, there's never a better time than the present. Let's see. The skill specifically said to flourish the weapon. Naruto ran forward, clearly not holding a weapon towards the armed Sasuke. The black-haired boy didn't budge, however, and knew it was pointless to underestimate the blonde at this point. Whatever Sasuke thought Naruto would try to do, he would go out of his way to do the exact opposite. Naruto entered into the stabbing range of the kunai. Activates Sleight of Hand. Activating. Skill Sleight of Hand LVL1 activated. Usage drains 10 MP points, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Naruto twirled his right hand before grasping the solid metal that appeared between his fingers. It worked, Naruto thought with a pleased expression. Sasuke, certainly not expecting Naruto to randomly summon a kunai, could do nothing as the blonde cut lightly into the side of his torso. That's for cutting my legs, bastard, Naruto thought vindicatively. He stood up and looked at the kunai in his hands before trying to feel for it in the place it used to be, which was his utility bag. Sure enough, the utility bag didn't show any sign of the weapon. That meant Sleight of Hand wasn't just giving him a boost in dexterity, it was literally teleporting the kunai into his hands. That's perfect, Naruto exclaimed internally with glee. His hands twirled the kunai between his fingers with immaculate precision and fluidity. The blade seemed to almost be dancing in Naruto's hands for a brief moment, showing the effect of the dexterity boost the skill promised as well. Naruto waved the hand using the kunai and then flipped it to the other side of his hand seamlessly, and in a fraction of a second, creating the illusion that the kunai disappeared entirely. I'm kind of like a magician now. That's cool. Ding! Skill Intermediate Taijutsu has increased by a level. Skill Intermediate Taijutsu is now LVL 3. Sasuke wiped the blood away and got into position for another clash. He smirked once at Naruto. I'm not sure how you got the kunai out of your pocket so fast, but this time I won't fall for it again. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Sure, let's do it. A sudden clap distracted them from the ongoing fight. Listen up, kids. Fun is over. Naruto groaned when the silver-haired jonin they came to call sensei finally made his way to the ground. I'm deeply sorry for my late arrival, my dear students, Kakashi said mournfully. But there was this old lady with a severe case of dementia who couldn't remember her way home. Couldn't you have just carried her there? Sakura asked with an annoyed frown. Kakashi sighed. I tried. Alas, she managed to forget exactly where her house was as well. As you can imagine, that was an entirely different situation altogether to deal with. Naruto rolled his eyes. Why'd you gather us here, sensei? We didn't have any training scheduled. I'm a busy man, you know the winner of the Chunin exams has a lot of work to do. You didn't win the Chunin exams, Sasuke said plainly. Naruto laughed. I know. I just wanted to piss you off. Sasuke took a deep breath. How does it feel to know that you succeeded? Well, the happiness I've gained is at least worth half a bowl of ramen. So worth it, in my opinion. Kakashi sighed once more. Alright, calm down, my dear Chunin and Genin. This is important, and relates to Team 7. The bickering duo quieted down, noticing the change in tone. Team 7 will be meeting less, and that's not just because you two are Chunin. There are certain complications Konoha is having with the rest of the world. The number of shinobi missions has been rising exponentially for a while now, and now with the shaky alliances we have with IWA and Suna, it's bound to increase even more. Naruto raised his hand. Sensei, why would missions increase when we make alliances? Shouldn't there be less cause there's not as much danger and stuff? Kakashi smiled. The world would be a better place if everyone thought like you, Naruto. Alliances come with certain challenges and consequences, especially ones that were made on a whim like the one we have with IWA. Not that I'm doubting the Hokage's choice, he surely knows more than I do about the current political state of Konoha. I'm confident the alliance was necessary, but that doesn't mean the aftershocks of the treaty don't exist either. Other countries will see powerhouses like Konoha, IWA, and Suna forming an alliance and get fearful, and rightfully so, may I add. Rightfully so? Sakura questioned. The last time there was such a treaty between major nations, the Second Shinobi World War, occurred a mere year later. The trio winced. Especially a treaty between Konoha and IWA, who are well-known enemies. It brings a lot of suspicion into our neighbors' hearts. Well, I can't get too deep into the politics of the situation, though there is a lot more to it than just that. Just know that the alliance was formed in preparation for something other than war, though the details aren't completely clear. Naruto had a sinking sensation that he may know what Kakashi was referring to. The timing is too coincidental. Kakashi snapped his fingers, the sharp noise acting like an arrow that pierced through Naruto's confused, troubled mind. Now, back to the topic. You guys are too young to listen to all of that, anyway. Team 10 meetings will now be scheduled a week before, so you guys have ample time to prepare ahead of time. We will still have training sessions and missions here and there. Naruto and Sasuke will be busy with their Chunin responsibilities, and Sakura, I'll be recommending a Jonin teacher who's more suited to your talents when I'm not around. With that said, you all are free for the week. That's it. Naruto slowly walked around the streets of Konoha, his hands in his pockets as he tried to process everything that was occurring. Things were moving way too fast. It seemed the good days of his childhood were gone, which was strange for someone so young to say, but his so-called childhood was gone the instant he became a genin. Even though there was so much occurring around him, Naruto could do nothing but walk around aimlessly. He was bored, quite frankly, and needed a new goal or objective. Sure, the Akatsuki quest was an ideal, long-term goal, but it was still way too early to even think about. The Akatsuki must have been doing some crazy stuff for the old man and the Tsuchikage to make a truce, knowing how it would seem for the rest of the world. I refuse to believe that the Akatsuki don't have a play in the truce. Naruto was briefly pulled out of his thoughts when he heard a manly giggle from around the corner. What the hell? Since when can a giggle sound creepy and manly at the same time? He made his way closer to the noise, looking around closely for any sign of the odd encounter. The giggle got louder. Naruto noticed that he was near Konoha's Lady's Hot Spring, the large stone walls a famous landmark in the village, well known for providing the most relaxing hour of one's life. He made sure to avoid the entrance and walked around the walls, keeping a comfortable distance from the structures just in case. The giggles quieted down, replaced by the distinct scratching noise of a pencil on paper. Naruto was willing to justify it as some woman who was giggling inside of the springs who also happened to be a writer with a surprisingly deep voice. That was until, from the corner of his eye, he found long, white hair resting on the floor as a tall man kept his eye against the walls, clearly having found some kind of crevice for him to peek into the spring. Some crazy old pervert has the gall to do that in public? Naruto thought angrily. Let's see if he likes this. Naruto growled before rushing forward and grabbing the ridiculously long hair that was laid all over the ground. The man in his grasp let out a shocked gasp as the blonde tightly clutched onto his mane. "Aye, perv, don't you have some dece?" Naruto felt his control over the white hair disappear as the mane suddenly grew and twisted around Naruto's arm before surrounding his body, rendering his body immobile. What the fuck? The man in front of him jumped on top of a curtain of smoke. The white fog slowly lifted away, revealing a comically large toad that stared down at Naruto imposingly. The pervert was on top of the toad, posing magnanimously for the world to see, his face set into a grand smile that only the worst of con artists were capable of. "Who dares interrupt Jiraiya, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku?" Jiraiya shouted, not even looking down at the boy he just trapped. The hair reacted instinctively, almost like it was alive. Naruto thought with a frown. That wasn't interesting. Wait, did he just say Jiraiya? Naruto attempted to speak, but couldn't due to the hair that covered his mouth. As such, incessant mumbling was the only thing Jiraiya could hear as he looked down at the boy. The toad sage could not see anything except the boy's blue eyes which peeked out of his hair, which moved around violently. "Now before you accuse me of being a pervert, I must say you're absolutely wrong. I'm not just a pervert, I'm the mega pervert. Furthermore, I was just conducting research for my book, you see," Jiraiya said, bringing out an infamous bright orange book. Naruto's eyes bulged out in recognition. "Ah, you recognize my writing? Now I'm not one to shame, but what is one as young as you reading my works? Whatever, brat. Consider this a warning." Jiraiya walked back, not even looking back as his hair gradually released its pressure on the boy. The great toad sage only sighed. "Ah, I wonder where this brat could be. And of course, my research gets disturbed, truly." Jiraiya felt a fist crash against his face. He was a Sannin, sure. If he was even a percent more focused on that instant, Jiraiya was sure he could have dodged that punch easily enough. The punch was mostly telegraphed, and he could have sensed the fist with a small burst of chakra. So why didn't he dodge it? The main issue was that Jiraiya wasn't expecting it in the slightest. Sure, some people didn't recognize his name in other countries and villages, but in Konoha, he was a big deal. They taught his name in the history books, for God's sake. Most people just bowed in respect and went their way, or attempted some small talk that usually fell flat within a minute or two. He had heard the rustling of feet and clothes from behind him before he got hit, but he just assumed that the kid was running away in fear. Lastly, the brat was fast. Much faster than someone his age should have been. Naruto wasn't the tallest for his age, so Jiraiya had incorrectly assumed he was younger than he was. Well, that's a pain. Jiraiya thought with a grimace as he felt blood pour down from his nose. Though maybe I deserve it. Whatever, this kid is gonna go through hell now. He looked up, prepared to give the kid an earful when he noticed the bright blonde hair. It can't fucking be. Naruto shook his fist. You're Jiraiya, aren't you? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm sure you know who I am, don't you, pervy sage? Jiraiya was somewhat shocked. He looks a lot like Minato, but has the rough personality of his mother. And why would I know you, boy? He said, ignoring the pervy sage comment. He knew how kids worked, and if he tried to deny the title then it would only stick even further. You sent me to train me, didn't you, pervy sage? Naruto asked for confirmation. Oh no. Jiraiya winced. Yes, I may have. I wonder, what else did he happen to tell you? There were many things Jiraiya had regretted in his life. A drunken conversation with the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, unfortunately, happened to be one of them. Naruto raised a mocking eyebrow. I'm not sure, pervy sage. Or should I call you Godfather? Jiraiya could have felt the temperature drop from a mile away. He quickly felt a headache taking over the last functional part of his brain. This can't end well, can it? Naruto happily slurped up ramen from his favorite ramen place. Next to him was the tall, gallant Jiraiya of the Sannin, quickly eating his food as well. "Thanks for the meal," Naruto said to the owner, Itachi, who simply smiled and laughed. Jiraiya wasn't sure how he got roped into eating ramen so suddenly, but it was certainly better than being on the bad side of his student's kid, who had a very good reason to be angry. He had randomly found the boy and was quickly swept into the whirlwind of energy that was Naruto Uzumaki. He wondered if others found themselves equally at a loss when it came to the boy. They left the premises soon after forking out some money. Jiraiya motioned for the boy to follow him. Naruto was the first to break the silence. "So, what did he mean by you being my godfather?" Of course, he had to start with the elephant. Jiraiya thought with a grimace. "Look, Naruto. I knew your parents very well. They thought it was appropriate for a super strong ninja like me to be your godfather. But as luck has it, you got the QB and I got the job of being Konoha's espionage master, and thus most of my time was spent on enemy ground. That's it." Naruto's eyes widened, his ears listening to most of Jiraiya's words, but his heart and mind also focused on the initial part. "You knew my parents? You don't know your parents?" Jiraiya inquired, slightly shocked. "What is Sensei thinking? Should I interfere?" "No, I'll ask him myself." Naruto quieted down, his mood souring. "No. This could be somewhat tricky. I'm probably the worst person to be consoling orphans. We know how that turned out last time. But Minato would have wanted me to say something if he was here." Jiraiya placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "I'll tell you myself once I get the clearance from the Hokage." "No, it doesn't matter. A boy should know who his parents were. Regardless, is there anything else you wanted to know?" That was good news. He would learn about his parents. It wasn't like Naruto held any deep sadness when he heard of his dead parents. How could he? He never met them, and he didn't know what they looked like or sounded like. He didn't know whether they were good people or bad people. In fact, for the majority of his life, before he found out about the QB nestling in his stomach, Naruto had assumed his parents were some sort of villain, which would have explained the hatred the other villagers held for him. Whenever Naruto heard words about his parents, which usually came from some passing comments by the third, he only felt regret. Regret that he couldn't experience life with them around whenever mostly everyone else he knew did. He may not have gotten to love them, but he did hate the fact that he never at least got the chance to. He shook his head. Right now wasn't the time to get emotional. Jiraiya, the main benefactor to the Jinchuriki, and the one man who had all the information about the group that was hunting him, was right in front of Naruto. He took a deep breath. "I want to know everything about the Akatsuki. Every single detail." Jiraiya blanched. What the hell is it with kids these days? He had expected a light-hearted conversation with the brat who was still extremely young. He was going to impress Naruto with his jutsu and take him under his wing, to make right for a mistake he made 12 years ago. That's a loaded question, Naruto. And I'm afraid I can't answer you truthfully. It's too early to tell you everything. Naruto scowled. Too early? I've faced an Akatsuki member, and would have died if it weren't for Guy-sensei popping out at the last second. How the hell could it be too early? Jiraiya was startled. He knew that an Akatsuki member had shown up. Guy had already reported to the Hokage. But Hiruzen had avoided telling him all the details. You faced off against him? What did he say? I need to know everything, Naruto. Gone was the boisterous, charismatic pervy sage. In place of him was the spy master of Konoha, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, and a popular candidate for Hokage. Naruto himself was a bit confused at the change of character. And why should I tell you? Naruto asked, arms crossed. Jiraiya resisted the urge to yell. Then, a wide grin on his face slowly formed as his mind thought of an idea that could strike 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright, how about this then? We'll make a bet. A bet? Jiraiya nodded eagerly. A test of your ability. I'll give you 2 weeks to learn a jutsu of mine, and if you manage to do so, I'll tell you all the information you need. And if I lose? Jiraiya smiled. You'll owe me a small favor. I promise that the jutsu is possible to learn in that amount of time, and doesn't require any nature-type preference. Jiraiya knew he was going to get the information about Kisame whether Naruto wanted to give it or not. The boy obviously was going to tell whatever he had heard, but was acting a bit defiant like all kids his age. The true reason for the bet was to get closer to his godson, who was already managing to grow on him, as well as passing on Minato's jutsu to his rightful heir. He purposefully kept the time limit at 2 weeks, knowing it was theoretically possible but practically impossible to learn the Rasengan in that amount of time without continuous guidance from a mentor. He would help Naruto, of course, but would do so with a limit in mind. Jiraiya congratulated his mind for thinking of such a beautiful idea. He could track the boy's progress as well as get some well-needed research into his system. Naruto saw the creepy, devious look on the Toad Sage's face and was slightly against accepting the bet. However, his competitive nature and the need to prove the confident old man wrong were burning in his stomach. I accept. The two shook hands, cementing the deal. Jiraiya had planned everything out perfectly. The only issue was that Naruto wasn't your regular boy. He managed to do the impossible on a daily basis. Fuck yeah! Can you show the Rasengan once? Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya smirked. That's the least I can do. He raised a hand and placed it before his chest, leaving the palm open side up. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I don't see any. He was interrupted by a humming noise emanating from Jiraiya's hand. A blue, swirling tendril of chakra began forming the shape of a sphere. The ball of chakra rotated with incredible intensity, and the humming noise increased along with it. Naruto could do nothing but watch in awe as the technique began to create waves of wind that radiated outward. The noise slowly died down as the Rasengan died out. The Rasengan, an infamous rank jutsu, Jiraiya said, his tone growing somber. And also the fourth's own creation. And his legacy. Naruto's eyes bulged. The fourth Hokage created this jutsu? Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. It was one thing seeing the Rasengan in all of its glory. It fit his attack style perfectly as it didn't require too much time to charge, seemed to create a lot of damage, he assumed, having not seen its effect yet, and could be used with a single hand. And now he just learned that his idol and hero, the fourth, invented the jutsu he just watched a second before. But that did raise some questions. Pervy sage. You said the fourth made the jutsu, so how the hell do you know how to do it? Naruto asked pointedly. Jiraiya sighed. You really didn't read your books in the academy, did you? Naruto shrugged. They were mostly useless. You do understand that if you want to be a Hokage, there's more to the position than just fighting your way through everything. You'll have to learn from dozens of books about the history of all the nations, their leaders, as well as even more books about laws, politics, and public relations. Naruto waved his hand, dismissing the idea. I'll learn about it once I'm older. There's still a lot of time before I can become Hokage. Fair enough, though I was just warning you. In any case, the fourth Hokage was my student. It took him around 3 years to develop the technique. You trained the fourth Hokage? You? Naruto questioned repeatedly, not believing his ears. Jiraiya looked peeved. How is that so hard to believe? I am a legendary shinobi, you know? Yeah, but no offense to me, only impression of you is that you're a pervert. Correction, mega pervert. Touché. So when do we start with the jutsu? Naruto asked, eager to start his training and learn the technique. Sure, it wasn't a rank, but how hard could it really be? As long as he perfected this jutsu, he would finally get to know about the Akatsuki. Naruto would also ask about the other Jinchuriki in their own group, but there was no need to clue Jiraiya about that yet. Whoa. How did you get the impression that we're starting today? Jiraiya asked with an amused smile. What do you mean? You're the one who issued the bet, weren't you? That's right. But I actually came here with a different goal in mind. I was sent by the third to come find you. Apparently, there's a lot to discuss and my presence would help the conversation. Yeah, sure, Naruto ended up agreeing. While he did want to start the training as fast as possible, he was also curious about the old man's current state. He also wanted to ask a few questions of his own and get some doubts answered for a long time coming. They made their way into the Hokage's building. Thankfully, they were already heading there from the start, with the pervy sage leading them there unconsciously the entire last time. No one even attempted to stop Naruto or ask for any secret password. Naruto correctly assumed it was because of Jiraiya's presence. The Sannin barged his way into the Hokage's office without even a knock of the door. Hiruzen was standing near the window with a pipe in his mouth, letting out the fumes through the open window. He turned when he heard the commotion, a small smile on his face. You've finally come. I was beginning to think you weren't going to make it. Jiraiya scoffed. Please, you must have sensed us coming the second we made it near the block. Naruto noted the same staff that was in Hiruzen's hands with interest. He had been holding that the other day as well. What's with the staff? The Hokage looked at the long pole that was placed between his left shoulder and chest. A precaution of sorts. Anyways, there is no time to waste. We have much to discuss. Jiraiya, I trust you and Naruto have already been acquainted? You could say so, Jiraiya commented offhandedly, sending a look at Naruto that made him chuckle. In any case, it's best if we begin with what happened in the Chunin exam. Naruto, could you please report exactly what happened in your encounter with Kisame? I've already had Guy report, but I want your perspective as well. Naruto nodded. He was a bit peeved that he couldn't hold the information as blackmail against Jiraiya, but understood right now that his petty wishes weren't of importance. Kisame was looking for the Jinchuriki. According to Fu, he was patrolling the area considering it was the Chunin exams and tracked down her large chakra somehow. I joined the fight soon after. He was incredibly strong. It wasn't like he was trying against us, wanted us alive for something. Guy came in and saved the day. The rest you already know. Is there anything specific he said? Jiraiya asked urgently. Naruto remembered the exact words of Fu and what she had mentioned. Kisame mentioned a few names. Itachi and Orochimaru. Something about Orochimaru owing him one. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Both the adults in the room went dead still as they thought over his words. Naruto couldn't help but wonder why the mention of Orochimaru was enough to bring such a strong reaction within these two. Jiraiya looked confused. Orochimaru has ties with the Akatsuki? But my recent reports show that he wasn't a part of any of their activities. He may not be active in the Akatsuki currently. But we cannot confirm until we get more information, Hiruzen said with a grave expression on his face. I'm also equally worried about this Tobi. His teleportation ability is frightening to be able to get past our own sealed borders. Along with the Sharingan. How could there be another living Uchiha? Naruto shuddered when the image of the orange-masked man came back to the front of his mind. The man, whoever he was strong enough to induce nightmares. He just realized what Tobi having the Sharingan meant for Sasuke and the Uchiha clan as a whole. Our only guess would be Itachi, but the persona and the frame Guy mentions don't match. Neither do the motivations. Jiraiya said, mumbling the last part. Why would their guess be Itachi? He's an Akatsuki member. Wait a second. Itachi has a Sharingan, and was the only other living Uchiha next to Sasuke. That means Itachi Uchiha was the traitor brother of Sasuke. Sasuke's brother is in the Akatsuki? We can only assume it was an offset of the clan that remained hidden and slowly died out until Tobi was the last one. Regardless, the origin of this Tobi does not need to matter. The issue at hand is that he is currently our enemy, and must be placed on a high-priority bounty immediately. Jiraiya, if time permits it, please check up on the sealed borders and try something out. The Toad Sage nodded. I'll look over the seals and try to prevent him from just waltzing in. Hiruzen tapped the ground with his staff, a habit that he was getting quite used to. He puffed out another ring of smoke before speaking. Anyways, we're coming to the crux of the issue now. They waited in anticipation. I'm going to retire as Hokage. Naruto felt his mouth drop to the floor. What? He saw Jiraiya from the corner of his eye having an unpleasant frown on his face. You can't be serious, old man. You're the strongest and the smartest. Why would you leave now when the whole village is under pressure? Have you gone insane? Hiruzen chuckled. I appreciate how much faith you have in me, Naruto. He looked over at his arm wistfully. However, I'm far from the strongest in the village at this point in time. I'm no longer the young man who was bursting with energy, and neither am I the general who led our army to victory in the Third War. The Hokage has the responsibility to protect the village with regards to all forms of attack. I'm capable, yes, but staying here would only impede Konoha from having someone even more capable than I. Who says you need to fight? Naruto said incredulously. I'm going to ignore that bullshit about you not being strong. We both know you'd whoop the majority of ninja in our village even with one arm. It doesn't matter anyway. You're the most intelligent person here, the wisest. You always said a good Hokage needs to be wise. War, Naruto, doesn't need wise or intelligent people leading the forefront, Hiruzen interrupted gently. The wise and intelligent people are never the leaders except in rare cases. We need someone headstrong and powerful. A symbol. Naruto couldn't believe it. But war? Sure, the Akatsuki are a mess, but war is taking it too far, is it not? The third sighed. I wish I could agree with you. But the signs are there. Maybe the chances are higher that the Akatsuki will be dealt with a couple of years before they can bring about any major damages. But I won't be taking the risk. We must start preparing now. There was a brief, tense silence. But so much was said. Who the hell could replace you of all people? Naruto asked, grasping desperately onto the last straw he had. Jiraiya answered for his mentor. Tsunade. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, I believe she would be the best fit for Hokage. I was pondering if you, Jiraiya, could have been in the position. However, I believe we both know that you wouldn't dare come near this desk for all it's worth. Not that I blame you, of course. If I may be crass, I'd prefer you didn't. Right now, nothing is more important than information. Something which we sorely lack. Ridding our primary source of said information would be a terrible move. Who the hell is Tsunade? Naruto asked brazenly, his mind still not able to process what exactly this conversation was. Jiraiya sighed. My teammate. Tsunade Senjith, greatest healer the world has ever known. She's certainly headstrong, and I do agree with Sensei that she's a good pick. Wait. You're on her side? Naruto asked, his tone accusatory. Are we seriously going with this plan? Sure, he was shocked when he heard her last name. His mind jogged to remember where he heard it before, and realized that he did recollect Irika mentioning the first Hokage's granddaughter before. He had to admit, having that man in your direct family line was a pretty big deal on your resume. Naruto had inadvertently met the first Hokage once before. Albeit it was the system's version of him. The dark red armor and the clan, all sounds they made as the Hokage got nearer to him. Hiruzen chuckled. No one is on either side, Naruto. It is my wish and my decision whether to stay or leave this position. Besides, I have a lot of work to do once I retire. Naruto blinked. Work? How could you work once you retire? I'm retiring as a Hokage. When did I ever say I'm retiring as a shinobi? Wait. So you're going to? Hiruzen smirked, dipping his hat. Train. Train harder than ever before. True, this arm is going to take a lot to get used to. But there are some things I can do to mitigate that. As much as a peaceful retirement sounds nice, I can't do something like that without a guilty conscience weighing down on my mind for the rest of my life. I want to get prepared for the eventual battle that is coming for Konoha. Oh. So that's not too bad, is it? Jiraiya grinned. Did little Naruto think the Hokage was going to be reading books in a library and knitting clothes for his grandson? Naruto blushed. Of course not. The self-proclaimed mega pervert laughed, and then looked toward Hiruzen. Do the other counselors know about this? Hiruzen shook his head. No. I can't reveal it too early before Tsunade is here to take the hat. To put it simply, I'm afraid of what Danzo would do once he hears I'm retiring. The council is only functioning right now due to the hierarchy I've placed down. The second I retire, the entire council will dissolve into a desperate tug of war between everyone. Those on Danzo's side are already advocating for their leader to replace me. While I don't doubt his effectiveness, his methods are the very thing that would cultivate more hatred among the people of our village. Naruto wasn't sure who Danzo was, but he was confident he wasn't one to be trifled with. He was starting to get frustrated by how much hidden politics were occurring in Konoha, and he was already pissed off with the news he received a few minutes earlier. He never thought about what kind of pressures came with the position of Hokage, having to deal with dozens of angry old men that complain all day and try to make you slip up would be more than annoying. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Is Hayashi still vying for the position? No, I don't believe so. He has enough issues to deal with inside of the Hyuga clan to begin with. Anyways, Jiraiya, I need you to find Tsunade within a month, preferably sooner. Her last known location? The pervy sage questioned. A little north of Fujiroji village. A tall, blonde woman was reported to be gambling a ton of money. And losing it all. Sounds like her. He grinned before looking over to Naruto. What do you say, brah? Ready for a small adventure? Naruto was surprised. Me? Why should I come with you? Well, you gotta learn the Rasengan somehow. Other than that, I have a gut feeling that you'd help convince her. So, what do you think? Coming or not? Ding! Quest bringing the princess home created. Quest details convince Tsunade Senju to come back to Konoha and become Hokage. Quest rewards EXP 2000? Failure, Konoha becomes a barren wasteland. Does player accept the quest? Yes/no. Well, it's not like I got anything to do here. I'll come, Naruto confirmed. Hiruzen shuffled. Perfect. I'll write this down as a blank mission. I don't want anyone to get suspicious. You both may have some obstacles in the middle of your search, but hopefully there aren't any issues. Yeah, like that's going to happen. Naruto thought bitterly. Something always goes wrong with things like this. Hell, my first mission out of Konoha was an absolute mess. He couldn't help but wonder how things were going to turn out. There are so many moving parts in the world right now. The Akatsuki, other nations, a new Hokage, Fu, and so much more. Naruto could do nothing but be swept up in the rampant winds that were quickly taking over his life. 2 hours later. Naruto walked around the streets of Konoha with a brown, heavy bag attached to his back. He had spent the first hour of the time given to pack a bunch of clothes and some snacks, and the second hour informing some people he knew about the Brank mission. He tried to find Sasuke, but apparently the Uchiha was off training somewhere. Sakura had trained in the morning and was shopping around with Ino and some of the other girls. He managed to find Kakashi, who heard about Jiraiya and didn't question his leave any further, knowing that there was probably some further information that he wasn't privy to. Realistically, Team 7 were the only people who really needed to know about his absence. Wow, that is kind of sad to say. Everyone is so busy these days, eh? I guess I took the academy for granted. He was currently making his way to the Konoha gates, where Jiraiya was waiting. The man had apparently wanted to take his time before he traveled, though Naruto could assume what he was doing in the free time that Jiraiya himself allowed. Naruto! Naruto swerved his head to meet the familiar voice that he couldn't quite put a face to. HM? He found his eyes meeting a panting Kuratsuchi who had her hands on her knees as she bent over in exhaustion. She wore different clothes than before. Whereas during the exams she was more relaxed and had loose-fitting kunoichi attire, here she looked like royalty. Her red tunic was trimmed with gold, and her hair looked more taken care of. Not to mention her skin, which was practically glowing somehow. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. How are you still here? All of the other Chunin exam members had left for their prospective villages by now. They were especially in a hurry to do so after the disastrous final day, which struck fear into everyone's hearts. I'm the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. I'll be going with him today back to IWA. He stayed here for a few extra days to take care of some legal matters with the treaty, Kuratsuchi said haughtily, crossing her arms and tossing her hair to the side. Naruto sighed in relief. That's great. That means our feud is officially over, right? I mean, IWA and Konoha are in an official truce, so you wouldn't try to kill me. Right? She glared at him. It's a shame, but yes, I can't actually kill you anymore. But do not once think that you're safe. My motivation is still the same. I'll train until I defeat you once and for all, and with the crushing loss you end up quitting as a shinobi. Naruto laughed. Yeah, in your dreams, princess. You can train all you want in that diamond castle of yours. You won't be catching up anytime soon. TSK. Konoha Brut's always assuming things without any actual knowledge. No wonder this village. Say anything you want about me, but leave my home out of it, Naruto said, clearly peeved by her tone. She walked forward confidently, placing a finger on Naruto's chest. Or what? You'll hurt the princess of IWA? They'll have you hanged in the diamond castle that I've apparently grown up in. Naruto grinned. He clutched her hand and pushed it to the side. Oh, will they? I guess once I get rid of you we both can spend the rest of our lives in hell together. Kuratsuchi laughed. Please, the second you lay a hand on me I'll have my grandfather laser you to the ground. Oh yeah, Naruto growled. The second your grandfather even looks at me I'll have the oil Hokage fry him to a crisp. She scoffed. Please, Grandpa would beat him in a fight easily. In your dreams? Your grandpa is too short to reach the ramen counter. He can fly. Kuratsuchi nearly yelled in frustration. It's not like you can be talking too much height either, short. Naruto swallowed the mandatory I still haven't hit my growth spurt comment and barged onwards. I think you should be more respectful to Chunin. She didn't look too impressed nor surprised, which meant she already had that information. Fuck nepotism. I hate how annoyed you make me. Whatever, Kuratsuchi said with a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. I just wanted to remind you that we're still rivals even considering the alliance. Don't worry, princess, after that proclamation earlier, you're gonna be on the forefront of my mind for the rest of my life. Kuratsuchi looked shocked for a second before looking away in embarrassment, her neck turning red. She kept on mumbling to herself even as Naruto waved a hand in front of her face. Has she finally gone mad? She finally turned back to face him. You really need to watch what you say or else people will take it wrongly. It's goodbye for now, Naruto. The next time we meet, I'm going to pummel you to the ground. You can try all you want. You're never going to catch up. Naruto exclaimed, grinning. CYA princess. In the future you gotta introduce me to your old man by the way. Her eyes bulged. What? Naruto raised an eyebrow, confused by her outburst. 'Cause I'm going to be Hokage soon, Databeo. If the alliance continues I'll need to be cordial with your grandfather, might as well get an early impression in. Of course, she said, coughing. Bye. She scurried off without another word, leaving Naruto to watch her retreating form with a bizarre expression. That was an interesting conversation. To be honest, I expected more yelling than I got there. His journey to the gates afterwards was uneventful. Naruto quickly found Jiraiya, who was busy conversing with the two guards. He noticed Naruto and motioned for him to follow. "We've wasted a lot of time already," Jiraiya said shamelessly, even though he was the one who created the 2-hour break. "Let's go." And that was how they left Konoha. A day later, Naruto caught the water balloon that was tossed to him with his right hand, noticing how the item extended and stretched due to the elasticity of the rubber and the weight of the water. They had made it just south of the listed location, and had stopped for a short break in a carnival fair that was occurring in the district. Naruto, for one, had never seen something like it. There were so many bustling people and shops littered everywhere selling all sorts of trinkets. Jiraiya had specifically bought several water balloons as well as some empty balloons that Naruto could fill himself. "Why are you giving me a water balloon?" Naruto asked curiously, eyeing the object. Jiraiya smirked. "Before that, I'll assume you know how to chakra climb and walk on water? If you don't, then you simply don't have enough chakra control for this technique." "Pshh, those are easy." "Good. For the sake of simplicity, let's divide chakra control into 3 levels. He raised a single finger. "Tree climbing, or level 1, require you to maintain a certain amount of chakra on your feet, and more importantly being able to consistently output that level of chakra. It introduces you to the level of concentration needed for future techniques, and how the anatomy of the body comes into play." Naruto nodded in understanding. "Then comes level 2, Jiraiya said, raising a second finger. "Walking on water. You needed to continuously emit a fixed amount of chakra from your feet, and said chakra needed to interact with a liquid rather than a solid, giving rise to different properties to the technique. Continuous application of chakra, that was what you learned." The Toad Sage held another water balloon in his hand, giving a clear view to Naruto. "Now, the 3rd step." The balloon, more specifically, the water inside the balloon began to swirl. The swirling inside of the balloon was made obvious by the extension of the rubber that covered the rotating water. Eventually the balloon popped, letting out a burst of water that managed to hit Naruto's hair. He shook his head to get it back dry as he tried to guess what just happened. "The water was spinning?" Jiraiya smiled. "Yes. The 3rd step is simple to state. You must rotate the chakra that you wield. And to rotate, you need to first create a stream of chakra that obeys your every will. The moral of the 3rd step is to give you more control and command over your chakra. To truly make it your own weapon." "Interesting." Naruto immediately focused his attention back to the balloon in his hand. Jiraiya, meanwhile, just smirked knowingly and sat down against a tree, a book in his hand. The Jinchuriki closed his eyes and felt for his chakra. The roaring rage of energy that was rushing through his veins obeyed his call and charged towards his right hand that held the balloon. "Now the chakra is in my hand." He needed to mount it, slowly release a stream that he could easily rotate. He tried to release some chakra, only for the balloon to burst without even giving him the chance to rotate it. Jiraiya laughed. "What? You thought you could do it on your first try? We're gonna be at this till nightfall, kid." Ding! Skilled chakra control has increased by a level. Chakra control is now LVL 8. I guess we're back to my roots. Grind time. Naruto tiredly made his way to the ramen stand, sitting at the counter. Jiraiya was a bit behind, having to buy something from a nearby market. His Rasengan training hadn't gone far, but he could now feel a bit more of the stream of chakra that he was supposed to rotate. It was slightly demotivating, but when his chakra control leveled up, it was definitely a motivational booster. "Miso ramen with extra pork, please," Naruto said, handing over some money that the pervy sage had given him. One thing that Naruto learned about Jiraiya was that he was obscenely rich, to the degree where Naruto had never seen that many zeros in his life. Apparently his books were more than popular, and had given the toad more money than he could spend in one lifetime. So the Uzumaki didn't feel bad for smooching his cash to eat dinner. An old man with a white apron and, more importantly, a kind smile brought forward a bowl of steaming noodles. "Here you go." Naruto gratefully accepted the food. "Thank you?" "Ah, nothing is better than a bowl of ramen." He forked down some ramen with a loud slurp. Not as good as Ichiraku, but tasty nonetheless. If he was being honest, taste profile-wise this may have been more complex than Ichiraku's, but the aspect of nostalgia would always be in his hometown's favor. Naruto ignored the man that sat next to him, preferring instead to swallow down more food. Then, out the corner of his eye, he saw something horrifying. Red clouds. Naruto snapped his neck to the side, his eyes meeting red ones as he instantly spat out his food in shock. A man sat quietly, his posture relaxed but alert. His long, dark hair fell loosely around his face, partially obscuring his sharp features. The infamous black cloak with the red clouds of the Akatsuki was draped over him, blending into the dim light of his surroundings. His expression was calm, almost distant. Cold, red eyes glowed with resolve. There was an undeniable presence about him, as if every movement of his, even in stillness, carried a quiet weight of purpose and reflection. "Oh fuck, get me the hell out of here." Without another look backwards, Naruto left the remaining half-bowl of ramen at the counter and bolted towards the door. Adrenaline and fear rushed through his body with an unparalleled speed, boosting every movement that he made away from Itachi. It wasn't an option to fight Itachi, someone who Kisame himself clearly respected, in a fight. He would have to simply retreat as possible, and hopefully lose the man in the nighttime. There unfortunately weren't many people to get mixed up in a crowd, and only the occasional drunk group of 4 or 3 would pop up. "I have to find Jiraiya, I have to find Jiraiya," Naruto mentally prayed. The only issue was that he didn't specifically know his sensei's location, and could only guess by going near the shopping districts. At the same time, a sudden realization entered Naruto's mind. There's no way Jiraiya would take this long to buy something, would he? Unless he was lying about going to purchasing items. And the only other location he would be, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto intoned quietly and quickly as he kept his fingers in the cross pattern. 20 or so clones appeared next to him, running the instant they formed. The 21 Narutos began running in all kinds of directions as fast as they could, doing their best to divert the Akatsuki members' attention from the original. The real one headed towards the general direction of the hot springs he had seen earlier while walking here. Naruto didn't exactly remember the correct route back but knew the broad location he needed to be in. He zigzagged and leaped across roofs and alleys, his eyes eagerly searching for any sign of the pervy sage and also for Itachi. While he couldn't find Jiraiya anytime soon, he also couldn't sense the uchiha near him, which hopefully meant that he had managed to lose the Akatsuki member with his clones. Or, hopefully, Itachi was currently battling with Jiraiya right now. Activate Perfect Henge. Nothing happened. Huh! Ignoring whatever just happened, Naruto ran through another, darker alley which was leading him deeper into the city. "I can get through here and maybe summon another set of clones just in case." Splat! Naruto's eyes bulged and his hands gripped his neck tightly as endless amounts of blood began pouring out of it. How? He looked down to find a long gash across his throat. His mind immediately defaulted to scream, but no noise came out other than the sound of contact between his knees and the ground as he fell to the floor. He laid on his back as the blood began to drip down his clothes, drenching everything he had in red. He was going to die. The moonlight lit the alley with a dim, red light. The lone celestial body in the sky was the only one to witness the death of Naruto Uzumaki, the self-proclaimed future Hokage of Konoha. Wait. Red? His eyes narrowed onto the full moon even as the remaining life in his body began to fade. It was glowing a dark, bloody red, with 3 spinning tomo painted over it. What's happening? The crimson world shattered into nothingness. Naruto fell over, topping over the chair he was sitting on as well as the bowl of ramen on the table that cracked into pieces when it hit the floor. Hot broth touched his skin, jolting him out of his coma-like stupor and back into the real world. Ding! New skill achieved Genjutsu Detection LVL1. Itachi stood over him, his red Sharingan spinning widely. Was it all a Genjutsu? Naruto flinched at the sight before yelping as a sticky, something yanked him backwards with a rough tug. Naruto felt himself getting reeled into another alleyway, this time not of his own volition. It had to be something alive attached to him, otherwise he wouldn't have recognized the feeling of saliva so easily. The movement eventually stopped with a thud as Naruto landed on a soft, slimy surface. Why does this feel so weird? Is that a fucking toad? He got to his feet immediately as the toad croaked loudly once more. He heard a bustling sound from above him, on top of one of the roofs of the buildings surrounding the alleyway. There you are, Jiraiya said as he looked over the ledge above Naruto. He leaped down, bending his knees to absorb the impact. Jiraiya brushed off the dust on his knees and looked up with a serious expression. Itachi Uchiha. It's been a while. Naruto hadn't even noticed the man there. Itachi stood absolutely still, his eyes cold as ever. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. I heard you were nearby. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I believe my partner has made it clear enough. I was sent to retrieve the Ninetales Jinchuriki after my partner failed to do so, and that is what I shall do. He's after me. Kisame failed and now they sent him. Naruto realized with startled eyes. Sensei, Jiraiya motioned for Naruto to move behind him. Brat, make sure not look into his eyes. And for God's sake, don't look into his eyes. Even more importantly, don't you dare try to interrupt this fight. You would just be a nuisance. Naruto didn't need to be told to do so. He wasn't ashamed of knowing when he was on the losing side. Sure, he might have been over-optimistic at times whenever he fought others his age, but someone like Itachi Uchiha wasn't meant to be fought just to please his ego. Jiraiya rushed forward, meeting Itachi in the middle. Naruto's mentor had a fighting style which was direct, powerful, and unique at the same time. Itachi was using the Uchiha clan taijutsu, which Naruto could easily recognize, but also felt that it was somewhat different entirely. The moveset that Naruto and Sasuke used was differing widely from Itachi's, though all three used the same fluid movements and grace in their fighting. Sasuke's older brother, however, managed to add his own flair and experience into the mix, creating something more polished as well as unpredictable. The two cage-level shinobi clashed in the middle, with the main target being the Jinchuriki who stood behind them. Naruto couldn't help but feel a certain amount of helplessness as the two calamities dueled it out. The hell am I supposed to do against them anyways? Naruto felt a lurching of the ground underneath them as his sight began to darken considerably. Something was beginning to cover them. Pink, fleshy material encompassed the alleyway, leaving the three in its confines. Naruto heard a croaking sound that echoed loudly and vibrated through the somehow alive walls around them, shaking his feet and ground. We're in a goddamn toad? Naruto thought incredulously. Itachi kept his hand to his mouth and released a stream of fire towards the pervy sage, who brought forward a small globe of water that perfectly contained the heat. How did they know which jutsu the other was casting? Did they simply have that much knowledge over hand signs? Hand signs are too variable to be a specific jutsu unless it's an iconic or easy one to remember like shadow clone jutsu. Do certain hand signs signal a type of jutsu somehow? The blonde's eyes widened. Naruto couldn't just sit back any longer. Not because he wanted to fight, of course. There was a clone of Itachi Uchiha standing in front of him. Itachi's clone stood still, the upper part of his cloak covering his face until his nose. His eyes were the only thing truly visible, and Naruto tried his hardest not to look at them, instead deciding to focus on the man's torso. He looked over at the resident sage that was too busy dealing with the real thing right now. Let's see. He has everything Sasuke has except for the Sharingan as well as a decade more experience. Plus he's an Akatsuki member on par with Jiraiya. I'm royally fucked, aren't I? Itachi moved forward first, leading with a fist that sailed past Naruto's head. Activate Gentle Fist. Activating. Skill Hyuga Clan Taijutsu LVL1 activated. Usage drains 15 MP points each minute. Naruto pushed his open palm towards Itachi, who blocked with his left knee. The blonde immediately tried to pull back his outstretched palm but found that he couldn't do so. His palm was literally attached to Itachi's knee, the latter having used his chakra to stick them together. Itachi raised his right leg and side-kicked Naruto straight in the left side of his torso, perfectly timing his kick with the moment he released his chakra hold of Naruto. The kick launched Naruto towards the side and into the flesh inner walls of the toad's mouth. Other than the pain that racked his body, the sensation of the gross flesh and moving blood was unpleasant. However, it did make it so that he easily rebounded back into the fight without taking too much damage from the impact. What should I do? Uchiha clan taijutsu is a no-go. I don't have the swords for B's kenjutsu. And, activate Iron Skin. Activating. Skill Iron Skin LVL4 activated. Usage takes 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. The shuriken that came racing towards him bounced off harmlessly. He could have dodged them, sure, but that was what Itachi wanted him to do. Naruto rushed through a few hand signs. Water-style surging sea. He felt his lungs expanding before a torrential wave of water evolved from his mouth. Another loud croaking noise reverberated throughout the walls, this one managing to sound annoyed at the tons of water that invaded its mouth. Naruto poured chakra through his feet and moved forward, the rush of water giving him extra speed along with his own acceleration. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He couldn't summon too many clones considering the limited amount of space he had, and settled for a dozen. Activate Iron Clones. Activating. Skill Iron Clones LVL1 activated. Usage takes 30 MP and lasts for a variable time before skill cooldown applies. Itachi didn't flinch at the sight of 13 clones gunning for him, and instead flashed through a couple hand signs. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A barrage of fireballs erupted from his mouth, spread out to damage as many of them as possible. The jutsu he used was smaller than the regular fireball, but was more controlled and harder to evade. Iron clones, however, helped the clones deal with the damage and continue forward. Smoke arose from wherever the fire hit, darkening everyone's vision at the same time. Another loud trembling echoed through the chamber, but Naruto was prepared and let go of his hold on the water and instead stuck his feet to the surface of the mouth. Itachi dismantled his clones with clinical precision. The fire that erupted from his mouth was near crimson in color, and Naruto could feel its scorching heat even if he wasn't particularly close. The Akatsuki's fist held a kunai coated in lightning that heaved through the bodies of the clones, erupting them into smoke. How strong is he? Naruto thought with shock. He moved forward in the dark atmosphere. If it wasn't already hard enough to fight by looking at the opponent's torso, he also had to navigate everything in the unfamiliar environment of a gigantic toad's mouth, which also has the tendency to violently rumble from time to time. Itachi had taken care of the clones and headed for him next. How much chakra did he put in that clone? A regular shadow clone wouldn't be able to fight for this clone. Naruto jumped upwards, sticking his feet to the roof of the mouth by applying some chakra, thereby avoiding 5 electric-coated shuriken that managed to be perfectly placed. Walking upside down wasn't as difficult as it seemed. He found the trick to be to just imagine yourself as walking upright, and your opponent as the one who is walking upside down. Once he got that down, it was back to regular fighting. He leaped off the ceiling and went straight for Itachi, who looked as calm as ever. Itachi caught his flying kick with one hand, and grabbed his knee with the other hand. Naruto suddenly found himself flying and crashing into the wall once more as he was flung with incredible acceleration. I deserved that one. He wasn't sure what he was thinking going straight forward Itachi fucking Uchiha like that. He had wanted to land a black flash, but the timing was completely off. Either Naruto was afraid or just not in his game. Maybe it was a combination of both. The worrying part was that Itachi had a clear chance to kill him, clone or not, but decided not to. Did the Akatsuki want him alive? Yes, that part was already confirmed. Kisame had the chance to kill him, but decided instead to cut off his appendages to prevent Naruto's escape instead. However, something felt different fighting Itachi compared to the Shark Man. Kisame always has that predatory grin on his face that makes you shiver. Itachi's presence wasn't describable. Who exactly is Itachi Uchiha? This time, Naruto ran forward with a new resolve. He had to use the fact that the Akatsuki couldn't deal fatal damage to him to his advantage. It didn't matter whether Naruto was fighting a clone that only had a portion of the original's chakra, had to do his best if he wanted to survive. He was nearing Itachi, who remained still as ever. Sleight of hand. 1 second, Naruto's hand was empty. He pushed his hand to the side, spinning it dramatically. The next second, a kunai charged with lighting was in its grasp. Ding! Skill sleight of hand has increased by a level. Sleight of hand is now LVL2. The cooldown went from 10 to 5 and that wording somewhat changed. Maybe. Naruto flung the kunai with all his strength, forcing Itachi to dodge the makeshift lightning bolt headed his way. The dark enclosure was lit by the movement of electricity across its empty space, filling the room with a flickering blue light. The blonde had already begun moving right, praying that Itachi did as well. He had observed from the minute of Jiraiya's fight against the original that the man had dodged right as well, and went for a wild, educated guess that could very easily be wrong. For once, God was on his side. Naruto took the chance fully, not withdrawing any speed to move forward. He threw any fear of death away, instead giving all of his trust to the fact that Itachi couldn't afford to kill him. His right hand went forward, charged with overwhelming amounts of chakra, visible and easy to sense for anyone with a certain control over chakra. Especially for someone like Itachi, who sensed the buildup of chakra itself. Itachi aimed his right arm accurately to block the hit, at the same time tilting his body to the side to make himself a smaller target. Naruto's strike was getting closer and closer. An inch left before contact. Half an inch. A centimeter left. Activate sleight of hand. Naruto's hand was suddenly devoid of any chakra, instead striking against Itachi harmlessly. The Jinchuriki suddenly turned his fist into an open palm, pulsing his chakra as he took grasp of Itachi's cloaked arm. The same sticky move that Itachi had used against him. Using it wasn't too hard, but adapting to the new, clothed material was harder than it looked. Couldn't move his arm away immediately, though with a bit more force or by overloading Naruto's chakra with his own, he could have escaped free. However, the point was that it took more time to do so. And in a taijutsu fight, Even a millisecond was the difference between life and death. Now, where did all the stored chakra go? To his left hand. Naruto's left hand was blazing with chakra and force, going straight for Itachi's liver. Sleight of hand had transferred all of the chakra into the other hand at Naruto's command, creating a perfect surprise attack. The wording of the technique referred to any possession of his, which could refer to either any object or even his own chakra, which was literally his possession and something he owned. And then came contact. Black Flash. Black Flash LVL1 activated. A phenomenon where space warps when chakra is applied within 1/1,000,000th of a second of a physical blow. When the user manages this feat, their chakra appears black, and the force of their attack is raised to the power of 2.5. Black lightning manifested itself into the world in response to the unification of chakra and the soul, the result of the perfect timing and application of the energy that coursed through Naruto's veins. No matter how charged up the clone is, there's no way it's surviving this. The gratification as he made contact with the body was unbelievable. Naruto couldn't help but feel as if he was in heaven. Then his hand began going through flesh. His fist punctured straight into the body, passing through the first layer of skin. He felt organs and blood pour over his fist, a horribly grotesque sensation of guts that exploded on contact. What the fuck? Isn't this a clone? Naruto blinked. Squawk! Itachi was gone, and instead replaced by a dozen of crows that exploded out from his body. Naruto flinched back as the crows flew out in all directions, revealing nothing in its place. The blonde looked around in worry for the Akatsuki member. Instead, all he saw was a ruby red eye. What? In an instant, an hour of pain took over his mind. In the mindscape he was in, it was only him and Itachi. He was hit multiple times. Conversations were held. Everything was a blur. Naruto knew that something had happened in his mind. He just didn't know what. A mystery in his mind hidden by a lock that he didn't have the key for. Itachi was in front of him again. He whispered, "Get stronger." Naruto gulped. His mind was trembling with pain. "Or you'll die soon." Boom! He was knocked back with high velocity as the explosion took place. He was quick enough to raise his hands and brace his chakra for defense, and for the fact that his iron skin was already active. The explosion wasn't too large, but neither was it very small. Naruto sacked to the floor in exhaustion the instant his back made contact with the wall. Phew! Naruto breathed in and out, trying his best to calm down his racing nerves. Itachi was gone. But he left while creating a dozen more problems. First came the quest. Itachi had said something to him in his mind. What did the Akatsuki captain want to tell him? When did that hour-long conversation with Itachi even start? How come Naruto didn't recollect any of it? Why would he listen to someone who was actively trying to capture him? Then again, Itachi's actions had made no sense. During the entire fight, the man was barely trying to capture or subdue him, though some of that could be accounted for by the presence of Jiraiya. Even so, something was just off about that entire encounter, and the way everything had occurred. Itachi was a murderous psychopath who had killed the entire Uchiha clan, leaving behind only his little brother, Sasuke. And now he was part of the Akatsuki, who were hunting down the Jinchuriki for a larger purpose that they currently could not even imagine. What kind of insane plan did they have to require all 9 of the tailed beasts? But now, why did it seem as if Itachi was trying to help him? Was this part of his larger plan? An elaborate scheme to lower his guard? No, all of that isn't needed for capturing someone like me. Regardless, none of his current actions were matching with his riddled past. And what was Fortress of the Mind? Naruto rarely got a skill that he didn't understand, and this one didn't even come with a description. Overall, Naruto had gained nothing from the encounter, except for a shit ton of questions. The world around him resumed once Naruto left his thoughts. They were back in the alleyway, no longer obstructed by the enormous toad that had swallowed them all inside of it. More importantly, Itachi was gone. "Naruto, are you okay?" The question prompted Naruto to turn his head. Jiraiya looked mostly fine other than the obvious tiredness that racked his body, signified by the panting and rapid up and down movement of his chest. Naruto nodded. "Physically, yes. I was just fighting a clone. Did you take care of him?" They began to walk away from the site, with Jiraiya carefully picking a route back into safety. "He's crafty," Jiraiya said, shaking his head. "No, elusive would be the better word. Neither of us went all out. He wouldn't try to get you while I'm here, after all. I'm willing to bet that his chakra was running low, and he didn't bother risking it any further. What did his clone do? Other than randomly exploding?" Naruto said with a grimace. He wasn't sure whether he should tell Jiraiya about the incident in his mind yet. He told me to get stronger. Or die. Jiraiya sighed but didn't say anything. Naruto could also guess what was running through the man's head right now. The blonde still had more questions, however. What's with Itachi? He's clearly not normal. It was almost as if he wasn't trying against us. Not almost. The fact is that Itachi wasn't trying. There could be many reasons that could be attributed to that, and many of them I can't tell you why. For now, I'll just tell you this. Never assume to know anything about Itachi Uchiha. He's a man shrouded in mystery, and he prefers it that way. Why can't you tell me? I legally can't. Until you become a Jonin or even a Tokubetsu Jonin, there is some classified information that I can't tell you, even if I really wanted to. Well, if I learn the Rasengan, you said you'd tell me all you know about the Akatsuki. Considering the fact that Itachi is in that organization, you'd be required to tell me about him, no? Jiraiya smirked. Is that a spark of what I sensed there? Didn't know you had it in you, brat. In response to your question, let's see if you first learn the Rasengan. You have 12 days left. One more thing, nothing that happens during this mission can be told to your team or friends, or anyone for that matter. I'll officially list it as an rank mission now that we've encountered Itachi Uchiha, who is the most wanted criminal after Orochimaru. Wouldn't it be weird for a 12-year-old to be on a rank mission? Naruto mentioned with a frown. True. But I'm sure you've been in a lot of weirder stuff. You'll just tell your friends it was a long, rank escort mission that ended up taking more time than you expected. Well, I doubt that we'll see Itachi again after this. Let's see. This does ruin a lot of things I had planned, though. Like what? I was planning to teach you how to draw a portion of the Kyuubi's chakra safely, but with the Akatsuki roaming around, it may not be the safest. The Ninetales chakra is like a shining beacon for anyone with a smidge of talent and sensing. I'd prefer to do that in Konoha now. Naruto's eyes widened. Draw out chakra from the Kyuubi? What do you think the other Jinchuriki have been doing this whole time? I know that's what they do. I got chakra from the Kyuubi once as well. In the Land of Waves, to be exact. But would the Ninetales willingly give me chakra? Jiraiya shrugged. You'd be surprised, kid. Oi, Ninetales, are you listening to me right now? Give some chakra, would you? No response. I'll believe it when I see it, Naruto stated matter-of-factly. Let's go find that Tsunade woman. He was still shaken from the encounter with Itachi but knew that he needed to remain calm and focused. The Akatsuki member had told him to get stronger. And that if he didn't, only death was waiting for him. And whether or not he told that with good intentions, Naruto wasn't sure. But he was confident that getting stronger was necessary either way. The fight earlier was just a wake-up call, just like the fight with Kisame was. There were people in the world that were leagues above him at the moment. It would normally have been fine considering his rather young age, but if you took in the fact that his life was in danger, age didn't matter. It wasn't just strength that he needed. Right now there were just too many mysteries for him to unravel. What was the Akatsuki's goal? Who were all their members? Who were his parents? Why did he have the Ninetales sealed inside of him? What was Orochimaru doing? What was the team or Jinchuriki that Fu was talking about? And so many more. Naruto needed more information. Phew. I need to take it in steps, just like Irika-sensei said. Right now I need to learn the Rasengan and get Jiraiya's info. I also need to ask about his relationship with the Jinchuriki team. They've made contact before if Fu's words are accurate. He took a step forward. Towards the bleak future that was eagerly waiting for him. I did it! I did it! Naruto shouted with excitement. Jiraiya was suddenly woken up from his slumber against a tree. Did what? He said slowly and with a noticeable slur. The pervy sage yawned before blinking his eyes multiple times in an effort to focus on the energetic boy. Naruto grabbed another water balloon before walking forward. Watch this. He urged his chakra forward and willed it to spin. It was tough to do at first, with the chakra acting heavy for lack of better terms. But once it began to rotate and gain some momentum, it was easy to get the ball rolling. The water began to spin around along with the chakra, causing the balloon to expand and contract wildly. But that wouldn't have been enough. The next step was to add more rotating streams in different directions. If he only rotated the entirety of the water in one direction, the water balloon would just spin in his hand. It wouldn't get lumpy and unstable like the one Jiraiya had held. Slowly, Naruto commanded different parts of the chakra to move in other ways so as to purposefully add some chaotic elements to the technique. Soon enough, the balloon burst, spitting out a stream of water that rotated in all directions. Ding! Skill chakra control has increased by a level. Chakra control is now LVL 9. Ding! Skill chakra control has increased by a level. Chakra control is now LVL 10. Ding! Skill chakra control is now intermediate chakra control LVL 1. Hell yeah! Jiraiya applauded for a moment, clearly impressed, but also annoyed by the water that now rested on his face. Other than your lack of control when bursting it, you did it. I didn't expect you to complete it before a week, to be honest. I may have underestimated your control over chakra. What did you find out? Naruto nodded smugly, soaking in the praise. Well, at first I was just trying to do what you said. But then I remembered what I saw. Your balloon was all lumpy and messy compared to mine. I realized that just spinning the water wouldn't be enough to pop a balloon like that. You needed to add some pressure on the balloon's walls. So I added other strands of chakra that span in other ways and made them collide with each other. And eventually the balloon popped due to the stress. Good, you have a decent grasp of the basics. Well, here, Jiraiya said, throwing him a rubber ball. Pop this. Eh? Pop the rubber ball. With just my chakra? Naruto asked, dumbfounded. Yes. Jiraiya refused to offer any further explanation. If he was being honest, he was slightly miffed with how fast Naruto was grasping the technique. He remembered his difficulties with learning the Rasengan, albeit he didn't have the very specific training course that Naruto did. Minato had simply shown him the technique as well as the process, but hadn't gone deep into the specifics. I might actually lose the bet. Jiraiya thought with some apprehension. He waved the feeling away. Well, he only has a week and a day or two to complete the next 2 steps. That shouldn't be possible, right? It was like he was tempting fate itself. Naruto looked at the ball and poured his chakra through. As expected, there was a ton more resistance to the movement. Having been used to the water, which was a liquid that easily moved and reciprocated to the chakra he sent through it, he wasn't as successful with rubber. The chakra rotated with either power nor speed. This is gonna take a while. Naruto tiredly moved towards the busy, bustling bar that Jiraiya had instructed him to find. His hands were aching from the constant, tight grip that he held on the rubber ball for hours. His mind was spinning from the tiring act of repeating the same exercise over and over again. He managed to make some progress, however, and the chakra seemed to be more amenable to his commands than before. He entered the bar with a blooming headache that acted like vines that gripped tightly onto the tree of his mind, refusing to let go any time soon. All in all, he was in a bad mood. Why did Jiraiya even bother with this bar? Where the hell is he anyway? Naruto grumbled internally. He took a seat at the corner, waiting for his sensei to arrive so that they could get some food. I miss Ichiraku's. As he reminisced about his hometown's cooking, even though he was only gone for a week now, Naruto didn't notice the presence of a woman right next to him. A small, petite woman with shoulder-length black hair was tapping his shoulder worriedly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What do you want? She looked somewhat embarrassed. Could you please leave that seat? My lady sits there every day. And she would be angry if someone took her spot. He couldn't believe his ears. Here he was, tired and broken from the constant failure from his earlier training, and some random woman was making him leave the seat that he had specifically chosen due to the fact that it was away from the bar's crowd. No. Oh, thanks. Wait, did you say no? The woman shrieked suddenly. She took a deep breath. Listen, kid, the lady I'm talking about isn't a normal person. She's going to start an entire fight just for that seat, quite the sentimental person. It's not worth it. Naruto crossed his arms. No. Sure, he was maybe acting stupid or rash. He could have just taken another seat preventing a fight, and wake up tomorrow bright and early for another training session. But he wasn't in the mood to leave. Naruto was sick of being pushed here and there by outside forces. There was Fu, asking him to leave Konoha. There was the Akatsuki that had him running like a headless chicken. Now a random woman who he didn't know the name of was making him leave a goddamn seat of all things. He was tired of it. Luck 7, reputation not applicable. She's a jonin from Konoha? Naruto thought with surprise. But she's only 7 levels ahead of me. Kakashi did say that the jonin process is somewhat different than becoming Chunin. She probably has skill sets that aren't specialized in combat. Her title does say medical apprentice. Or maybe the next 7 levels are harder to obtain? It felt like he was missing something. It was almost as if the world was giving him all the clues to a conclusion, but the missing ingredient was just time. Time to absorb all the knowledge and find the truth. Right when Naruto's mind started to function properly, and the gears began to spin, he felt another presence. This time, it wasn't as gentle as Shizen's. No, it was larger. A mammoth of chakra that rustled inside a person's body alerted Naruto. The amount wasn't anything to be bragged about, but neither was it a small amount. The quality, however, was unparalleled. Naruto didn't have too much talent for sensing chakra, but even he could tell that there was something extraordinary about it. It felt familiar, but he wasn't sure how. If he had thought for a bit longer, he would have realized he had encountered a similar aura during his initial job quest. A tall woman with blonde hair and a youthful face made their way through the bar. She attracted eyes wherever she walked, due to both her beauty and confidence in the way she held herself. For a second, Naruto couldn't say anything. Who the hell is she? Observe. Observing. Observation failed. Naruto said yes to the partial observation, but before he could check it. Oh, brat. Get out of my seat, the boisterous woman said loudly, pointing a finger at him and motioning with it for him to move. She didn't even spare him another glance, instead looking at the waiter. 5 bottles of sake. The brat in question tossed aside the system screen. Naruto felt another wave of anger surge through him. I ain't moving, old lady. He wasn't sure why he called her an old lady, but something was off about her. Even though she looked like she was in her 20s, her presence and the way she held herself gave off elderly vibes. Like those old women in his neighborhood who always complained about the state of the newest generation while sitting on their porches. It seemed as if the comment hit her personally as her eyes immediately widened with anger. What did you just say? Shizen's eyes were comically wide, though for completely different reasons. She looked around in worry at the bustling state of the bar they were in. My lady, old lady, Naruto corrected her. He didn't back down. He doubled down. It makes sense she's having hearing issues. Naruto suddenly felt weightless. The blonde woman had picked him up from the scruff of his jacket with 2 fingers, bringing him up to her height. Be careful with your words, kid. Who are you? Despite the situation and the fact that he was being overpowered in a humiliating fashion, Naruto managed to grin. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. You're looking at the future Hokage here, Databeo. So let me down before I make you. Tsunade froze. Where have I heard that name before? All this alcohol is fucking with my memory. And did he just say Hokage? Ha. Ha ha ha. Tsunade laughed loudly, still not letting go of her grip. Naruto was even more pissed now. What's so funny? You think you're going to be Hokage? You weigh as much as a feather. Why would you want that useless job? For once, Naruto was completely flabbergasted. Useless? He repeated, bristling. How could you even say that? The Hokage sacrifices their everything just for the village. The 4th lost his life defending Konoha. Was his sacrifice useless? I'll stand by what I said. What are you gonna do about it? Tsunade questioned with a smirk. Are you going to try and fight me? Shizen tried to interrupt. Lady TS, Naruto nodded vigorously. Let's do it then. If I win, then you have to take your words back. The ever-present smirk seemed to widen. If I win, you quit your foolish Hokage dreams. I'll even add in this trinket of mine, Tsunade said, pointing at a necklace around her neck. To make it fair for you, brat, I'll only use a finger. If you manage to land a hit on me within a minute, you win. Shizen let out a gasp at the mention of the so-called trinket of hers. Why would she offer that up so freely? Tsunade finally let Naruto down, who was now really curious as to how the woman in front of him could be so confident. Just a finger? I get that I can't see her level, but the condition she set should theoretically be in my favor, no? He looked over at the system to see who exactly this woman was. Naruto suddenly paled as he realized who he just challenged. The very person they have been searching for during the past week. One of the legendary Sannin. The future 5th Hokage. What's wrong, brat? Scared? Tsunade said with a smirk and crossed arms. There's no way Jiraiya didn't manufacture this meeting. Naruto thought with a sudden realization. He must have known Tsunade was going to come to this bar and left it to me to somehow interact with her. I'm not sure whether to be annoyed for being tricked or happy that he keeps that much trust in me. The Jinchuriki, for a brief second, entertained the idea of running away. Surely that would be the best way out of here. Maybe he could come back a later day once they forgot about this whole instance, and somehow persuade her to come back to Konoha. But then he realized. It didn't matter who she was. Naruto, at that moment, was genuinely mad at that woman. Her views on the position of Hokage were callous and irresponsible. He didn't care if he needed to persuade her right now. Was Naruto Uzumaki, a future Hokage as well? What kind of Hokage would he be if he couldn't stand on his own beliefs? Of course not. Let's do this, Naruto said, starting his warm-up stretches. Tsunade looked taken back before her expression went away. Do you even know who I am? I don't care if you're the granddaughter of the first Hokage or one of the Sannin. You've disrespected the old man Hokage and all of his predecessors. I may not be able to change your opinion, but I'll sure as hell win this bet. Shizen looked flabbergasted. You already knew who Lady Tsunade was? Not until now. It was kinda obvious now that I think about it. There's a presence that Tsunade has that can't be denied. A larger-than-life aura signifying strength. Sure I did. There's no point in being stuck in the past. He pointed at Tsunade. Are we going to fight or not? Follow me. They walked outside the bar, with Shizen following timidly behind while carrying the bottles of sake in a basket. She's seriously addicted to alcohol, Naruto thought in disbelief. Are all the Sannin messed up in the head somehow? Orochimaru is a murderer, Jiraiya is a pervert, and Tsunade is an alcoholic. He was also slightly surprised that he hadn't received a quest for this event. Normally fights like these against stronger opponents resulted in a bold quest notification with a plentiful of rewards, or some experience at the very least. Now they were in the middle of a deserted road that didn't have any buildings near them but wasn't too far off from the bar. Naruto kept his hands in the correct position, looking at the tall woman that was his opponent. She had a smirk on her face, overwhelming confidence seeping through her expression. She had no fighting position. Tsunade merely lifted a finger at him. Shizen. Keep track of the time. It was evident that Shizen didn't want this fight to occur, mostly afraid of what Tsunade would do by accident. There had been many instances in the past where her sensei's anger and rash decisions led them both to even more peril. Her apprentice reluctantly nodded before looking between the both of them. Begin! Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto immediately cast his favorite technique and dashed forward. All he needed to do was land a single hit that would be much easier with multiple copies of him that could distract or land a strike of their own. This mission was an easier version of Kakashi's bell exercise. Tsunade kneeled and pressed into the ground with her finger. The earth beneath the clones immediately separated into two halves as a massive crack spread from her fingers, disrupting the running clones at the same time. Naruto couldn't help but feel awe at the sheer strength she possessed. He knew she was famous for her medical ninjutsu prowess, but it seemed that being a Sannin entailed even more than he thought. The clones continued their uphill journey, only to be dismantled by a swift finger that turned them into smoke with the briefest of contact. The Sannin laughed. Is that all you got, brat? Naruto gritted his teeth. 50 seconds left. He ran ahead this time, not bothering to call clones. The issue with summoning all those clones was that she would sense the danger for what it was and begin to actually try to end the danger early on. The only advantage Naruto had at the moment was that Tsunade had no way of knowing all of his capabilities, whereas he knew that, in her rightful hubris, the legendary kunoichi would stick to her finger. Now in the striking zone, he leaped forward in the hope of catching her with surprising speed. Of course, that didn't go to plan. His sailing fist that went as fast as he could possibly send it was stopped by a single finger. Another flick. Naruto lost control of his body as he was sent backward with his legs and arms dangling in the air helplessly. He bounced on the dirt road multiple times before crashing into a sturdy bush that managed to stop his momentum. He breathed heavily as he hurriedly brought himself back up to his feet. What was that? Was that really just her finger? Naruto thought incredulously. 40 seconds left. Shizen mentioned loudly so that he could hear. Direct confrontations are a no-go, obviously. I need to somehow trick her. But how? He looked nervously at Shizen, who continued to count in her head. The time constraint isn't helping much either. Let's see, iron clones are pretty much regular clones in front of her. I obviously can't pull off perfect henge in the open. A distraction? Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto intoned for the second time. 30 clones manifested into thin air, filling in the cramped space. Tsunade chuckled. You have a lot of chakra, brat. But that won't be enough. Activate iron clones. Activating. Skill Iron Clones LVL1 activated. Usage takes 30 MP and lasts for a variable time before skill cooldown applies. Sure, the skill might not have much effect in front of her monstrous strength, but it's better than nothing. The clones charged with reckless speed, bumping into one another and tripping along the way due to the already formed cracks in the ground beneath them. If even one of them landed a hit, it would be enough for him to win the bet. Naruto secretly hoped that Tsunade managed to slip up and get hit, but knew his atrocious luck stat wouldn't let that happen. Then came the fight. Whoosh! Tsunade flicked her finger right at the incoming horde of clones, causing a burst of air that knocked the clones right to their feet. The iron clones were more durable than their normal counterparts, who would have been destroyed after such an attack. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at her strength, being able to replicate a wind bullet type of technique without any hand signs. It was obvious she was using an application of chakra, though he couldn't recognize how. The clones got up as fast as they could, before being knocked back to the ground once more by another flick of her finger. 10 clones that were at the front lines disappeared after that attack, which appeared to have been using more force than before. The rest of the clones behind the main attacking force, however, were ready to continue their onslaught. 30 seconds left. The clones jumped for Tsunade, who expertly evaded and left her starting position for the very first time. She dodged, ducked, and twisted her body in the perfect direction every time while making it look completely effortless. Then came her offense. With a swipe of her single finger, 5 clones went into nothingness. With another swipe, 7 more poofed away. 20 seconds left. Naruto didn't give her a chance to destroy the remaining clones. He commanded them to self-destruct, forming a large cloud of smoke. He had used a similar technique against Shikamaru in the Chunin exams to counter his shadow possession jutsu. It was a similar situation to fighting Tsunade, as both had instant win conditions: Shikamaru's infamous technique and Tsunade's sheer strength. Using the smoke as a distraction, Naruto made his move. Tsunade flicked once more, penetrating the smoke wall with a circular hole that revealed a dangerously close Uzumaki. Naruto surged his fist with chakra and took a page out of his opponent's book. He took a quick breath and plunged his fist into the ground. Activate Black Flash. Black Flash LVL1 activated. A phenomenon where space warps when chakra is applied within 1/1,000,000th of a second of a physical blow. When the user manages this feat, their chakra appears black, and the force of their attack is raised to the power of 2.5. The ground erupted and lifted into the air right in front of Tsunade as black sparks appeared around his arms and spread into the air around them. Fragments of earth and rock rose into the air, blocking Tsunade's vision even further. She flicked her finger one more time, exploding all of the airborne rocks into smaller pieces that launched toward Naruto. Iron Skin! Activating. Skill Iron Skin LVL4 activated. Usage takes 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. 10 seconds left. The rocks slapped against the side of his skin uselessly, letting him get further into Tsunade's proximity. Sleight of Hand. Skill Sleight of Hand LVL1 activated. Usage drains 10 MP points, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. A kunai flourished into his grasp. The Sanin's eyes widened at the unexplainable appearance of the weapon. 6. The kunai drew closer. 5. Tsunade began moving her hand to intercept. 4. Naruto willed his hand to move even faster. 3. The tip of Tsunade's finger waited for the kunai to reach, prepared to split the steel in half with her brute strength. 2. Naruto felt a grin forming. Thanks for the timer, Shizen. Sleight of Hand. The kunai disappeared from his hand this time, leaving Tsunade's finger to strike against thin air. Another feeling of surprise filled her very being. She went against her trained instincts to drive her hand forward and punch Naruto into the ground with a brief struggle. She immediately began to move her finger down to block the next attack. 1. Naruto's knuckles struck directly on the right side of her arm. Yada. His attack hit true, managing to knock Tsunade's arm to the side with a good amount of force. While the woman didn't seem too hurt, or damaged in the slightest, the look of shock on her face was more than worth it. Ding! Special quest against the odds completed. Details when the bet against Tsunade Senju. Rewards 2000 EXP. Ding! Congratulations! You leveled up. Player is now LV19. Sweet! I won! Naruto shouted with elation, pumping his fist into the sky as his heart rate slowed down from its previous breakneck speed. Shizen gaped at what just happened. The moment she had begun counting down in the single digits, she had safely assumed that the fight was over and that there was simply no way for Tsunade to lose in such a short manner of time. She looked at the panting blonde boy who merely stared at his hand and the contact that he made. Who the hell is he? Shizen was a Jonin-level shinobi, even if she had more accolades in healing than in direct combat, but she knew she could hold her own in a battle regardless. She found herself impressed by the boy's speed and ability. Shadow clones were already a surprise from the get-go, though Tsunade didn't seem to give them much attention. Then his ridiculous speed with the kunai. It seemed unnatural how fast he was able to bring the weapon out. Tsunade was stunned by her loss. That last move. It was almost like the kunai disappeared out of thin air. Unless it was some sort of reverse summoning technique? Is it even possible to attach that to a kunai of all things? More importantly, she just lost. Naruto was able to reel himself back to reality. The adrenaline and exhilaration that was in his body slowly bled out, and instead came back stronger as triumph. He couldn't help but smirk at the tall woman in front of him. Sure, winning against someone who was barely trying was a poor tower to decide to yell on, but he was sticking to it. A bet's a bet, after all. He grinned widely. Take it back. Tsunade gritted her teeth. I can't believe I just lost to this brat. What's with my luck today? Well, it's always been terrible, but this is a new low. I retract my earlier statements. Which statement? Naruto said, inspecting his nails. What? How am I supposed to know what exactly you're retracting? It could be anything. I want to know what you're specifically talking about. Tsunade coughed once. The ones about the Hokage. I officially retract them. Naruto gave her a thumbs up, clearly pleased if his toothy grin was any sign. Tsunade suddenly remembered the other part of the bet that she had foolishly mentioned. She brought it out and stared at it. Her grandfather's necklace was a source of many memories for her. Most of them were sad, but there were a few good times. This cursed necklace. Can I really give it to another person? Naruto saw her hesitation and was instantly curious. The ornament didn't seem too special or anything. Sure, the rock that it held was pretty shiny, but that was it. He was sure there were more valuable ores than he had seen before. Observing. Observation successful. Item named the first Hokage's necklace. Item details crafted from a distant remnant of time. The necklace was created from a mysterious or known as the crystal gem. Originally belonging to Hashirama Senju, the necklace was passed down the family before eventually landing with Tsunade. With its mysterious abilities and legendary status, the necklace is worth multiple fortunes. Naruto's eyes bulged. The first Hokage's necklace? Am I stealing someone's dead grandfather's relic? He was torn. On one hand, he kind of wanted something that was so rare. I mean, who doesn't want something that the first Hokage had? He's practically everyone's hero in Konoha. He didn't really care about the price, because selling something like that to a random rich merchant was absolutely against his morals. On the other hand, Tsunade had just kept that in her bed offhandedly, not expecting to lose. She clearly had some sentimental importance placed on the necklace if her meaningful look was any indication. She began to move her hand which carried the jewel toward him. He quickly made a decision. I don't want it. Tsunade froze, clearly not expecting that response. What? I was joking earlier, but now I'm genuinely beginning to think your hearing is messed up. Like I said, I don't want that necklace, Naruto said, shaking his head in exasperation. But why? He scoffed loudly. Who in their right mind would want that rusty-looking thing? I know nothing about jewels, but I can tell it's not worth that much. You can keep it, Granny. He hated the fact that he had to lie so blatantly. The Uzumaki also somewhat hated the fact that he was so nice. Why couldn't he just be a regular person and accept the bet's reward? He had won it fair and square, after all. There were two aspects to the answer. The main one was that he felt somewhat like a scumbag. The second was that he could turn this in his favor. While the fight had sidetracked the main objective, Naruto now knew why Jiraiya had sent him here. It was to find Tsunade and convince her to come back to Konoha himself. He wasn't sure why the pervy sage had placed so much trust in him, but he wasn't going to let him down. Tsunade looked affronted. Rusty? Do you even know what this is? Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, so it's worth a lot? How much are we talking? It's priceless, she answered slowly. He sighed slowly. I see. Regardless, I still don't want the necklace. How about you do something else for me? Shizen seemed to catch on. You're asking Lady Tsunade for a favor? Tread carefully. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask for anything too serious, Naruto said with a smile. Just one favor. Something equivalent to the necklace, of course. According to the bet, the necklace should now be in my possession. So we could view this more as a trade than anything, really. What do you ask for? Tsunade asked suspiciously, crossing her arms. How do I do this? The slow way or the blunt way? Naruto scratched his cheek with a single finger. Could you come back to Konoha and be Hokage? Blunt way it is. The silence was loud. But it was not long-lasting. Smoke appeared from nowhere with a loud poof noise, hiding a shadow of a man who slowly, dramatically walked out. The legendary Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku is here. Tsunade's eyes widened, the sight of her teammate disturbing her train of thought. Shizen gasped in recognition. Naruto slapped his hand to his forehead, groaning at the same time. Jiraiya was confused, which was a common thing these days. Talk about terrible timing. NTLS, so you challenged him to a bet? Jiraiya asked while laughing uproariously. You should have known not to challenge someone considering your dreadful luck. Naruto couldn't believe the turn of events. 5 minutes earlier he was fighting against Tsunade, and now here the four were sitting around a table in a nearby bar that Jiraiya ushered them all into without listening to any complaints. Shizen brought out the sake that she carried a second later. Tsunade took a chug of the alcohol and grimaced. Don't remind me about it. Enough of this beating around the bush, let's get to the matter at hand. What happened to Sensei? Jiraiya sighed. Matter at arm, to be more specific. He lost an arm. Tsunade quickly swallowed down her drink before coughing continuously. Huh? Are we talking about the same person here? Is there any other sensei I should be wary of? She shook her head. How did it happen? Orochimaru. A dense silence filled the table, an unexplainable feeling that neither of them could bring to words. It came any time their former teammate was mentioned. Jiraiya wasn't sure if it was shame, regret, disappointment, anger, or a mix of all of the above. That bastard, Tsunade growled. I knew he was up to something. She knew about the attack at Konoha. Who didn't? News spread fast these days, with how quickly paper was able to be printed and how big the market was for such major occurrences. She had found out a day after the ending of the Chunin exams that it was invaded by some of the contending nations, an attack that was led by the infamous terrorist Snake. Tsunade remembered drinking her worries away that day with a couple of strong bottles of aged wine. Of course, she didn't know any specifics. However, the fact remained. While she was here spending her life away gambling and drinking, her sensei had lost an arm and potentially more from defending his village. I hate myself. She was brought out of her self-loathing by the quirky blonde that sat near them. Granny, will you come and be Hokage or not? Naruto asked out of the blue, eager to get this over with. That's Lady Tsunade to you. Shizen corrected, outraged at the boy's gall. Naruto blinked. I would prefer to call her Hokage if I'm being honest. That's only if she comes with us, though. Tsunade took a deep breath. I need time to think it through. Jiraiya couldn't help but gape. He had expected her to flat out deny the entire offer, leaving him to get on his knees and beg her until she agreed. She would have caved and eventually off, that he was sure. The Toad Sage was fully prepared for a few shouting sessions that would have inevitably resulted in a few punches and damage to his body. Maybe even a few bribes or negotiations before she even began to think of accepting. Why would she? He looked over at Naruto, who had an annoyed expression on his face. He's much more persuasive than I thought. I wonder what happened during the fight. I personally can't find how it's a tough decision to make. If I were you, I'd take up the offer in a heartbeat, Naruto said. How awesome would it be to be the first female Hokage? You'll be in the history books forever. I'm feeling jealous again. Jiraiya took a sip of the sake. Konoha needs you, Tsunade. Everything is a mess right now. Sensei is doing the best he can trying to cover all the holes, but those gaps are becoming bigger and bigger. We need someone that we trust and who is capable enough to take over while the third can offer support. A team. Like we were before. Yeah, and how did that turn out? Tsunade said scathingly. I said I'll think about it, so scram off before you close that window entirely yourselves. Jiraiya winced. Fair enough. Naruto, go back to our room and get some food, I'll be there in a moment. Naruto eloquently responded. Just do it. I've got some words for the future Hokage here. Alright. Don't think that I'm going to pay, though. I barely have enough to start with. Naruto said with a glare at his frog wallet. Wait a second, with this quest being officially listed as its rank, would I get the appropriate stipend as well? He daydreamed about all the ramen he could buy as he walked. Jiraiya looked back at Tsunade once Naruto left. Alright, why are you so okay with coming back? Tsunade raised a neatly trimmed eyebrow. Shouldn't you be happy? Yeah, but it doesn't make sense, the boy. He's Minato's and Kushina's son, isn't he? A pause. Shizen's eyes widened on their own. Minato. Does she mean Minato Namikaze? The fourth Hokage? But the boy said his name was Naruto Uzumaki, didn't he? Yes, Jiraiya confirmed. He's their son. When did you figure it out? Tsunade chuckled. During the middle of the fight, it suddenly clicked for me. I felt strangely familiar with the kid even though I'd never met him before. I think that was the reason I challenged him to the bet in the first place. He has all of Kushina's spunk and all of Minato's looks. She wasn't as close to the family as Jiraiya was, but could definitely be considered as friends. During the Third Shinobi War, the Sannin had fought far away from the Yellow Flash as Konoha wanted to spread apart their most powerful shinobi as much as possible, so there wasn't much contact during the war. She had met Kushina a few times as well and got an easy understanding of her character. Tsunade often conversed with Minato, who was considered the brightest prospect for the position of Hokage at the time, alongside her ex-teammate, before the war had occurred. The position had all but been cemented once his war accolades were known to the public. Fugaku Uchiha was also a candidate but was swept aside in favor of Minato. His rule was effective and progressive. A new golden age was upon Konoha after their toughest years were finally over. Tsunade had left Konoha by then. And then the fourth had sacrificed himself, leaving behind a single successor. Naruto Uzumaki. The boy carried the will of fire that Sarutobi had spoken so much about. It was obvious to anyone who had eyes that Naruto was different. He walked around like he was meant for something greater, and the confidence to challenge the gods themselves. Dan and Nawaki were the same. A traitorous voice in her head began to pour poison over her thoughts. And what happened to them? Dead bodies flashed across her vision. Red. Save me, Tsunade. Blood. Save me. She closed her eyes, willing the images away. Tsunade grasped her grandfather's necklace for support. Please. She opened her eyes to view the crystal. I can't help but have a strange feeling that you'll find your true inheritor soon. NTLS, later that night. Ding! Skill Intermediate Chakra Control has increased by a level. Intermediate Chakra Control is now LVL2. Naruto stumbled to the ground once more in exertion, panting heavily as he fell to the floor. The rubber ball in his hand refused to break, but he could tell that he was almost there. He was merely missing the final piece of the puzzle, a piece that refused to be found. Jiraiya was heavily snoring inside the room. Naruto tried to train inside but found himself completely unable to focus with how loud the man was. So currently he was on the balcony in the middle of the night trying to work on his technique. He now had less than a week left. Naruto knew that Jiraiya would tell him about the Akatsuki sooner or later, but Naruto wanted the information now. No bullshit or cutting corners because he wasn't old enough to know. If they were being honest, Naruto may not survive the next 10 years of his life. It was a brutal truth that he still wasn't accustomed completely to. All of that made getting the Rasengan down even more important. He got up again and placed the ball in his hand. Naruto willed the chakra in his hand to move. Rotate. 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 He poured more and more chakra into the ball, making the streams of energy forcibly move due to the lack of space it had. It was almost like the chakra was getting clogged somehow, refusing to rotate as it was stuck in the small expanse of the rubber toy. Trial and error is key. I know I can't pour too much chakra, everything just fucks up. I need to pour the proper amount so that it still has the ability to rotate without getting clogged. Sweat poured down his chin. He closed his eyes and stopped pouring chakra once he felt that there was a good amount. Turn. A small wisp of chakra obeyed his command. Then came another. Then a few more. Soon enough, the chakra was turning. But that was the easy part, the part he already had locked down to a process. He was just more consistent with it now. Next came adding the speed to the rotation, forcing his chakra to move faster than ever before. The rubber ball began to tremble. Move! Faster! Pop! Ding! Skill Intermediate Chakra Control has increased by a level. Intermediate Chakra Control is now LVL3. Ding! Skill Intermediate Chakra Control has increased by a level. Intermediate Chakra Control is now LVL4. He gritted his teeth. Once more. Listen here, kid. The next step to learning the Rasengan requires absolute control and mastery over the first two steps. Naruto blinked as Jiraiya motioned for him to look at the balloon in his hands. It was an empty balloon, without anything inside it besides air. Different from the water balloon and rubber ball he had used for the previous training steps. He was somewhat confused by what Jiraiya meant by absolute mastery. In Naruto's mind, he had already mastered the first two steps. He finally managed to complete the second step yesterday during the middle of the night, which was followed by a series of excited yells that had awoken and irritated Jiraiya. Needless to say, it took a long period of asking for his master to finally agree to teach him the next step afterward. The third step was, according to Jiraiya, the hardest of them all. And by absolute mastery, I mean it. The first step was rotation, you got that down easily enough. The second was power, which you managed to learn surprisingly quickly. Now the third. If I was to be honest, it's more like 2 steps in one. The first part requires the ability to apply both step 1 and step 2 simultaneously. Obviously, the technique requires both power and rotation to truly work. The second part needs you to shape the chakra into a perfect sphere. The denser you make the jutsu, the more the power. Look at the balloon in my hand. Do you see anything? Naruto shook his head. No, I can hear something though. He put his other hand forward. In a brief second, a blue Rasengan was spinning on his palm. This is the Rasengan. However, there's another Rasengan in the balloon. Naruto was in disbelief. How could you make a Rasengan inside without popping the balloon? Jiraiya smirked. That's the toughest part. Unless your hand is made out of diamond, holding a jutsu like the Rasengan would tear your palms to shreds. The trick is to first make a capsule, or an extra layer of chakra that isn't rotating, which has the sole purpose of containing the rotating part of the Rasengan. Understood? I got it. There has to be a shield to prevent damaging oneself and to contain all of that spinning chakra. So, there's actually 3 steps in one, Naruto said with a huff. I'm beginning to think that you tricked me with that bet, pervy sage. There's no way a normal person could learn this jutsu in 2 weeks. You finally caught on, eh? Jiraiya chuckled internally. You can just give it up and, good thing that I'm not your normal shinobi. There's 5 days left, get ready to spill everything you know. He has to perfect this jutsu in a matter of 5 days, and at the same time somehow managed to speed up Tsunade's decision, which was still in the air. Who knew what was going through that woman's head? I've got a lot of work to do. NTLS, Day 1. Naruto found himself in a similar bar and in a similar seat, and across from him stood a blonde woman with a similar expression. He couldn't help but think that the gods hated him, but regardless, he started his daily ritual of persuading her to come. Tsunade chugged another bottle of alcohol, having finished her round of gambling a few hours before and only being stopped from continuing by her apprentice Shizen, who managed to somehow convince her to leave the casino area. So, any progress on the decision? Naruto asked sweetly. What decision? Tsunade asked without missing a beat. Her cheeks are slightly rosy from the drinks, and her voice slurred ever so slightly. He gritted his teeth. The Hokage decision. Oh. That. I'm thinking about it. It would be nice to have an answer soon. Lady Tsunade. He swallowed the annoyance at having to refer to the drunken woman in front of him so respectfully. Sure, she was a legendary shinobi, but the woman in front of him definitely didn't fit that image. Jiraiya is asking for an answer within this week itself. Tsunade scoffed loudly. Jiraiya? Where is that bastard? Never mind, don't answer. Where else would that old pervert be at night? Tell him that he's not allowed to rush me, nor can he send you to do his dirty work. Naruto nodded subserviently, biting his cheek to avoid saying something rash. Of course, Lady Tsunade. Scram off now, Tsunade said, shooing him away with a waving motion of her hand. I've got very important work to do. The Jinchuriki gladly left the bar, eager to get back to his training. The main reason why he was behaving so nicely with the irritating woman was that he needed his reputation to go up. It was currently 40, which was more than the original 30 he had held with her. But for the title shinobi therapist to work properly, he needed to have a reputation of 50 or higher. He currently had 2 phases in the everyday schedule of his life. One was finding Tsunade so that he could convince her to come back to Konoha. That was a massive fail so far. The second was his Rasengan training. He had made some progress on the first 2 parts of the technique, but unfortunately none on the extra layer part. Naruto looked around the clearing that he had walked into. There was no one around, meaning he had a chance to test out his progress thus far. He first poured chakra into the palm of his hand. First goes rotation. The chakra began to spin with a loud noise. Then goes power. The velocity of the rotation dramatically increased and there was a noticeable change to the density of the chakra. An incomplete Rasengan spun in Naruto's hand. It was wild, uncontrollable, and most certainly wasn't a sphere. The rotating chakra moved unpredictably, bulging out from the center whenever it wanted. It had all the freedom in the world, lashing into anything that stood in its way. He began to pour more chakra in hopes of controlling it and forming the capsule to contain all of that energy. Instead, the Rasengan only became wilder. Arg! Naruto shouted in pain as he let go of the chakra in his palm and disabled the jutsu. His hand now sported a variety of scratches, leaking blood all over. His palm was an entirely different mess altogether, appearing as if he drenched his hand into a bucket of red paint. Luckily, his regeneration factor would be able to deal with the injuries easily enough. He ignored the ringing pain that refused to go away, and took another balloon into his hand. Day 2. Have you made up your mind yet? Tsunade brought the bottle down, slamming it onto the wooden table with a loud clang. You again? Naruto nodded sincerely. Yep, unfortunately. Can't you give a woman her space? She sighed. It's not a simple decision, you know. Of course, Naruto agreed. But we kind of need a quick answer now. Jiraiya had told him to try a bit harder on the persuading front, telling him that they were getting closer and closer to the deadline for the missing. Along with the fact that staying in one place for so long, especially when it wasn't guarded as much compared to Konoha, was dangerous considering that he was a Jinchuriki. Luckily, the presence of both Jiraiya and Tsunade most probably deterred anyone from trying to attack them. Regardless, both of them wouldn't be there forever. Naruto had of course asked why Jiraiya was making him, someone who didn't even know the woman and already had a bad opinion of her, try and persuade her to come home. You wouldn't understand, brat. That was the answer he was given. How does he keep finding us here? Tsunade said, looking at Shizen for an answer. It's a completely different bar from yesterday. Shizen shrugged. Naruto didn't say anything either. The actual answer was that it was pretty easy to ask around whether anyone saw a tall blonde woman who stood out among the regular crowd. Especially when Tsunade was already notorious around these parts for her gambling habits. Naruto allowed a smile. So? Not yet. Now leave before I decide to leave this village altogether. And don't think for a second that I'm lying. What am I, an alcoholic? Naruto bit his tongue, preventing any chance of a biting remark that so desperately wanted to escape from his mouth. Shizen was already nervous, knowing an argument would unfold if the Chunin said anything remotely offensive. He took a deep breath. Of course not. I'll see you tomorrow. Observe. Reputation increased by 2? I was hoping for more. Whatever, 8 more points to go. Naruto rushed to his training area, eager to continue his progress on the jutsu that had been racking his brain for the past week. The second he got there, he took out the empty balloon and began pouring air into it continuously. He has improved from yesterday in terms of speed and how quickly he was able to add rotation and power, but the capsule trick managed to elude him entirely. Well, here goes another day. Day 3. Naruto tried to be as amiable as possible in a last-ditch effort to increase his reputation as much as he could. But he was just so damn tired that it was tougher than he had expected. His hand was still ringing with pain, having trained before getting to the bar. Running around like a lunatic looking for Tsunade while he was in pain was rough. He had stopped practicing once it was practically impossible for him to do any further. The pain in his hand wouldn't leave even though his regeneration factor tried its hardest. Eventually, he wasn't even able to complete the first few steps. Normally, the Jinchuriki would have been pissed that the pervy sage was sending him to find Tsunade, but he couldn't really blame the man. Jiraiya didn't know just how many hours Naruto was spending on learning the Rasengan. There were only 2 days left, and the man had practically assumed that it would be impossible to learn it within that time frame. Naruto didn't give up, however. He was spending every waking minute on the jutsu, and only used some time for breaks and other physical training. His mental strength, currently, was at an all-time low. The Rasengan was a jutsu that refused to be tamed. Sure, Naruto had shot himself in the foot by making the bet merely 2 weeks long. He was supremely confident that if he had 4 or 3 weeks to learn it wouldn't have been so hard. The mental pressure that came with the consequence of losing the bet, not getting the information that he so greatly desired, along with the added situation with Tsunade who refused to budge was slowing down his process. Though, those were just excuses. How did the 4th Hokage manage to create his jutsu? According to Jiraiya, the late 4th was a teenager as well. He didn't just learn the Rasengan, he invented it. What did it take to create the Rasengan? Might as well accept it. Yes. Tsunade noticed how he spaced off. Or are you listening, brat? Naruto nodded quickly. Of course. I was just a bit thirsty, that's all. He began to reach for the water bottle he had placed before he winced when his palm hit the table by accident. The Rasengan was especially mean to him today. It was as if the closer he got to the completion of the jutsu, the more damage the failed attempts were causing. He used his other hand to grab the bottle. Tsunade, ever the observant lady, immediately noticed the expression he made. What was that? Nothing. Naruto felt a strong hand tug his arm upwards, revealing his charred, scarred palm to the world. He instinctively tried to let go, but Tsunade's grip was impossibly strong. What did you do to your hand? Tsunade questioned harshly. Naruto blinked in surprise at the vitriol in her voice. I was just practicing a jutsu. A jutsu that burns your hand like that? What kind of technique is Jiraiya teaching you? The Rasengan. She shook her in exasperation. Of all the stupid things he could do. Whatever, just stay still. Naruto suddenly gasped as a soothing feeling overtook his hand. Green chakra surged from Tsunade's hand and covered his. A warm, comforting aura overwhelmed his mind as he found himself relaxing. A brief moment later, the feeling was gone. And so was the pain. Naruto looked at his hand in awe. It felt almost brand new with how effective the healing was. He was reminded that Tsunade, despite her drinking and gambling tendencies, was a Sanin and was so renowned for a reason. He looked at his hand with wonder. How the? Tsunade smirked. Scram off now. I'm still thinking about it. Thanks for the help. That doesn't mean I'm gonna lay off you anytime soon, Databeo. Observe. Perfect. I'll convince you to come back tomorrow itself, mark my words. Naruto ran off to train once more, pushed forward by the time limit that continued to strangle him as the days went by. Tsunade couldn't help but smile. Dan Nawaki? It's almost as if your reincarnation is in front of me. I can only pray he doesn't reach the same fate. Day 4. Equipped. Title: Shinobi Therapist. Title: The Shinobi Therapist equipped. Title: The Shinobi Therapist gives 40% efficiency of talk no jutsu when conversing with shinobi who have a reputation of 50 or higher with the user. The user will find it easier to connect with his patient and talk affluently. With this, I finally have a chance. Lady Tsunade, before you tell me your thoughts, I have something to tell you, Naruto said, knowing he needed to start out differently this time. Tsunade was confused. Konoha needs you. She remained silent. Jiraiya had informed him over the past few days about the political fire that was brewing in Konoha. Most of it was technical jargon that he didn't quite understand yet, but he was able to get the key parts. To put it simply, if the third Hokage were to retire without anyone to take over, the entire Shinobi Council would become a civil war. They were already in turmoil with other countries considering that their treaty with IWA didn't go well with other major territories that were affected. The smaller areas that weren't affected by the treaty merely agreed with the masses to avoid any troubles of their own. If Hiruzen Sarutobi, the cornerstone of Konoha for the past decade and a half, the one person who was desperately holding the broken pieces of glass by himself, were to retire without a proper successor, there was no telling about the future of the home he loved. Once the old man retires, it's gonna be a rat race in Konoha. I'm sure you know most of this. Jiraiya doesn't want to be Hokage, and there's no other Jonin as qualified as you. The Akatsuki are enough trouble as it is. Hook. The Akatsuki? Line and sinker. You didn't know? The Chunin asked innocently. I thought Jiraiya would have told you already, sorry. That's revenge for making me do all your errands, pervy sage. Naruto thought vindicatively. What are the Akatsuki? Naruto shrugged. A bunch of rank shinobi terrorists trying to hunt me down, nothing strange really. Tsunade was stunned. What? Bottom line is this. If you stay here, Konoha is screwed. If you come back, we're less screwed. So help us. She sighed. It's okay, I've already decided to come. Please, please, just come back. Naruto continued to beg, not even paying attention to her words. Kid, I've said that I'll come. Naruto blinked. Wait, what? I've decided to come back to Konoha, Tsunade said, smirking. You must refer to me as Hokage-sama from now on. A sense of relief overtook Naruto. For two reasons. Firstly, the mission was a success. 2, he didn't need to act like a suck-up anymore. Who was he, Shizen? That was sort of a low blow. And lastly, he would get his salary from the mission. I guess it's for 3 reasons. Shizen, pack everything up. We leave for Konoha tomorrow at noon. Shizen nodded dutifully. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Well, that went awfully well. I can't help but feel sort of weird about this whole thing. It's almost like this mission went a bit too smoothly. When was the last time something went completely right for once? Let me think. Absolutely never. Whatever, I need to get back to my training. 1 day left. Day 5. I guess I won the bet, brat, Jiraiya said cheerfully. Naruto sulked before he slowly turned to glare at the man who had been annoying him since the morning. I still have the rest of this day left. We're going back to Konoha. How will you be able to learn the Rasengan while we're traveling, huh? He coughed. That's a good question. I'll guess you'll find out when I do it. You shouldn't have accepted the bet in the first place, Naruto. Trusting Jiraiya with bets is the worst thing you can do after trusting my other teammate with bets, Tsunade said with a chuckle. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the sour expression on Jiraiya's face. My own student and my teammate ganging up on me? How could you? You haven't taught me anything other than the Rasengan, Naruto said with a deadpan face. Jiraiya lit up. But I did teach you something. He and Jiraiya were traveling back to Konoha with Tsunade and Shizen as a party of 4. Naruto was happy to go back all together. It felt like a fairy tale ending to the mission. Jiraiya suddenly stopped. I sensed something. Be careful. Boom! The ground trembled. A giant serpent erupted from the ground in front of them, rising into the air with a loud venomous hiss that shook his core. Naruto immediately dashed backward in retreat. The snake stared down at them with pure hatred in its slitted pupils, towering over them with its massive body and casting a shadow over their puny figures. On top of the snake stood a tall, eerily pale man with yellow eyes and 2 others with him. Naruto couldn't make out the other 2. But he knew the true enemy. Orochimaru. He felt the man's eyes on him. He's here for me. Poof! A loud cloud of smoke erupted from next to him. Jiraiya summoned a toad, the largest one he had seen in a while. Another poof from next to him. Tsunade summoned something as well. There were no other words. No monologues. No introductions to be made. The fight began. Naruto's sight began to darken as a wall of earth tried to trap him in his embrace. Already? He was tempted to try a black flash but was also worried it wouldn't land on the first try. Then, there was only one option. Naruto surged chakra into his hand. He still hasn't perfected the Rasengan, more specifically the shielding step. He could form the Jutsu, but with the unfortunate consequence of burning through his hands in the process, leaving him useless if the fight continued. Therefore, he had to create a new method. Activate Iron Skin. Activating. Skill Iron Skin LVL5 activated. Usage takes 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. He didn't even spend the last day with the Rasengan, instead trying to level up Iron Skin as fast as he could. It worked. His skin hardened and took the properties of the sturdy metal. The chakra in his palm churned and rotated wildly into the shape of a ball, spinning with pure power and energy. The chakra struck against his skin, but his body did his best to resist. Naruto pushed his hand forward. Rasengan! Thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.